Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. The best of the future of CSGO are together once again. But before we delve into any of the details, let's introduce ourselves. My name is Neokai, joined with the lovely EU Retro, and welcome back to WePlay Academy League Season 5. Retro, brother, how are you doing?
I'm stoked. I'm so excited to be here. I think, you know, we always talk about the future, who's the next hot topic, and well, WePlay do exactly that. Of course, our 5th season here at the Academy League to determine who's the best team here in the Academy season. New faces, new teams, new opportunities, and more importantly, new chances to prove you are the next best.
Of course, exactly that. I mean, we've already seen a couple of shining like starlets make their way through the WePlay League to that Tier 1. Torzi, a great example. Manesi, another big name too, and potentially someone this season could be just beginning their career to then make their way up in towards the big leagues, in towards Tier 1 CSGO, and this is the dream place to do it. This is the place to prove yourselves as one of the best youngsters in the world, and we've already seen a fine amount of talent come through.
Yes, absolutely. Of course, maybe that don't know what the WePlay Academy League's about. Of course, we just put teams of Academy up against each other, right? We've got the group stage into play-ins, into playoffs. It is a lot of Counter-Strike. There is a lot to fill your calendars up with. But, well, in a few weeks' time, we'll have groups done and dusted. There's so much Counter-Strike to watch here today, and not only that, for the rest of the week as well. And I think, well, we can start with today's matchups.
Yeah, exactly that. We can take a look into what we will be seeing. We're kick-starting the WePlay Academy League Season 5 with Astralis talents taking on NAVI Junior, a banger between two of the biggest organizations within CSGO. Then Young Ninjas face off against OG Academy, one of the fresher rosters too. Eternal Fire Academy will follow suit, taking on MOUZ NXT, and that's a big game. In MOUZ NXT, they are arguably the best Academy side going and have been for a very, very long time. To follow that, 0-0 Prospects will take on Spirits Academy, Apeks Rebels then against Big OMEN Academy, and to finish off the day, it's Young Gods taking on the new boys on the block. It's ENCE Academy.
Man, there's so many storylines, of course. We're on for the Thirst 3 Neo, and I can't wait to jump into those, of course. Our first matchup here today, as you mentioned, well, in the Tier 1 scene, probably the biggest names we've had in Counter-Strike. Astralis talent and NAVI Junior. Of course, the Prodigy is going to try and battle it out for a win here for their opening game here at the WePlay Academy League Season 5. For those maybe that don't know as well, it's very much the round robin. You play every team, so here, starting with a win, get yourself on the right foot to kickstart your campaign here in Season 5. That's what teams are looking to do.
Yeah, and we look towards kind of last season and previous results as well. Astralis talent have been a very, very good side in the best of one format. That's actually where they find a lot of their confidence and a lot of their comfortability, and they've been historically proven to be very, very good at whittling down to a best of one and making that single map work in their favor. The best of threes is where they've historically struggled a little bit, and we can take a look at their map pool as well. Mirage has been a map in which they played consistently, right? 8 times they played, 88% win rate. They like to lean into the slightly more Puggers Paradise maps, like to call them. You focus on, you like some Mirage, even Dust 2. Played it once, got a win there as well. Overpass is a potential. The only thing to mention though, NAVI Junior, not a big fan.
And something to note here is that Astralis talent are very comfortable with the 7 map pool, but you look at NAVI Junior, a team that's a lot rough around the edges, the team that we're looking out for a little bit more as to, you know, what this break leading up to the Academy League has done for them. Well, yeah. Vertigo and Dust 2 definitely are the favourite maps, but for every other map, they're yet to score a win on. There's very big holes in the defence here for NAVI Junior, and the question is, when we of course head into the veto a little bit later down the line, is where do Astralis talent want to pull the trigger?
Exactly that. You look towards NAVI Junior, and there's a couple of red flags for me that do start to kind of ring out a couple of warning bells. They're one of those sides that have a bit of a 6 map pool in a sense. You've got a couple of maps that they don't like to play. Overpass, no real experience on it. Then you've got the likes of Nuke and Ancient, which they don't like either. Hence why you see the Nuke ban coming through. It does give the possibility of Ancient being floated, but no, the ban going to come through. They've not played either of them on HLTV, and that's going to remain. I do think having those 2 bans is a little bit of a weakness, and I think it leans into the strengths of Astralis talent that they themselves can kind of go wherever they fare, wherever they want to head to. Dust 2 would be one, but it's a permaban on the opposite side, so I can't expect too much there.
Yeah, I think actually Vertigo would be good here for NAVI Junior. Of course, it's a better map for Astralis talent, but that's definitely there. As you can see, it's now, of course, the Astralis talent boys to take away some maps, and they'll go for Dust 2. very obvious. As you said, it's their perm ban. They don't like playing it. Inferno, the next map to go. Sure, Na'Vi Jr. are 0 for 4 on that map. Astralis Talent don't want anything to do with it. And of course, that leads us to one big question of that Vertigo, right? Are we going to see that pick come in, or are we going to switch things up and go Mirage? Absolutely not. Vertigo, I think it's a theme for both that both teams enjoy. We'll just see who's the better side here. Of course, Astralis Talent having won 3 out of 4 times that they played on this map. They're going to feel very comfortable picking.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of the Vertigo selection coming through. I think for me personally, Mirage is a little bit of a coin flip at times. It's one of those maps that everybody knows how to play. Everybody knows exactly the util to be set up. So it does make things all the more interesting. Well, let's take a look at the pre-match stats as well. 4 games in the last 3 months. A little bit of a better win rate over towards Astralis Talent. Same can be said for their pistol round conversion in a 4v5. In the clutches though, Na'Vi Jr. do take a bit of a favour. And I think with the way this is on paper, Na'Vi Jr., they come in as the ever so slight underdogs in my opinion.
Yeah, I think it's quite given, you know, with the lack of rehearsal we've seen from Na'Vi Jr. as well. You know, we've only got a few maps recorded on HLTV. There's not a great sample size to be working here if you're Na'Vi Jr. So for Astralis Talent, sure, you're kind of firing blind, and probably the reason why they wanted to go for Vertigo is because at least we've seen Na'Vi Jr. in action on this map. But again, it's quite blind, you know, the blindfold's still very much on here for Astralis Talent on how Na'Vi Jr. are going to portray themselves in this best of 1.
Yeah, there's a big couple of questions around Na'Vi Jr. I think probably one of the main ones that everybody kind of wants this conversation about is how does this Na'Vi Jr. side now look with that massive hole that is left after MOUZ leaving towards G2, right? That is the biggest question of everyone. MOUZ, I think it's safe to say, statistically speaking, was the hard carry for the side. He was the big star. He was the one who found the multitude of frags, the unbelievable performances, even despite team-wise, it may not be in the best results. And now they don't have him anymore. And you look towards a couple of the players that they have to lean on. I think for me, Headtrick has to be a name you keep in that conversation. He's had tier 1 experience previously when he stood in for Na'Vi, but at the same time, he hasn't got too much of it. So it's big shoes to fill with MOUZ no longer being here. How does this Na'Vi Jr. side fare up? When you look towards the other side, I'd say for me, Astralis Talent are a very decent side all over. All 5 can step up in their own regard.
I think we can think back to the name of Astralis Talent, at least in Season 3, where they made the heroic run through play-ins. And so we know this team, the stigma around Astralis Talent is that anything is possible. And we know what the main team was capable of years ago as well. Obviously, it's very different times and a different team now. But absolutely, man, if there's ever a brand that doesn't give up, it would be Astralis, right? And so for these guys as well, drilled in from a young age, the Danes, they've all stuck together. They're willing to push forward and to play Na'Vi Jr., probably one of the easier opponents here in the group. There's every opportunity these guys can make it work. But Neo, without further ado, let's have a look at the group standings. I think it's very obvious to say 7 teams in each group. The WePlay keeps expanding. Very dry right now on the standings. No rounds, no matches, no recordings of nothing. But it gives us an idea of who else is in their group and who else they have to play against later down the line.
Yeah, there's a real, I mean, we already mentioned about Na'Vi and Astralis individually being very, very good organizations of breeding talent. MOUZ is a one we mentioned, Headtrick, Onkir as well from Na'Vi Jr. On the other side, Astralis Talent, Vessel's been a brilliant name. Zyphon came from that roster too, a long time ago before he got picked up by Copenhagen Flames. And even throughout the rest of this kind of roster, right? MOUZ NXT, Torzi, one of the biggest, best names that came through. JDC, another name. You're looking towards Fnatic Rising. I think we have a little bit of a partiality towards Volt as well, a UK boy. We gotta love him, but there's some fantastic talent coming through the WePlay Academy League, and I gotta say, each and every season, it just keeps getting better and better.
Of course, and obviously every team plays each other twice, right? So it isn't just, you know, a one-time one and done. It is very much the first time. If you mess up, that's okay. You get another attempt. But we know this group stage is brutal. We know it separates the great from the good. And, well, when you've got MOUZ NXT in your group, there's always going to be the great cloud, right? That's like 4-time champions, literally unstoppable here in the WePlay Academy League. You've got to play them at one point or another. You'd expect them to top the group, but can you be the first team to take them down? While this matchup specifically doesn't determine that, certainly would put people on the right path. Definitely the good mindset if you can get a win early doors today. Yeah,
and I think a lot of the standard viewers will look towards this group and sort of expect MOUZ NXT to just walk away with it. And then it becomes the question of who finishes second, third, fourth, who starts to kind of follow in just behind them, get towards the play-in stage, and start to try and make a step towards playoffs. Because MOUZ NXT have proven historically to be so dominant. They are such a formidable side. I mean, they're ranked 41st in the world. For an Academy roster, that's insane. And even at one point as well, the Academy side was ranked high in their first team. That's how good this side are. So they are no joke. And everybody in this Group A knows exactly that. So kickstarting here for Astralis versus NAVI, they themselves, you know, is a good matchup here. But they've got to be fearsome of what's down the line.
Yes, absolutely. You've mentioned it. I think it's very well summarized over at Group A, and obviously there's a lot of question marks maybe in Group B as well that we've talked about a little bit, and we'll get into later on today. Of course, this first matchup focusing at least on Group A, but without further ado, let's jump into the action, Neo. It's Astralis Talent taking on NAVI Junior, our opening best of one, not only of today, but of the WePlay Academy Season 5.
Right, a brilliant matchup. Astralis Talent, NAVI Junior, two of the biggest and best organizations within CSGO who have dedicated so much time to this just entire game, and now we get to see their Academy sides.
Yes, the up-and-comers, the youth, the younger prodigies, patiently waiting to jump into the action here. Of course, a best of one can be a bit brutal, Neo. We know it can be. It definitely is. It doesn't reflect your true talent as much as maybe a BO3, where the longevity and sort of, you know, your mindset definitely shows a lot more. But this is a very good way to kickstart your campaign here in Season 5. Of course, the WePlay Academy League featuring the double rounder of the BO1s. You've got to play each other twice. But here's the first bout between Astralis Talent and NAVI Junior. We head on to the 51 floors of Vertigo as we drop down into the action. It's Vertigo. It's go time here in WePlay Academy Season 5. And it's NAVI Junior taking on Astralis Talent.
Oh, I cannot wait. The first round here in WePlay Academy League Season 5. Astralis Talent, NAVI Junior. NAVI Junior, of course, for them. We've got to hope and see what they can provide. They'll be starting on that CT side, Astralis Talent on the T side, and it's a big question now of how do they kickstart their journey, this story into Season 5? Because for both of these two sides, it's about pushing towards the upper echelon of this group.
Absolutely. You're fighting for it, right? You're fighting for that play-in spot. A win today, we know what it will do to them. Let's see what we can hold up here in the beginning stages. It is a bit of an A-heavy fake, but out towards B, the USB Demon looking to try and pull off something, but he's not going to be able to find much. It's just a little bit of a tag. The bomb, I do believe, getting set down, and Astralis Talent, a 5v5 post plant.
Yeah, this is interesting now. Very, very aggressive in the post plant too, as well as Astralis Talent trying to get an initial bit of combat. And there's the first mister. In for one, Demon or four. Fester's going to add one of his own. On Broken steps in, but he's dropped off to just one.
Now it's a 2v4. Now it's Hedrick and Nipple against the rest, and a Goosh already coming out. Hedrick's left low. It's just Nipple left. The Ukrainian needs to find four, and while he's good for the first, there's just going to be too many bodies, and there is not enough time. Kit in hand, it doesn't matter. That's it. Astralis Talent, they'll walk away with a pistol. A bit of an A fate, a shimmy out towards B, and they've got the first round in their back pocket.
It's a dream start for Astralis Talent. Not only finding the round, finding it with 3 remaining alive and causing significant problems over towards NAVI Junior. That is the perfect start. And now, a couple of conversations have to go about NAVI Junior and how they set up on their CT side. A little bit open over towards B, giving that control up way too quickly and struggling to make their way back in towards the site. They cannot allow for that to happen consistently because Vertigo is probably, in terms of strats and Utah, one of the hardest maps to kind of counter punish on.
Round 2. Scout in the hands of Hedrick, as his name suggests, would definitely need more than just the body shots here to at least make up for the previous round loss. NAVI Junior taking things slow though. Astralis Talent weaving their way in towards this control. Smoke dropped in as the one way. More so to the point, it's shifting through, and now they look towards lane.
Oh, Fester's going nice and aggressive here as well. He actually might get a little bit of early control. Still, slowly, methodical as well. Unbroken, just jiggling the angle. Might want to be a little bit testy. He's just going to fall back.
Yeah, no need to overextend, right? I think the initial gunshots and sort of seeing each other is enough to warrant off all this control. They don't want to overextend, however. That's a good shot. Deagle finds the first. Now Astralis Talent want to hit the gas pedal a little bit more. They're looking at least to try and hone in on this A site. Problem is, they spent so long sitting behind these smokes that there's an over-rotation. There's a stack here for NAVI Junior, and while sure, old tech's good for the trade, there's still so much more to do.
Bomb going to try and go down as well. Mister, he's planting in and out the combat, and will actually be able to get it down. Now the post one back set up this time with the firepower in their favor.
Armor, that's what NAVI Junior have running for them right now. There's a kit on Nipple as well. He can do everything right now. if he's just to stick the bomb and his teammates are to hold on, smoke's already deployed. They are going for a retake here. They are going to be attempting this one. NAVI Junior making their way towards lane. A tap of the bomb already being initiated. The gunfight's drawn. Breezer, good for the opening kill, but they see the bomb. It's still not stuck. Vigo's going to be in a world full of hurt towards the sandbag, but it doesn't stop the round from going Astralis Talent's way. And while 2 casualties is the name of the game, it's Astralis Talent up to 3.
Yeah, there's a silver lining there in the fact that they get themselves 2, actually, technically speaking, 3 casualties. I mean, Breezer had taken so much damage in the round, but what does remain is a 2-0 start. Now, heading into round number 3, we have something a little bit different. A team speak round coming through, so we get to have a listen to kind of the plans behind the rounds themselves.
Bare liste op, kan vi bare liste op, gutter?
Ja, jeg lister med gul. Du vil ind og vil
Vi ikke bare liste op gul på det?
Ja, vent.
Ah, gul nu.
Jeg flasher lige foran gul her.
Jeg løber bare.
Ja, det er fint. Hold gul.
Jeg må lige... Jeg smukker højre om, jeg smukker venstre om.
Fed side.
Jeg måler gul.
Kær gul.
Jeg måler gul.
En kon.
Det er nok ude gul.
Bailer.
To kon løber. 3. Der er 3 sådan...
Jeg vil kigge gul. Nej, men jeg kommer med op nu. Jeg ser den herfra.
Gul klar.
Hey, med smuk kon.
Ja, smuk kon, dreng. Har ikke. Du har, Victor.
Jeg sad bare ude kon. Igen med smuk.
Begge, tror jeg. Begge løber deroppe. Marke kon-ish.
Var ikke kun væk, så de ikke kan få den late. Kan du bare kaste den ud over mod rampen, Benja?
Og skyde den, ja.
Bare der løber.
God runde, drenge.
Nice.
Fedt, godt.
Jeg havde det ikke. De har en scout at spare. Det var lidt det jo.
Ja. Kom nu, løber.
What the fuck, man.
Den här kan vi... Vad var det? Base split?
Love that, man. Absolutely love that. The comedic.
Got a little bit shaky there. There's a couple of taps not quite going the way he wanted. Does find the kill in the end, though. That's what it matters. You can see that as well. Astralis, not only are they playing well, but they're enjoying themselves. It's very kind of emotive CSGO being played so far. And you look towards NAVI Junior and you start to get slightly concerned. But the good news is, Ryan, a full buy coming out now for NAVI Junior. And this is where we get a real test of what they can bring to the server.
Yeah, if I'm not mistaken as well, at the end of that, I heard B split was the plan for this round. So we'll have to wait and see. How this one happens. Obviously, I don't know what happened in the round. I wish I was, a walk-in Google Translate or something to tell you what was going on. But no, you are right. It is an eco now, a full buy, and that's a great start. Frozing. Oh, Frozing with the M4A1S. 20 bullets, but it's still good for 3. And just like that Astralis Talent, it was indeed a B-split attempt. The first bit of contact towards middle has gone so south, they have to bail on all the plans. There's Demon with the 4th, and Vigo, the man's got a final 5, and he's just left on his own, and while he's good for 1, Hetrick will have him executed. It's a first on the board for NAVI Junior, and an appropriate response from a bit of an embarrassing round there on the eco.
And I know you individually like to make the old talks about the M4A4. No,
mate,
get that weak sauce out of here.
No,
M4A1S supremacy showing once again. Frozing with a triple to open things up, and another 2 to finish things up over towards that B site. A brilliant play there by NAVI Junior, though. I mean, very, very aggressive in towards mid, and it works so well. Frozing, confident, and that's what they needed. NAVI just need to express themselves a little bit more, and this time it works.
Really well done by NAVI Junior, despite going 3-0 down, to have the confidence to take these peaks, to take the early fights. They look to do the same again. Unbroken, he'll have him executed though. Vesa, a brilliant first kill, but oh my god, low HP across the board. 12 HP between himself and Altex leaves Astralis Talent in a bit of a weak spot, and now that the numbers are starting to be defined very much in favor of NAVI Junior, they're going to run with the show. Nipple fighting a second, a 3v3, and still one of these Astralis Talent players sit low.
This is picking up a 4-buy as well. It's been a different story. NAVI Junior, they're on fire right now, and Nipple gonna go aggressive, gonna find himself Mister. One more added to the tally as Head Trick dominates, and just like that, it's down to 1. Vigo 1 versus 3, but he will get himself a freebie here. Hang on a second.
This
now,
is
what
so
is the
smart.
question? Does he try and play trigger spin?
Look, is the second man going to be rotating in? And he's going to be holding for that angle. And he's got them both in his sights, Viggo. The mastermind behind Astralis talent has whittled 3 down to 1. And Frozik, heroics in the previous, going to need to come up clutch once more. And right now, he's going to be pushing him from ramp. Viggo's played this one to perfection. So far, so good here in the 1v3. And only 90 points of health, but 1 shot between them both will do it. Heads need to be found, and for Viggo, he patiently waits. The nade dropped in. It won't stop him from taking this fight. He knows where the bomb's planted. He knows that time is low. And for Frozik, he wants to close the gap. But you cannot stop Viggo. That is exceptional from the Dane. That's brilliant. Astralis talent up to 4. What a disciplined play by Viggo. That's outrageous.
Viggo, take a bow. It is his world and we're just living in it. We know the Danes are smart, but he takes that to a new level. That is 200 IQ. He lines them up here brilliantly. And even to find 2 out of 3 kills, you'd take that as a silver lining in a lost round. But no, I mean, Viggo is a different breed. Cool, calm, collected, and what a stoic god.
That is... What a round. You have no words to describe that. I mean, look at the money for Astralis talent. It's all sorts of out of shape.
Of course,
and that does give NAVI Jr. a way back into this round. But after the last one, emotions must be on a high, no doubt about it. Viggo takes an early exit in this one, though, just to settle the tone.
That's a momentum shift there. Hang on a second, though. Mr. gonna find himself Frozik. Potentially should have gone the other way. MP9 will be good for himself for 1. HE could cause an issue.
Done. Ultax with a second. Looking for more. Breezer will respond. Unbroken here in the 1v2. Good for the first. But 12 points of health. An M4A1S in his back pocket. Smoking a nade to his name as well. Ultex only with a Galil. The fight's going to happen early. Nice shot drawn. Ultex caught by surprise. And with that, NAVI Jr. up for a second.
Oh, that's tilting. That is very, very tilting indeed. It's another one of those situations where for Ultex individually, didn't expect him to be so close, expected him to have gone aggressive and not to have doubled back. It's a sort of a mistake that you can't really expect or plan for by any means. But NAVI Jr., keeping within an arm's reach, they're at least making this competitive from what wasn't a great start, is now starting to find a little bit of room to potentially swing the other way.
They dropped in. NAVI Jr. expecting some heavy early B presence. It would be correct in sort of assuming that. There was a double stack left outside, but for now, no. They're not going to express off the back of it. Instead, it's a slower tone, a more chilled approach for NAVI Jr. This is ramp control. They want it. It's theirs. And it's free.
And the question is now, do they, for Astralis talent, even try and contest their way back in towards ramp? I mean, it's already lost. They know the control has been collected here and a double boost coming through. They can just leave Nipple here on towards this box. And technically speaking, Unbroken can just fall away. Play a little bit more passive, double back towards mid potentially. Because even if Nipple falls, he will have enough time to rotate back over towards the A side. It's genius. So far, so good for NAVI and not so good for Astralis talent.
I mean, it's 4-2 up on the T side. You know, we can't write them off too early on here. MP9 of Demon, not going to be good for anything. Unbroken, enabling himself. You talked about the ramp control, and they're going to try and make up for it as the M4 lines them up. Down to 2. Astralis talent left to the bare bones. Viggo, he will be fighting Nipple with the Deagle, but Unbroken still in for more. Not quite going to be the first ace of Season 5, but it's a damn good 4K, and Ultex left in the clutch once more. This time, outnumbered, outgunned, and unfortunately just not going to be there for the clutch. It's a 3rd on the board for NAVI Jr. And the money here for Astralis talent set back down to square one.
Yeah, right back to now a very uncomfortable state. You look towards Astralis talent, hovering around that 2K mark, and that's probably where they're going to try and stick. Stick around the 2K mark, at least gives them a buy-in towards the next, but it means no or not much of an investment into here. And we give another TeamSpeak round.
Там.
Вода есть. Вроде.
Я ближе к Бэйду, я ближе к Бэйду.
Я буду с КТ играть.
Я в садке стою, контролю с тобой.
И дальше едем
приду.
на буст. И
Посмотрю лево.
Мид. Мид бьет.
Я дал смог. Я пока дам.
Давай.
Бомба подо была. Они не бегут.
Босс был.
Я постараюсь просто.
Вот еще босс. Стоит все еще на боссе.
Хорошо.
Бил двоих.
Хорош.
Больше нету.
Еще вернулся.
А знаешь, под Б. Есть на Б.
Да.
Два.
Три даже, тут три было. Конь бегать, у нас он в баре.
Пацаны, айс.
Он нашли, он нашел.
Nice. Really easy. I mean, it was an eco, right? Not much to
Comfortable, yeah.
take from it, but I'm just noticing the confidence here from NAVI Jr., right? Like, look how aggressive we are at the end of this round. If I'm not mistaken, it was Headtrick in towards T connector. Like, he's pushed through A and going towards B. Like, there's so much control, so much
For sure.
that NAVI Jr. are trying to do to manipulate the Astralis talent side. Sure, we've got heavy presence mid and B. That's it. That's our cue. We're going to go down ramp.
And you can see as well that NAVI are absolutely happy to allow the individuals to shine. And this is what we do see on a numerous amount of occasions. And we saw exactly there, you mentioned, allowing Hedges to go a little bit aggressive, allowing him to individually find some control. And then off the back of that, cause a lot of problems. And of course, more importantly, divert attention.
Half away with the M4. All right. Already a little bit of damage being done. Too substantial going on right now, though. Held back by smokes here. Astralis talent starts to fade. Then they dropped in. Fessel loses 92 points of health here. Just straight off the bat. Done. Down to the bare bones already. Astralis talent standing. They're second best right now. They don't know how to react. NAVI Jr. keeping them in check.
It's all off the back of very simplistic utility as well. We look towards NAVI Jr. That investment's slightly all over the place with the MP9 coming through. If they're able to convert this, the money keeps ticking across, and that's where it gets so good. And Demon, he is going to be tested momentarily.
This is nice, the boost, the contact play, the tight control taken by Oltex, but Demon doing one better. An MP9 from, I mean, a fairly medium range. It's going to find the opening kill, but don't forget that we already have a low HP man on this Astralis talent side. They're punished for their actions early on, and it might continue once more.
Mixture behind, looking for one, finds it, throws it, will fall, and already now things starts like a little bit dicey over towards B. Demon has to step up, and Demon in the name, Demon in the game, he finds his second as Mr. will fall, and he might have single-handedly bought enough time for the rotation.
Able to take him down. Edric and Nipple both with kills though, and it's just Fessa left here in the 1v3. Good for the first headshot, still two more to go. Timed perfection with the flashbang on the swing, and that's it there. NAVI Jr. to take the lead. Despite only 9 rounds played, they're doing a good job in this, Neo. They are bringing this a little more competitive here on the CT side.
Oh, I'm so impressed with that round by Demon as well. It's, you know, someone call it a demonic performance from himself as he finds that opener with the MP9, right? And all he's doing is a classic strategy of AD. She's just strafing around that box on towards site, but doubling back in towards construction. Finds that kill, and the most important thing about it is all he does is holds and waits. Passive in his nature and buys time for the rotation to come through. And then all that the CT side have to do is play the numbers game.
Yes, this definitely could be a write-off half here for NAVI Jr. if they can continue the pace and the momentum that they have on their CT side. But of course, it's still early doors. We're only 2/3 of our way through this half here, but already setting the tone in round 10. Demon, once again, that opening bout going his way. Got to be careful for the mid-push here, NAVI Jr. Now going to try and double up as best as they can. Best are good for one. Unbroken will flank 2 players, in fact, and it is very easily taken care of. 1 casualty, but that's the mark made. It's 6 for NAVI Jr.
Yeah, a low investment there from the likes of Astralis. You can't really expect too much, generally speaking, but at the very least, in those sort of rounds, on a T side, your priority is getting a bomb down. Bomb down means consistent buyers coming forward. It means just a little bit of longevity and stability in terms of your economy. That's not exactly what they're finding, but the resurgence of NAVI Jr., I mean, they must be over the moon with how they've turned things around for them, and if they keep this ticking, they can have a very, very solid CT performance here from what was a bad start.
Turnaround is definitely there. The vision certainly in front of us. It's just how bad NAVI Jr. wants it. Mr. going to be launching utility to try and help his teammates, but aggressive in nature towards middle. Frozik. He's able to find the opening kill. Down to 4 once more here, Astralis talent. They're struggling to get the early man, Neo. That's 3 rounds in a row now where we've seen NAVI Jr. take the man advantage, but they're not happy with it. They're going for more.
Hey, better late than never, the NAVI step up, and they're really doing it now. Man, advantage in their favor, and it's a question of now, can they double it down? Can they turn this 5 versus 4 into a 5 versus 3, and more or less put the sort of final nails in the coffins towards Astralis talent? Not looking too good into round number 11. Nip, we're going to find one more, looking to make it yet another. Fessa will fall, and all they have to do now is double back.
Yeah, easily. You've We've got the man advantage. Smokes sure being used, but that also gives good space for NAVI Jr. to work around. You can see Unbroken. He's not happy sitting back. He doesn't want to be second best in this round, and an early exit taken by Vigo through the wall does take NAVI Jr. down a notch, but with the remaining 40 seconds here, surely Astralis Talent try and move in with these smokes. They haven't really got the utility to fight for the site once more. And so whatever utility's in front of them, they're going to have to use now. A good flashbang catching a couple of these players off angles, and that gives Oltex the chance to exploit. But Demon, his response, very, very calculative in nature, and all of a sudden we are down to one. Hetrick knows the wallbang lineups, he knows what he's doing. The spam from Vigo is absolutely wild, and unfortunately will not catch anyone in the act. It's NAVI Jr. up to 7, despite slow beginnings, despite the very second best start, let's call it.
Of course.
They're in pole position right now to win this map. It's 7-4, and finally we get to see a bit of a timeout, a bit of a breather for Astralis Talent to reevaluate.
Yeah, thank God. I mean, the opening, 4 out of the first 5 rounds went in favor of Astralis Talent. They were kind of setting themselves up, queuing themselves up for a dominant performance on the T side. And of course, a little bit better late than never, but NAVI Jr. now found their form. And I think for Astralis Talent, it has to go right back to the start, back to the drawing board to really reevaluate what's going wrong. And they're losing that man advantage on a more consistent basis now. And that's becoming a massive issue where they're consistently struggling to pull off and execute with the numbers not in their favor. Na'Vi know that all too well. And one thing to really credit Na'Vi as well, since they've picked up those rifles, since they've had the full buy in their favor, they're very, very good at finding an opening kill and then taking a step away. They're not aggressive in their nature, not overly aggressive in their nature. They don't mind taking a step back, playing passive and playing for the numbers. And that's what's causing them so much success. They're now 3 rounds ahead heading into round number 12. And one more round, they guarantee themselves a lead at the very least at the half.
All I'm learning there is I think it was Unbroken at the top of the score sheets. He's a gold coiner, mate. Gold coiner, you know?
Could never be me. No, I'm also a gold coiner.
Yeah, I was going to say,
I went Na'Vi to win. I said Na'Vi would win, to be fair, so I'm a gold coiner too. That's
okay. That's all right, man. It happens, you know? I'm a gold coiner this year as well. It's all right.
Don Hatch is a gold coiner as well. I mean,
yeah, true.
You know, if Don Hatch is a gold coiner, we can accept it.
Yeah, it's fine, man. It's fine. And there's another chance this year, you know, to
exactly for Don Hatch to get gold again.
Yeah. All right, let's roll up into this round. Number 12, of course, Na'Vi Jr. been on a hot streak of form, but Unbroken in the flames. He's low HP, set very, very low. He's just about escaping with his life. Astralis Talent takes sight, but they were looking for more. Mr. goes aggressive, but he will be forced back. I reckon that was more of a beckoning by his teammate. Dude, we haven't lost the man advantage yet. There's no need to go for these heroics. Let's set up for the post plant. And they are trying to play a little bit more passive. Still having a couple of players in on site, but for the majority of the forces, they play passive. And for the more longer distance engagements, Fessor only good for 1. Nipple and Unbroken both with kills. That leaves Astralis Talent down to 3. The bomb's so far ticked, they're going to have to stick the defuse. And it's happening. No, Mr. to deny. He's done it. There's just not enough time, is there? There is absolutely none of it. While Frozik's good for them both. Hetrick and himself left to save. And Astralis Talent by the skin of their teeth. Probably a second in it. They kill the diffuser and they make it 5.
To be perfectly honest, the retake from Na'Vi Jr. there was excellent, exquisite, in fact. All they did was, the only thing in my opinion that they did wrong was the fact that they just left it a little bit too late to pop the execute. Everything was brilliant, the utility perfect, the entries coming in towards the site, fantastic. They got a little bit unfortunate and missed, they managed to just sort of wreck that spray control coming through, deny the bomb being defused with half a second left on it. If they had maybe gone for the execute 2-3 seconds earlier, the round goes in favor of Na'Vi Jr.
Now there's big questions, isn't there? Pushing through the smoke.
Oh, no.
Fessor finds 2. How's that just happened? He's rattled everyone on A. Unbroken left alone. Smoke will be dropped. He's good for the first. Spams up, tags a second, but only the tag. There's no extension to it. As Breezer also finds a double. Demon evaporated by the Galil. It's a hat-trick of Breezer. It's a double, in fact, for Astralis Talent. 2 in a row, and they close the gap back down to just 1.
Hey, you know, sometimes to get a round in your favor, to guarantee, you need a little bit of individual brilliance, a little bit of mechanical prowess, and that's what Fessor brought me. That was substantial, to say the least. Swinging in, double entry on towards A ramp, and causing a whole world of problems over towards Na'Vi Jr. Individual brilliance from him won that round, and for Astralis Talent, that is something that they can rely on, not only in this game, but the general season.
Yeah, and I think the consensus at home, at least, you know, looking at the, obviously if you're watching live on Twitch at WePlay, I was just having a look before the game, sort of where the channel points stand, you know, like what side of the fence are we sitting on? The majority, in fact, 75% of channel points went the way of Astralis talent, you know? It was sort of edged in their favor, and slow start, humble beginnings, they're going to turn things around. Mr. finds the opening kill. And, well, that's a good start to try and tie the game at 7-all. Frozik's still not done. His mid-play has been exceptional so far.
We know what Demon can do from this backside as well. He's been very good individually in towards this bar, especially with the MP9. Not going to spot out too much, and that might be the cue to rotate back over towards A, for the CT side, that is.
Professor, look at his positioning, though. He's taken everything away from Navi Jr. They're already throwing retake smokes here in the case of someone being up close, and Fessor is the man. Good for the first head. Oh, Fessor! That's brilliant from the Maestro. Makes it 3. Unbroken will deny a quad, but Breezer will stand in his place. Exceptional stuff once more. That is brilliant from Fessor.
Oh, it's 3 of the best from Fessor, and Breezer cleans off the rest. I mean, what a round individually from those two. Substantial, as we said prior, and once again, very adequate in this situation, as he finds yet another, not even this time a double entry, a triple entry. Individual brilliance. I said it's enough, and in this sort of scenario, in a best of one where it's high stakes and high risk equals high reward, there's the reward coming through. That is brilliant.
Astralis talent heading into the last round of this first half could be a chance to swipe it away from Navi Jr. Let's think as well, at one point this game looked so in favor of Navi Jr.'s CT side with how well they were sort of putting the pieces together on the map. Definitely did look that way, but now it sits in the palm of Astralis talent. Exceptional stuff so far. Nade dropped in. So much utility being drawn out by Navi Jr. so far. Look what's left in the tank. We've got 2 smokes, 2 flashes, and a decoy.
Not a lot, right? Not looking too good in terms of the utility side of things. And this is one of the most important rounds. Who goes in towards that second half with an ever so slight lead? And there's the entry once again. Vigo for 1. Traded immediately by Frozik. Numbers kept level.
50 seconds to go. Demon wouldn't have spotted the man close up on ramp. So that's an engagement we're going to have to keep an eye on as Oltex. He's trying his best to take this man out, but Demon movement speed will eventually catch him. But delayed enough time for Hetrick to rotate in, and that gives him a good chance to exploit the B push, excuse me, Astralis talent. Will be left with 3. Hetrick looking for more. His M4 primed, ready to go. Swings in, finds a dink, but it's Mr. and Fessor both with kills. And his nipple left in the 1v3.
The idea was nice. I think firepower was the biggest difference overall into this round. Things cleaned off, and Breezer means it's an 8 on the board here for Astralis talent. They guaranteed themselves a lead at the half. And it started so well. The middling period, not so great, but it's the strong finish that matters most.
Yes, very, very comfortable. Looking at the scoreboard as well, it looked like Navi Jr. had a very top-heavy scoreboard there. I'm not sure if you caught that, but I think one of the players sitting at 14 kills right now. I can only assume that would have been Frozik, who sat 13 and 7 before the last round of the half. So yeah, definitely, interesting. A lot to talk about here. Hetrick 0 and 1 in opening duels as well in this half. I thought that was something that I could at least bring up, is that, you know, was a man that we hyped up so much. This team, you know, maybe not the most comfortable of positions here on this CT side, and now, arguably, they head on to the harder of the two, right? You're onto this T half, a round down. A pistol is very, very valuable.
Bare kom med.
Bare
Der
kom ud
spiller
her.
ud. Kom ud.
Kom ud,
Kom ud. Ikke bare fight gul, alle.
Jo.
Kom. Bare kom ud gul. Fight hold lige på.
Jeg er med.
Så skyd dem. En low.
Ned, kom.
Svinger.
Flere med.
Fedt. Bare gå ud.
2 lige på, 2 lige på nu. 2 lige på. Emma.
Så trækker bare skyd ham. På ham.
Skyd ham der, skyd ham
Okay.
der.
Gul.
Der er 2 der.
her.
Dude, skyd ham.
Sidste
Sidste havde der. Bombe.
Han plantede der. Han plantede der.
Ja, bare spray før, kom.
Jeg søger fandme.
Alex er low.
Alex er low, Pelle.
Lad mig
Jeg
finde ham.
tror, han ikke går ud gul, drenge. Han kan godt have timet det, når I lister.
Ude
Let's go.
Ikke arme.
Ja,
Wow. I mean,
round.
what a round. Yeah, killer from Breezer. How on earth does he survive for that long there, Oltex? I don't know. His teammate bails him out, and he's good for 4 in this round. Astralis talent, we talked about if they lost the pistol, maybe there was a chance for Navi Jr. to creak open the door once more. well, by that analogy, it's been slammed shut in their face. Astralis Talent, they were given the worst odds midway through that round, yet they still come out on top.
I got to give individually Breezer the credit there as well. It's the best of both worlds. Not only kind of the fragging prowess with a lovely, sumptuous quad kill, but he's calling as well. He reads it like a book. He knows exactly what NAVI Jr. are trying to pull off there, and he reads into it so well. I've got to give him a lot of credit on an individual basis for finding the success there. And of course, he can pick himself up quite comfortably, the AWP. So all in all, very good for Astralis, and now got a 2-round buffer and a much better investment. But I guess for NAVI Jr., they did get a bomb plant, so it does mean they have at least somewhat of a buy.
An AWP in the second round. You have
Crazy.
He's feeling it, or he's trolling, one of the two. But I would definitely think it's the former, not the latter. Flash dropped out. Vigo having a good peek towards middle. Doesn't find much for now, Neo. It is just humble beginnings here for Astralis Talent. Just trying to suss out where the play goes. And well, that's the only issue with buying an AWP and no head armor, is that one bullet will do the job, and Hedrick delivers exactly that. That's his first opening duel going his way, and that is one hell of a shot to hit to take down the AWPer.
Yeah, maybe the start of something new as well. I mean, could be, look at new beginnings for him on an individual basis, finding that success. Now, Altex in towards back pillar, a very strong position, unless it's Molotov, but with a somewhat limited utility over towards NAVI Jr., he should be okay just to park up here for a while and allow them the site for him to punish.
Taking a close engagement, one smoke dropped in from afar. NAVI Jr. now have to work around the headshot angle. Altex will be good for more with the FAMAS as he lines up too. How on earth have Astralis Talent done that? Just walked into the guillotine, and NAVI Jr.'s second best. That's 10. That's double digits for Astralis Talent.
When you're coming against a side of our utility, that back pillar position, in my opinion, is one of the strongest positions on Vertigo, just generally speaking, especially if you have someone there just to bait in a lot of that attention. And that's what we see. All Altex has to do on an individual basis is wait. Sit tight, sit pretty, and wait for the state to come through, and that's exactly what happens. Now, of course, for NAVI, that was a forced investment. Now look where we stand. Not looking too pretty. A miss smoke to come through is a little bit of a worry. Just fly down the 51 floors onto the road, so any traffic down there going to be a little bit short-sighted, but they've got ramp control, and that's what matters.
It's a foggy day downstairs, mate.
Yeah,
That's
pop the fog lights on. There's limited visibility down there.
What geezers dropped the smoke off, we don't know, but that's definitely a complaint to the builders there. We're not happy with what's going on. Nonetheless, looking to build up the CT side. Astralis Talent, so far, a little bit of timing going the way of Nipple. He's able to swing right as Vigo approaches from the opposite side and will profit with the frag of his own. Picks up a Galil as well, so a weapon used for them. Mr. knows that there's some players close up trying to take the aim away, and he will. Only the 1-for-1. Festus FAMAS good for 2. Nipple and Demon left here in the 2 versus 3, but this is a round that's very doable here for NAVI Jr. Sure, it's an eco, but we've got a Deagle and a Galil and a Mixer. Now just the latter, and unfortunately, Altex has them both done in. It's 11-7.
Yeah, lightning quick as well, reaction to the second Altex. You can see he's nice and happy with that on his player cam too. Things are looking very good for Astralis Talent. They're on the up, it's safe to say, and I think as well, I gotta get a little bit concerned over towards, well, everything. NAVI Jr., it's not panning out too well for them. Yes, coming in towards the next round, they will have a full investment on their hands, but even still, I am a little bit concerned that this one might be getting away from them. They might be getting to the question of too little too late, where this does become a problem. You know, that's 3 consecutive rounds on the board on the CT side. Astralis Talent starting to build up a very nice kind of long-term economy, in terms of somewhat stability too, and for NAVI Jr., they are just about picking up full buys and still failing to convert them.
NAVI Jr. looking pretty good, cycling back to the usual stats as well. We can see that we haven't really had an impactful one from NAVI Jr. Not many kills hitting the scoreboards right now. I think that's a big issue. Astralis Talent just looking the better side, arguably. Round 19, there was a tack pause called by NAVI Jr. What have they cooked up in the 30 seconds they had to chat about it?
Hopefully something good, because it's a little bit dicey. Fessa does spawn himself one in towards yellow. Gonna take a little bit more of a passive approach, but the orb could be in for a freebie, and Hedrick finds it. Breezer falls.
He was able to scoop up the big Greeno, looks back over the top, missed shot, and that'll be his life gone as well. Frozik finding a second, and Astralis talent maybe rattled a bit, over-aggressive, excited to be winning this game. And they walk right into NAVI Junior, the plan, the trap, everything executed perfectly. Just like that, they're down to 3. Astralis talent with the M4A1Ss on everyone's back right now. They're going to be looking for a round win. A molly to segregate the front runners from the back markers. Demon will fall. The remaining 4 for NAVI Junior. They don't push. They've lost a teammate. They back away, and that gives Astralis talent plenty of time to think about the next move that they see.
Yeah, of course. And the question is now over NAVI. Yes, I think they've got the numbers in their favor. But what's the idea? What's the plan in this sort of scenario, this sort of situation? Utility dropped over towards ramp, and that's when NAVI Junior are doubling back. But there is a double stack here for Astralis talent.
And that's the worrying factor, isn't it? If they head into this A site.
They're rotating.
Yeah, I was going to say this could get scary, but for all the wrong reasons now. NAVI Junior, it's a good kill. It's an easy double, in fact. They both walk into it. 13 seconds, doesn't matter. They've got the C4 down, and they've got Olsex on his running shoes, absolutely darting away to save this M4.
Yeah, I mean, it has to. It's the priority here. I mean, realistically speaking, things aren't overall too bad for Astralis. We mentioned they've still got a nice buffer to work with, but even in rounds that they've won, it's still been made a little bit expensive. And this is where now the priority has to be saving the M4A1S, even going for an exit, even trying to kind of find 1 or 2 kills and then trying to save back down towards ramp is a massive, massive risk. And one that's not worth it in the grand scheme of things. If he could have found himself an AWP, that would have been a nice cherry on top. Maybe drop it over towards Breezer, potentially another conversation there. But I think what you mentioned earlier was absolutely spot on. The biggest kind of problem, I think, for me in that sort of round for Astralis talent is they were just a little bit too overzealous. They were very, very kind of happy-go-lucky and confident in trying to be a bit over-aggressive, and it became so costly.
Yeah, absolutely. Punished for it, mate. Punished.
For sure.
Astralis talent now sitting with a lesser buffer to their name, of course, 11-8. 3 rounds the gap. For NAVI Junior, one more win here basically sets the Astralis talent economy back to square one, back quite literally to just USPs. And I mean, this round consists of 2 deagles, so it really isn't a comfort ground and a leg for Astralis talent to stand on either. They're going to be hobbling to a 12th right now if they can get things going.
If is the big thing, isn't it, as well? If they can get things going. You look towards Astralis talent, that investment is really a little bit dicey. Double M4A1S, FAMAS, and a couple of upgraded pistols to support as well. Early utility, early presence over towards ramp 2. NAVI Junior, if it ain't broke, don't fix it.
Nade dropped in. Slow beginnings, but that's Oltec swinging in to find only the one. Frozik able to trade. Fessel, his FAMAS, looking to at least reevaluate. Oh, the flash timing isn't good. It's so bad. The flash Breezer just caught his teammates so off guard. And that's now down to 2. They knew the flashbang was lobbed by your teammates. They know that there's someone in towards A. But that's where Mr. comes in. He's going to try and sell the play. And the fact that he's sitting on site, a dead giveaway to the fact that, sure, this is an A play, but both Astralis talent players currently residing there. Neagle spam, not going to be good. Frozik finds it. And now Breezer left 1 versus 4. NAVI Junior yet to gut out this angle, though, and this could be a couple of kills going his way. Nade dropped in, thought it was a flash. Nipper has it covered, and just like that, that is NAVI Junior up to 9.
And there was more or less only one angle they had to clear. Exactly that one. Nipple, oh so aware. Brilliant. Now, of course, the conversation is starting to change hands a little bit. And I got to say, we were concerned about NAVI Junior because realistically, it wasn't looking too great, was it? I mean, there was quite a wealth of a gap built up by Astralis talent, and generally speaking, they were kind of on the roads to win here. We'll take a look at team speak.
Можно не тратить много гранат.
Или это наш? Это наш.
Я заберу спину.
Окей, окей.
Дай малек на синдей там.
Да, и срочно бусты, тройные бусты. Да, Малик.
Спина. Убил.
Еще?
Нет, это не Альтекс. Игрок еще жив.
Я
Спина
хочу...
еще. Справа.
Помогайте. Фреш?
Хавай их.
Еще там же.
Да, еще один.
То есть прошите.
Да,
Куда там, Андрей, просто один? Санда нет.
Пикни лево, Дим.
Я ставлю.
Я тебе за контроль дал.
Да.
Купы забрал.
Хорош.
Nice.
Easy,
Really
nice. That's the word to put it, right? Nice,
Yeah.
easy, comfortable, clean, calm, collected. For Astralis talent, it wasn't too much of an investment. We were kind of already building that conversation prior that things were looking very good for Astralis talent and not so great for NAVI Junior. And that conversation has, for me anyway, changed hands just a little bit. I mean, look how things stand now. NAVI Junior, they're one round behind, and for Astralis talent, they're in a bit of that brutal cycle that we talk about where it's full buy-in, lose the round, double eco, rinse and repeat. That's a horrible scenario to be in, and it's a best of one, remember.
Exactly. There's no, you know, oh, it's fine, it's their map pick. There's none of that. This is, it's cutthroat. Sure, the group stage may be. They do get another attempt at it later down the line. Of course, every team plays each other twice, but this would be a really bitter taste if Astralis talent don't convert, despite them obviously going up. You know, winning the half 8-7, winning the pistol round as well, extending it to 11-7. It's now 11-10. NAVI Junior have brought this one back within an arm's reach. This round sits a bit slow, but then an aid from Mr. That's brilliant damage. Looking for more. Jumps. No. Horrible timing. And Frozing's able to capitalize. M-Fray when S-Spammed attempted as well. Alltex caught blind, but it doesn't stop him from swinging in for one. Vigo, his teammate, he will fall, and just like that, it's NAVI Junior that swamped the B site, and they have all the control in the world. The bomb as well on the site, and now a 2 versus 3. Head trick, late lurk with the AWP. Breezer left alone.
Yes, lightning quick as well from him. Head trick, can fall back, rotate back over towards stairs. Doesn't need to be too aggressive through mid. He knows that rotation's coming through. And in fact, head trick, oh, no way has he read this. If the save comes through towards ramp, it's a freebie. There it is, but Breezer just about composes himself. Will find himself head trick. And of course, potentially an AWP is a bit of a freebie too. Gonna post up, close to personal, try and find a little bit more exits, try and find, at the very least, a bit of economical damage, but Nip will go in aggressive himself, and Demon's just in behind.
This position might catch Nipple off guard. In fact, no, Breezer moves away. What is this timing? He's able to find Demon. It's 2 kills on the exit. But the problem is, sure, it's good damage done to NAVI Junior, but look at the money that they have, you know?
Of course.
This is a replay of the round before they get the money for winning. You can see now the stacks that they have behind them. There's no worry about losing these weapons. They can rebuy them, especially saving the big one, you know, the AWP, the one that costs the most. Astralis talent don't have that luxury. They're back down to Deagles. They're back down to square one. And more importantly, this is a chance like no other for NAVI Junior to take the lead here in this opening game of the WePlay Academy League Season 5.
And for the first time as well, that's the most important thing. For the first time for them to kind of really solidify a lead and actually very much be in that conversation of, hang on a second, this could be NAVI Junior on the T side, pulling away. What a scenario. Over towards B as well, utilities coming through, it's a triple stack ready to meet them.
Eagle spam, you hear it all. Alltex looking for some with the 5-7. It's unfortunate. Vigo can't land anything either. We're down to 2. Astralis talent making a meal of at least getting a kill. Not quite going their way this one. Unbroken holding behind. Mr. You know this is going to be a tilt when he walks into it. He's like, dude, there's an AWP and an AK holding me. Like, I've tried to flank. It's not happening. Headtrick's even thinking about going aggressive. They're swinging him. They're confident. They know.
Love it. Love it.
Numbers called. Hello. No problems at all. NAVI Junior take the lead 12-11.
Yeah, check him, PC. Unbroken, he has been brilliant, hasn't he, as well? I mean, and the most important thing for me of Unbroken is that he's been brilliant, you know, monumental in a lot of the rounds, but it's consistent. That's the thing that for me has been a really, really big positive factor about him. 16 years of age as well. It's crazy the talent that has been produced at such a young age. I mean, it's safe to say that the future of CSGO is in very, very good hands. Now, NAVI Junior in the lead, but the AWP going aggressive and Breezer 5-1. Looking to try and make it a second 2 as Frozing falls. Demon, he's quaking.
How does Breezer stay alive in this whole ordeal? He's pushed in with an AWP, and he's still found himself an opening kill, and then to escape only taking 3 points of health? Criminal. NAVI Junior sit the man down, and a shot to the system because they were coasting ahead in the previous few. Now, there's a challenge brought up against them. How do they deal with the man deficit they've been given here?
And on the other side as well, how does sort of NAVI Junior respond? Numbers not in their favor. Generally speaking, their map control not fantastic either, but Nipple gets a freebie. Not even contested either as Mr. will fall.
That's the numbers brought back level. Double flashbang gives the rifler the chance to swing. Molly dropped in towards sandbags, but Vigo Just had the spidey sense, man. Knew the molly was coming, swung out just before it landed. And he's able to pick up a very easy kill. NAVI Jr. down to 3 with 45 on the clock.
Hedrick's posted up 2, will actually fall off the angle. The boost could be brilliant. Oh no, Fessa spotting 1, but Hedrick spots himself. Now, of course, on the other side, NAVI Jr. know there's 2 in close.
Smoke lobbed in. Fessa caught off guard. Hedrick's orb. Oh, the smoke to save him. Vigo good for 1, but only the 1. Breezer will be able to reevaluate with the AWP, and he's able to pick up another 18 seconds. They tried to close the gap, but Altec's doing one better. It's 12-all. It's tight game heading into round 25.
What a banger we have got to kickstart Season 5. I mean, what a game.
Man.
Easily one of the best games we've seen in a long time in the Academy League. To kickstart things too, a dream. The CS gods are definitely upon us today. So far, so good. 12-all. Full buy coming out both ways. The only real concerning point, I guess you could say, is the MP9 of Mr.
Even then, it feels like a very viable weapon on this map, just because it's an SMG, and there's a lot of angles you can take close quarters as well. There's a gun available for him now, though. Breeze is taken down. Mister's gone aggressive with said MP9, and the SMG comes up, trumps the Demon's AK. And so we are left in a 4 versus 3. Astralis talent, a man advantage. Surely they're able to convert this round.
Yeah, from this scenario as well, numbers in their favor. All they have to do is play the buddy system. Even if you play a 2-2 split on towards each and every site, that allows you to set up a crossfire, and that surely should be enough. From this sort of position, with this sort of control, and the wealth of utility they've got to use too, you can only hope. Swinging in, Nipple gonna go aggressive for a double as he finds Fessa and Alteks.
Criminal. Another burglary of a round. Astralis talent still have some fight in them. Vigo lobs the nade, expecting someone to be on top ramp, but it doesn't matter because Lane will be his absolute poison. He's able to find all 3, and that's it. Astralis talent back on the board. You said it, sometimes you just need a sprinkle of luck and heroics, and Vigo's your main man. It's 13-12.
And we beat a double. How about we one-up it with a triple from Vigo to close things out? And not only does it find a round, it finds a round from a numbers disadvantage. And on top of that, once again, guarantees a lead in favor of Charlotte Talent. This game is one for the history books here. As we enter round number 26, 13-12 in favor of the Danes.
It's just looking so good right now, isn't it?
I'm so impressed.
For NAVI Jr. on point. Astralis talent, the holds have been pretty good. You said it. This is one hell of a bo1 to kick us off here in Season 5. And I think we have 5 more games today. But let's not think to the future. Let's focus on the now. Mid-presence. Vigo drops a flashbang, gets his teammates out light. Man advantage still yet to be obtained. They are just lobbing utility, forcing NAVI Jr. away and trying to make them rethink what they want to be doing in this round.
Tempo much slower here as well. I mean, NAVI Jr., in their nature, very aggressive. And we've already had this conversation before, but because of that, they like to try and make the early decisions really early into a round. This time, not so much. They've been slowing the tempo down, looking for the mistakes, and a bit of utility in towards ramp will at least divert attention that way.
Molly dropped in towards sandbags, but no one's peeked off the back of it. Now we have. And Nipples found the kill. Down to 4. Astralis talent. 30 seconds to hold on with, though. Time is going to be such a problem for NAVI Jr. They're going to have to make their move soon, and it will be pulled now. Unbroken with the first, Rosing the second. Breezes Orb good for the trade. There's 20 seconds left. Orb's able to find another, and it's all Tex against 3. Astralis talent winning the previous, but they do not win in the now. And it's Demon, the 14-year-old man, to find the last, to tie the game for Astralis talent. It's 13-all. We're going the distance more or less. 29 rounds guaranteed.
14 years of age. NAVI Jr., they have a talent there. They have a diamond in the rough, I think it's safe to say. And if they keep polishing him, Demon's going to be one for the future. He's already putting up a demonic performance, and so far, so good. 13 apiece. This game back towards square, but of course, more importantly now, NAVI have broken that economy, and they've picked up an opening kill off the back of Head Trick.
You got to think to the last time that these two teams played each other. It indeed happened. 29th to the 5th, just a couple of months ago. It was 16-14 to Astralis Talent. Another close game. We're given the same sort of atmosphere here, but it might have a different result because NAVI Junior look the cut fresher, the step ahead. 13 all. Man advantage is up to 2. Or up to 3 rather, and more importantly, it's an eco for Astralis Talent. They were giving NAVI Junior 14 from the get-go.
To remain. And I guess for what remains of Astralis Talent, that Breezer, that Professor, try and find a couple of exits if you can. They've got Deagles to work with. They will have a buy-in towards the next. They don't really kind of... It's not a necessity, may I say, to save these Deagles or to save what they've got. Try and at least make it a little bit competitive towards the end. The X is coming through. Fesser's going to fall. Breeze left all alone now. And what can he provide? 1 kill to his name. Looking for 2. Won't be delivering it. Demon will clean things up as NAVI Junior clinch the lead back in their favor just by 1 round. But it is breathtaking CS so far. I mean, these two, it's been cutthroat left, right, and center. And there's been no time for a break. Finally, we do get a little pause coming through. If I'm right in saying, I think it is a tech pause, in fact. We saw one of the Astralis Talent guys drop out of the server. We'll get him back in momentarily. There he is, Mr. Of course, back in. And we can start having that conversation once again about how to play things going forward. I gotta say, Ryan, though, this one, I think is faring up to potentially go the full 30, if not more.
It's to be, doesn't it? It feels that way. Astralis Talent definitely deserve it. NAVI Junior deserve it as well.
Agreed.
It has been a very close bout, unlike what those at home would suggest. We are into the action. No, we're not. I tell a lie. The countdown was happening. I was like, yes, we're ready. I get baited. It's another pause. We wait some time longer, but this gives us a good chance to evaluate. Round 28. NAVI Junior up by a round. The funds on that NAVI Junior side definitely starting to deplete, but Astralis Talent, they've got minimal funds to work with themselves. If they lose this round, it's done. It is over. NAVI Junior are winning this opening best of 1. If Astralis Talent win, well, then of course the whole conversation of NAVI Junior, do they have enough to buy for the rest of this game? Are we going to have to see them take an eco despite good money right now? There's a lot to talk about, a lot to discuss, and there is no doubt that during this pause, teams are going to communicate however they can to just set the stage for themselves and know what they need to do to be on the receiving end of a victory here in this opening best of 1.
Yeah, Astralis Talent for me, they're in a very precarious spot. I mean, this is arguably the most important round that they face this entire best of 1. Lose this, they more or less lose the best of 1 itself. But of course, win this, and it gives them a lifeline extended to a possibility of still taking this within regulation, but it would have to be 3 consecutive rounds flawlessly.
Set the stage. Now, who does the light beam on in round 28? That's what we're here to decide. Mr. Aggressive in nature towards ramp. He goes full front aggressiveness. Flashbang dropped in. That is unideal. Nipple, he's able to take his head off, and just like that, all of that pressure they had on ramp quickly unwound by an opening frag that goes NAVI Junior's way.
And what's the response going to be like as well for Astralis Talent? We mentioned this is one of the most important rounds, probably the most important round for them. And they're looking so good so far. Molotov in towards deep ramp would at least allow time for Fesser to double back. And of course for that rotation to come through. And Vigo might have a flank.
But he's clearing B. They've so stacked B here right now. They're going to have to read so quick. Guys, nothing is B. It has to be A. They're all here. But Demon's holding from behind. Vigo's gone. Down to 3. Astralis Talent. They tried something new. It was Mr. to go aggressive. He coughs up nothing. Vigo goes for the flank. He's caught out by the rifler. And in the final 35 seconds of this round, NAVI Junior will look towards A.
This is a horrible spot for Astralis Talent as well. The Danes in a really dire position as Fesser needs to step up on an individual now, and a flashing towards ramp could be exactly that. Swinging off the back of it, gonna spot 1. All ball forward, he traded immediately by Nipple. Numbers still remain.
15 seconds, there's 14 to go, but Breezer needs 4. Good for the first. 10 seconds, the bomb, it will go down. He looks for a second, seems to have the number dialed in. The flashbang definitely there. He knows that one of these players is on the railings, but Breezer can't hit the shot. And he has to save, he has to run. It's NAVI Junior, map point.
And will they give him the chance to? Are they going to go hunting is the big question for me. And I wouldn't even think it's that bad of a decision either. Go hunting, deny the AWP being saved across, give Astralis no possibility, no lifeline in towards round number 29 and possibly them finishing things off in a 16-13 fashion. As we stand right now, I gotta say, the resurgence from NAVI Junior is nothing short of spectacular. The position they were in to not only kickstart this best of one, but the way things were faring at the half weren't looking too good for them. And look where we are now. They are one round away from taking down Astralis talent. And on top of that, they came into this best of one on paper as the underdogs.
Yeah, I think it wasn't just on paper. I think it was on the tip of everyone's tongue at home. NAVI Junior had no business in winning.
Do you know what, Retro? Who needs MOUZ NXT?
Wow.
NAVI Junior, though. Not right now.
He said it. Flame him on Twitter, not me, please. Thank you.
Absolute god, MOUZ NXT. But so far, so good, you got to say. It's really looking very, very solid over there. And I thought that was going to be a big problem. No MOUZ NXT meant that they'd have no firepower. Not the case. Look at Nipple, 25 kills to his name.
Breezer looking to extend his gap from 19 to 20. Smoke will be used to extinguish the molly. Now it's his time to try and work around it. He's bought enough time. NAVI Junior don't want to chase these kills, instead decide to back away. A little more passive Nipple. Oh, timing for 3, but it's Fester to find the kill. A 5v4 that falls in favor of Astralis talent. And have the Tides come back in here for the Danes late on Vertigo.
Lifeline starting to reach out of hand. Can they grab on? And there it is. Ultic gonna find one more. The MP9 good enough. Demon devoured by his own gun.
50 seconds to go. Minimal opportunities, minimal chances. Util drops out. Ultex will be good for the first, not the second though. NAVI Junior down to 2, make it 1. It's Rosic against 4, and he's good for none of them. Astralis talent take it to 14. Is this overtime?
We are going the whole way. What an opener to Season 5. We have been given a glorious game to kickstart things. Breezer ever so slightly CSGO'd there to kickstart things. It doesn't matter though. Astralis talent step up in their own regard, and we're going the full 30. We're going the distance. How will things finish off? It's a full buy both ways and a double AWP setup for Astralis talent.
$14-15. All boils down to this moment here, this very second in time. No doubt about it for these young players. Holding their breath maybe a little bit more. Minute and 25 on this round at least, Neo. So far, it's been quiet, but that's going to change. Fessor, opening kill once more. His 24th here on Vertigo.
I'm impressed. Very, very impressed so far. And so far, so good. As the numbers go back in favor of the Danes, and they're really getting ever close to pushing this towards OT.
Minute strikes. 60 seconds left for NAVI Junior to make their move. Will they be able to make it 16? Well, in a 4v5, most people would rule them out. But after everything we've seen on Vertigo, I reckon there's every chance. 40 seconds left. Keep one eye on the time, one eye in the middle of your screens. NAVI Junior move towards A. Counter smokes lobbed in by Astralis talent. Already setting up the defense. NAVI Junior looking to try and take the fight to them. The AWP of Breezer good for another. And we're down to 3. Down to the bare bones as Breezer finds one more. Head trick not done just yet, but there's still 3 more to go. And we aren't done with 51 floors of Vertigo. We've got more. It's overtime.
Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. These guys, they don't want to finish things off here, and neither do we. What a performance from both of them. 15 all is where we start as we head into the first round of OT, round number 31 on your screens. The magic number we're looking for is 19. It's a question of who or if we get there within OT number 1. Of course, with that being said, the economy looking back to a more fruitful stage for both of these two sides. There's not going to be the problem of the ecos. But interestingly enough, Astralis are not going for the double AWP setup, even though it works so well, in towards round number 30.
Breezer. Having a good look towards middle here. Astralis talent on their CT side, looking to make the most of it, right? This is where they won the last 2 rounds in a row to get them into this position. And now they want to extend their regard. Mister will find a second. Orb of Hetrick holding the angle. Nice shot. Dink in response, admittedly through the wall. And in the meantime, a molly towards mid and a kill from ramp. NAVI Jr. second best in this round. It's a very quick pickup for Astralis talent to make it 16 here in the 4v2.
You've got to expect them to be able to do so as well. I mean, what you see left, Hetrick taking significant damage, and even on top of that, with just 2 remaining alive, this is asking a mammoth task of Hetrick and Demon to be able to deliver something. Boosted towards mid, not going to spot too much. Bomb is collected too, which is, I guess, a bit of a silver lining, but even still, so much to be done with so little to work with, and time's ticking.
Watch that clock go down, as you say. Astralis talent, they haven't moved an inch either. Breeze has just been on this angle the entire round, and well, unfortunately, Vigo's done the majority of the dirty work. Demon gone, Hetrick low. 16 on the board for Astralis talent. They come back in spades here in overtime.
And the Orb, not going to be able to find anything. 4 remaining alive. I mean, what a statement made by Astralis talent. That's the dream start. And what we've seen as well consistently in the first, second, and of course, I guess you could say, quote unquote, the third half now as well. Astralis talent always get off to a strong start. They're very good in those opening rounds, delivering when, I guess, the momentum is at a little bit of a middling point. They're very good at turning it back in their favor. And another scenario, they've won both pistols and the forces afterwards. Gotta say, so far so good, but Hetrick dream start, Mister overextends.
Really nicely taken care of. The Orb in response. It was indeed the Orb of Astralis talent to start last round. This time it's the Orb of NAVI Jr. Bringing the fight back to them here. They know this game isn't done just yet. CT side has been stronger for both. Let's see what we have in front of us here. Astralis talent. Down the man. What do they have in response?
Uto in towards Khan. Bit of an aggressive stance here, and Vigo going to sit in close and personal. He's going to allow them controlling towards mid and hoping to make a mistake off the back of it.
Flash dropped in. Vigo going to be pinned down in this angle, having a good look towards jump up, see if he can find anything. Ultek's going to be here to assist. And with the mid player gone, NAVI Jr. down to 3. How do they go from the man up to the man down? They're going to have to push B. They can't commit elsewhere. There's just not enough time on the clock. Ultek's will fall. Vigo's trade looking good as he swings out once more for the second. And his Hetrick this time with an AK in the 1v3.
And that's the bomb too as well. You gotta say this one's looking done. Hetrick, 84 points of HP. 3 players to find, and a flash in his face is not the greeting he was hoping for. Things are looking dire. 27 seconds on the clock to find 3 kills and a bomb plant. I think this one might be done, and potentially even a safe goal heading in towards round number 33. Keep hold of an AK is a silver lining in a very, very bad situation. Because Astralis talent, they're knocking on the door towards 19 already.
Trick walks in, does take Fessa down. But of course, time, that's the big issue. And he won't have enough time to push forward, set the bomb down, do whatever. It's done. And it's Astralis talent up to 17. Hetrick wanted to save the AK and a little bit of util. His teammates got good money. But NAVI Jr., desperate times call for desperate measures. Can they even find one here on this T side?
That's the big question. That is the big question. You would have hoped so as well. And the way things have been panning out the entirety of regulation, it was so evenly matched. I mean, there was nothing between these two sides. And now on the T side of OT, it's been looking a little bit worse aware over towards NAVI Jr. Not what we would have hoped for either. For Astralis talent, they're really getting ever closer to now just confirming things here.
NAVI Jr. having a look over the utility, see what's going on. Astralis talent, they know their CT side's been impeccable. Don't give this opportunity up to make it 3 for 3. Flashbang, good force in Breezer off the angle. A second one. Nade actually dropped in at the feet of the AWP of Breezer. Lots of utility burnt away, but nothing to flush out this AWPer.
And he doesn't mind the HE either. Still abiding by Bogdan's law, keeping hold of the big green. Not a problem, especially when he's finding damage, but this time the second HE will drop him out of the round.
That That's a good start. Unfortunately, it will be short-lived. Back and forth action on A. Actually leaves Astralis talent down the man. Mister going to join his teammate Avigo in on short. They go for the boost. They have a good look over the top. Oh, timing. Nipple is able to pick up the kill. 4 versus 2. Looking good here for NAVI Jr. as it's just Altex left alone. And in a 1v4, there's a lot to do. But he's done already a chunk of the work. It's down to 2. They dropped in. Low HP for Frozak. He's looking for more. Molly, oh, just shy. Demon still sits on default. Will he burn out at all? Now he will, but he swings in as the nade's drawn. 16 now for NAVI Jr.
You know what? It's a damn good effort there by Altex. You gotta give him the credit. Finds the first 2. Damage with the HEs as well. Nearly even making it a 3rd as well. I mean, Frozak on just 27 points of HP. There's a world in which he isolates each and every one of those fights. However, it's not this world. At the half, as even as it stands, but the advantage still in the course of Astralis talent. They are 2 rounds away from taking this NOTI #1.
Well, stage is set once more. The last 3 rounds to differ between Astralis talent taking this opening bout of WePlay Academy League Season 5, or if NAVI Jr. can push it their way or take us to another overtime. That's what the T-side here of Astralis talent is going to be looking to do. But a great start. 2 through smokes, make it a 3rd. As Astralis talent plow through the A-holds, 3 kills in half a second. And that's it. A bomb site left hollow. The AWP goes aggressive from Hedrick. A smoke at his face will deny all vision. Demon going to be good for a response, but it's still an advantage settled in for Astralis talent, and that bomb will not stop ticking.
Already, now the Rete trying to find a little bit of fortune in favour, and it Fessa. AWP collected in the numbers in their favour for the T side, holding in towards that close position in behind Altex for the first as well. And I think that more or less puts the nail in the coffin. 1 remain alive, and it's all down to the youngster of Demon to try and find some favour. And with information spotted in behind, he has to be careful of his flank if he even wants to keep out of this M4A1S, which he won't be able to do, so Altex will clean things off. Forget North America. Fessa's the new smoke criminal as he sits on that throne, and Astralis talent nearly on the throne of taking the first game in Season 5. They are 1 round away in OT #1. We said the magic number is 19, and they're just shy.
Brilliant stuff. Not to forget, the last time Astralis talent played this map, they lost to Fury Academy. They held a 3-match winning streak, including NAVI Jr. before that. Right now, though, we're in game. And it could be that Astralis talent kickstart their success on Vertigo once more. Unbroken, though, has something to say. Lining up 2 with the A1S, down to 3 Astralis talent stand. And already rethinking the plans of round 35 because they're chalked up down to the core.
Well, it seems NAVI Jr. have a couple of other ideas up their sleeve so far. And so far, so good. Look where we stand right now. It's 5 versus 3. Numbers very comfortably in favour of NAVI Jr. And how do Astralis talent react? Mister. Okay, alright. A curious plan there. Doesn't work out, and 3 kills for Nipple as it's left down to just 1. Altex in a 1 versus 5 over towards stairs, and something tells me there was a slight tech problem there.
Yeah, maybe. I heard some clicking of, you know, when you put messages in chat,
Yeah.
so maybe there is a bit of a discussion happening there. Either way, though, no stopping this round from making NAVI Jr. 1 closer to the cause of double overtime. It's 18-17.
Double OT is what NAVI Jr. are hoping for. Astralis talent still just need 1 stroke of luck, 1 fatal error from NAVI Jr. and it guarantees them this best of 1 in their favor. Of course, remember, this is do or die. There's no playing for the series. This 1 singular map is the series. And Astralis talent, as we mentioned, coming in towards this series, we said they're very, very good and have historically been very good in a best-of-1 format. They put up strong performances in the previous seasons, and we're hoping that this might be the start of something for them going forward, whether we can see Astralis talent not only dominate and, you know, further develop their best-of-1 formats, but also the best-of-3s, then start making pushes towards deep runs in the play-ins, potentially even playoffs too, and getting on that stage, because for these youngsters as well, getting early LAN experiences, that is invaluable.
Music's gone missing, though. Oh, he's back.
Oh, he's
Hello.
back, he's back.
As I say, he vanished, mate. He put on some camo or something. I don't know. But no, he's returned. You know, maybe it was the old classic toilet break needed, or I don't know. Whatever the game plan is though. Now though, NAVI Junior need one more round here, Neo. One. Can they get it done?
Talent as well.
That's it. That's the one, isn't it? It's that NAVI Junior. It's one for OT, but Astralis Talent. It's one to the finish line to stop it here in single OT.
It's a question of can they right now. I mean, what can we start to find going forward? Overextension and broken or fall.
Look at the HP though. 3 players left on like sub 40. Already one of them gone. Nipple's done great extensions here. Out to reach Vigo on the exit. And a 4 versus 4. We're still stirring the pot for round 36 and we don't quite know what team's going to come out on top just yet. Vessel lobbing in some utility towards B. Just trying to create a bit of a rotate and actually... Frozik, he's drawn in, and now Mr. tries to take the fight. Nipple. Oh, Nipple! He's found so much here on site, dancing back and forth between the default box, and something tells me from this position, from this very moment here, that it's Astralis Talent, and they're not going to see 19 just yet, that NAVI Junior will tie the game, because it's just Breezer left in the 1 versus 3. 2 attempts, they take them both. NAVI Junior will take us to double overtime.
We said they had other ideas, and that is, of course, double OT on the cards, ladies and gentlemen. NAVI Junior, I've got to give him the credit when it comes to perseverance. They do not give up. Doesn't matter how dire the situation is. That's another shining example of just how good they are at continuing their game, not giving up despite how much the odds are against them. And that mental fortitude is something to really be in awe of. Another scenario now, we're back to a level pegging 18 all, and of course into double OT. Magic number we're looking for is 22.
Run it up once more. 4 required in the 6 rounds that we've got to play. NAVI Junior this time starting on that CT side. Already settled in quite nicely in the previous 2 to win them both, to deny Astralis Talent of a single OT win. More Counter-Strike, the nade, decent damage, head trick, already cut out by a 3rd.
Slower start, a little bit of a tempo being built up here by Astralis Talent. Had moments of brilliance on their T side, but we've got to say a lot of it comes from, as we've said prior, individual brilliance, and that's where the reliance goes towards Fessa.
Boost attempt in Demon. Will he expect the angle? Well, he's jiggled in, but Oldtek's up close. He would have spotted him, but the AK does one better. Opening duel goes his way. Astralis Talent set NAVI Junior down to 4. The peg taken down a notch. 50 seconds left. OMEN Hedrick just looking to use his utility to deny the bomb plant, but while there's a player out towards B that's doing so much, it's actually an A play for the T side here. They push all of their forces out. This could be a horrific call, but Festus kept his cool. It's a double for him. A 1 versus 4 now for Nipple, and he's still taking the fight towards B.
Safe to say that this is just going to be an early safe call here. I mean, 1 versus 4. Well, as we mentioned, with OT, the economy is never too much of an issue. There's no point. In this sort of scenario, this situation, you can't expect too much of him. 1 versus 4, the site's lost, the control's lost. He has no information, and because he has no information, he's very cautious of that flank coming through to go hunting for him. He himself just going to post up over towards ramp, potentially try and find an exit, but I think Oldtek's might have other ideas, and I think he may be given a free kill here. If Nipple overextends, pushes even just a couple of meters further forward, I think his numbers up in towards this first round of double OT. But the first round of double OT goes the way of Astralis Talent. The Danes, 4 for 4 in terms of strong starts.
Yeah, I mean, they've looked pretty good. Shame that they haven't been able to convert. I think back to the last OT, but they only needed 1 out of 2 rounds to push us to the finish line, Neo, to end Vertigo. Yep. In that first OT. Couldn't get it done in either or, but as soon as the pressure's back off and we're like, the mental reset's in, it's another chase of 4 rounds, they make it look so easy. And it's just a matter of confidence now, it feels like, for Astralis Talent. Can they barrel all 3 here on the T side? Will NAVI Junior have something to say about it?
Oh, Fessa as well. He loves that aggressive push through the smoke. We've caught in the smoke cover once before in towards this game, and he's been proving it. This time, going to do a little bit more of a passive approach. Take a step back and reevaluate. Already
losing out on so much HP to begin with. Flash out, Breezer opening kill with the AWP, the big green being used to all its power. And that doesn't change the scenario of Frozik either. He's still 10 points of health, and for Astralis talent, man advantage. Oltek's now going to be thrown some util towards B to try and fake things out a little bit more. The A play still very much here, but Navi Jr. might be second guessing themselves that the last minute rotate could happen once more. Hold on a second, Unbroken's just pushed through. Found 2 kills, backed away, no damage done. From man disadvantage to man advantage, Navi Jr. get away with theft.
Well, it's looking like for Astralis talent, this is going to be a flawless performance, but a couple of cracks started to open up, and Unbroken does exactly the opposite of his name. He finds himself a double, finds the timing brilliant. What can Hedrick do with the AWP? They have crossed them towards site, 27 seconds.
Look at this, they know though, Hedrick's gone. Orp misfired, Oltek's with 1, bomb set down, Vigo swings in, but only for damage. All picked up by Unbroken, still trying to fire off. They know Mister's up close as he walks into the guillotine of the big green. Oltek's 1v3, good for the first, still 2 more to go though. Low HP on Frozik, that's the only thing running for him right now. A smoke in front of the bomb, but it's a bad smoke. There's a gap, and this gives the AK all the time in the world to capitalize. Still scopes in as Oltek finds a second. Low HP on Frozik, with ice in his veins. He will go for the stick, Frozik, but it's just Oltek. He's spam, he's missed, he pulls out the Glock, but he can't find the kill. Somehow, they get away with it. Frozik, 10 points of health. He knew he was low, he pulled out the Glock, but still not enough.
They say pros don't fake, and despite his age, Frozik is exactly that. Oltek's another scenario in a clutch situation. He is phenomenal at isolating the fight, playing the situation to perfection. He just gets very unfortunate about the lack of bullets left in the chamber and the control of where he wanted to spray there. Everything was done to perfection from him. It was just that ever so final moment which he couldn't quite find in his favor. I really got a feel for the guy as well, but I mean, credit again to Frozik. I mean, that takes a lot of mental fortitude just to go for the stick there. And it works. Navi Jr. off the back of it, going to go for attack pause. They're just going to try and double down on the success they found here in towards that previous round, round number 38, and see potentially if they can go in towards our second half with a lead under their belts.
I mean, speculation is definitely there. First and foremost, how that 1v3 goes down to the 1v1. And your low HP player is the guy that's alive. Very fortunate that there was a misspam from Oltek's there. The round was very much in his favor, just couldn't quite land the bullet. The rethink definitely will be here now, Neo. What on earth did they do wrong in the first place? Well,
That's it.
that's what they're here to evaluate. First kill goes the way of Fess the Demon. Able to trade, 19 all, 4v4.
Fess is doubling back as well, but he's a little bit isolated here over towards Ram. You can see Mister still try and divert and drive attention over towards B, but the rest of that T side are back over towards Ram. And I think Hedrick's got a pretty decent idea.
Minute on the clock. Time, just a little bit of a problem right now, it feels like, for Astralis talent. Utility isn't great either, and now the M4 looking to suppress. It's great from Nipple. A double kill, Vessel able to trade, but down to 2, now down to 1. The orb taken out of the round. Navi Jr., they have to leg up here in the halfway mark. It's 20-19.
And it's a case and a question of, can this time Navi Jr. use that as an advantage to themselves? They've got the advantage in terms of the rounds in their favor. And of course, 22 is what they are looking for. It's the magic number. Navi Jr. only need 2. It needs to be a flawless performance from Astralis talent if they want to take it. Or, of course, there's the other side. Do we go to the old fabled OT number 3, the never-ending game to kickstart WePlay Academy lead season 5? I mean, so far it's been so excellent.
Round 40. Really getting into it now for Navi Jr. A CT side that puts them 1 ahead, but more importantly, it has actually been the T side that teams have won more rounds on. You know, you think back, it was 8 rounds for Astralis talent on the T side. It was 8 rounds for Navi Jr. on their T side. And of course in OT, has been more or less the same. Navi Jr. 2 rounds on their CT side. That could give them a massive advantage here. Minute and 10 to go though. Missed smoke from the CT side of Astralis Talent. Once again, we'll have a look. Yep,
same one.
another missed smoke. I don't know what it's meant to be, but either way, it hasn't landed, and
It's the
Astralis
pillar
Talent will
smoke.
be punished for that.
They're trying to throw that pillar smoke, but they're throwing it just a little bit to the right. They've done it twice now. That's problematic, because that's allowing Na'Vi Junior to still keep control of ramp and have all the knowledge of how the CTs are playing it.
Head trick and nipple both with kills. Na'Vi Junior 3. Now down to just Altex and Breezer to save them from defeat. Not quite defeat, but it certainly will be on the line as Head Trick finding the penultimate kill of this round, because Altex has got a clutch and it's one more than the last round that he was unable to find. Nade's good, but still 4 players to hunt down.
I said Altex has been good in the clutch situation. I have a feeling this is asking just a little bit too much. I mean, for him individually, this would be something monumental. Head Trick's got other ideas. Like a horror film, he appears on our screens and deletes Altex out of the round. Na'Vi Junior are 1 round away from taking this best of 1 in their favor. The underdogs have clawed this back, and of course, in monumental fashion. Astralis Talent had an aura of confidence, and it's now looking pretty cagey.
Desperate times call for desperate measures. Astralis Talent, remember back to regulation, they needed 2 in a row to stop Na'Vi Junior from taking the map. They did it once. Can they do it again? Orb of Breezer does indeed connect. Head Trick tad low. Unbroken, half health, and Nipple will join him as well. So actually, Astralis Talent, despite being 2 rounds down, still got confidence to take fights, and they've earned themselves a bit of a gap by doing so.
Towards mid as well, a little bit of a presence being built up here. Breezer going aggro with the AWP as well. That shotgun AWPing style has been risky, but it's worked for him prior.
Round 41. It could still be the last though, as Na'Vi Junior, a minute to work with. Bomb still very much in their possession. Utility for the CT side, still pretty respectable. They've got a lot to work with here. Question is, what do Na'Vi Junior want to do to try and test this CT side?
And it's methodical here as well. It's so slow in their kind of temperament and their nature, which is a little bit different to what we see a lot of time from Na'Vi Junior. This time, though, there's the aggression and the dink on towards Fessa.
35 seconds to go. Molly lobbed in by the Dane. Look at this, they're delaying Na'Vi Junior. There's 30 seconds to not only get on site, but to take all of this ramp control as well. They've got to be careful. They've really not got the time to work with. Unbroken's going to try and fake something, but the majority of the forces are out towards B. And Miss Smoke amidst it all. Mr. sits on back pillar, and he's got the chance to exploit, but he's only good for damage. There's 10 seconds left. Altex caught blind, but he's dropped the bomb carrier. There's 5 seconds to go. The man to try and retrieve is taken down. Vigo's good for a double. And with seconds to spare, Astralis Talent have 20, and they're looking to hunt after time, but they will not be given much to work with to survive on either side. Unbroken taken down after the clock expires, but it is 2021.
And I guess money is no problem, but morally speaking, or morale speaking, that is a very, very dire situation for Na'Vi. I mean, it's tough to watch as well. I mean, they had a very decent amount of map control, and if they had popped that execute with what, 5 more seconds on the clock, that's the round in their favor. That's the best of 1 in their favor. But no, they leave things too late, and to pop an execute with 14 seconds on the clock, that for me is not good enough. You cannot be trying to formulate a plan and execute, clearing all angles and getting a bomb plant, and then turning up a post bomb on top of that in 14 seconds, potentially a little bit more after the plant itself. I mean, it's asking too much for such a short amount of time, and, well, they get punished for exactly that. It's been a scenario that we've seen previously as well for Na'Vi's senior team, where they've struggled in the same sort of scenario. I'm concerned.
Mate, look at Nipple stats.
Oh, yeah, I know.
Kids having a game. 104 ADR, 38 kills. I mean, sure, enemy's flash isn't the greatest. 330 utility damage on the top, though, is just the cherry on top. And this is it. A chance for triple overtime. A chance to make it work. Na'Vi Junior, they need to win the last to take down Astralis Talent. Otherwise, it will indeed be triple OT.
Here's the question. Do we get, well, triple OT?
Do you
Very
reckon?
slow. No, put me on the spot there. I gotta say, I think Navi, for me, are just looking a little bit more confident. I think I'll take it.
Well, Unbroken is able to respond. First kill goes their way. Molly to segregate this T side. That does leave one man in isolation, a Demon, but no CT player to push off the back of it right now. AWP and Breeze are holding down the angle. Nipple, surely you don't dry swing this one. He's holding for the angle, expecting a bit of a peek, expecting some pressure from lane. Nothing going his way right now, though. Holding the nerves. Flashbang good. Swings in. Breezer good for the first. Trick from Headtrick, or the trade rather from Headtrick, excuse me, will put them the man up. And now the swing onto Sight as the ult finds a second. Headtrick's on a tear because he's found 3. And Astralis talent, despite the odds, despite the lead, despite being the home favourites, Headtrick has 4. And that's the way to close it. 22-20. NAVI Junior, your winners of the opening match here in WePlay Academy League Season 5. What a game.
What a game. We said we needed someone to fill the boots, someone SC in the clutch situations, the do or die, and it's Headtrick. Someone that Navi have been prepping for the big leagues. And when it mattered most, he stepped up. We saw moments of brilliance, shining lights from the Danes of Astralis talents, but when it mattered most, they couldn't seal the deal. They couldn't put the nails in the coffin of what at times was looking like a little bit of a rough showing from NAVI Junior. But overall, in terms of perseverance, in terms of a resurgence to NAVI Junior, take a bow. What an opening game. We were blessed with a beaut of a double OT in towards the first game of Season 5. And if any of the rest of the games of today, of the season, or even a slither of what we've just got there, we're in for an amazing season.
Yeah, I mean, you can't argue with how much of a life drainer that best of 1 is for both teams. To go to double OT, you really are trying to push the boat out for something special. And they do deliver exactly that. As you said, it sets the bar high here for the first game of WePlay Academy League. That concludes our first game of Group A, Neo. With that being said, already an upset story coming through. NAVI Junior to take down Astralis talent. I've got to give props to Nipple that game. He had an absolute tear. Sure, it was Headtrick to close the show, but man, did that guy have a game on those rifles.
Yeah, Nipple's stats were ridiculous. Fessa, on the other hand, as well, was one of those guys who was, you know, at times single-handedly clawing Astralis talent to success, keeping them in the conversation because he was phenomenal. But when it mattered most, it was Nipple who was the deciding factor. He was just that slightly sharper sword who put up a ridiculous showing. Not only in terms of frags, but just mentally speaking, he was so aware of how Astralis talent were trying to set up, and he pierced them on a number of occasions. I gotta say as well, we start to see this NAVI Junior side really kind of hone themselves from the brilliance that we saw in a lot of these amazing rounds from them. I think there could be a side potentially to look forward to as the future.
Yeah, absolutely. And obviously, each team has to play each other twice. There's still a chance that that Astralis talent side gets their revenge and, you know, serves it up to NAVI Junior. But of course, that tops them up quite nicely here for the start of this group. NAVI Junior, a team that maybe the bar wasn't so high for, definitely proving their ground. And of course, as you can see, it indeed was. That 22-20, Nipple 38 kills, 26. That's 102 ADR and 95% cast rate. On the other hand, we had a pretty quiet game from, you know, a couple of these Astralis talent players. A shame to see, you know, it wasn't quite there for Mr. 15 and 33. But at the same time, I mean, overall, an amazing performance for NAVI Junior. A great upset and a great introduction here to Season 5.
And 61% headshot as well is absolutely ridiculous. Yeah. I mean, talk about being crisp, right? I mean, he must have spent a serious amount of time in the DM before coming towards today's game. What a performance. Unsurprisingly, the MVP as well. 38 and 26, 102.3 ADR, 61% headshot, as we mentioned, 7 entries. Nipple was consistently brilliant and consistently a thorn in the side of Astralis talent. They could not counter him. We said Fessa had moments of brilliance, but that one man there, he was the biggest problem. And I think, you know, as we said, if they really kind of shine the diamonds in this side, NAVI Junior could be a side who were normally quite overlooked in the Academy Leagues to now potentially being one that could make deep runs in the groups, deep runs in towards play-ins, potentially even playoffs too.
Yeah, there's a lot of question marks, right? I think it's very early on in the season. We can't exactly evaluate and put all our eggs in the NAVI junior basket just yet. But you are right. There's definitely an argument where if Astralis Talent is one of the more favoured teams in the groups to sort of, you know, at least stop going bottom, NAVI Junior predicted lower than them. This is a tough group as well, right? You've got the likes of MOUZ NXT, Fnatic rising, Spirit Academy in the mixer as well to sort of round out that group with 0-0 prospects. There's a lot of talent in that group. And for you to beat Astralis Talent from the get-go, always going to be a plus here for NAVI Junior. Always going to be a bit of a morale boost. You know, MOUZ NXT is a team that a lot of teams are going to struggle against in this event so far. But if you can push yourself to be second best, third best, get a decent run and a decent seed heading into that play-in stage, you are dead right. There's every opportunity that we can look, you know, and tunnel it later down the line and be like, NAVI Junior, do you remember that first game of the season where they beat Astralis Talent? Well, are we going to see the repeat later on this season in the play-ins, in the playoffs? You are right. The scope is definitely there.
And the crazy thing to think as well, this is only game one of the day of the season. And we've been, you know, gifted by the CS gods with an absolute beauty as well. I mean, what a performance on both of these two sides. And what a game, just generally speaking, it was. Into double OT, went the full distance 22-20. I mean, I got to say, if, as we've mentioned, you know, this is only just a sliver of what we get for the entire season, or even just the rest of today. We're in for an absolute jam-packed one as well. And as you mentioned, as it is the first game, we've got plenty more games to come through. You mentioned about the playing sort of twice, and I now wonder as well, how do Astralis Talent bounce back from that game? Because in my eyes, I think there was, you know, more than a few occasions where I probably would have said that Astralis Talent should have closed out that game, and they failed to do so on a couple of occasions. And that's a crux they need to overcome if they once again want to prove themselves as one of the best academy sides. You know, it's all well and good if they're very good off the pistols, very good at finding early momentum into the game. But if you can't close things out, that's where things get problematic for me.
Yeah, I think there's definitely a question mark over that for Astralis Talent, but it was a close game, you know. As much as they could have, you could argue that they could have won that game. They should have lost that game in regulation. It was 15-13 to NAVI Junior, and they did very well to win both rounds. But you would never put that position to them in the first place, right? You would never be like, we're seeing them win this game. So, I don't know. I think there's definitely two sides to the coin. I think that Astralis Talent definitely had a chance. Shame didn't get it done. But you can't really hate on them too much. They are, of course, you know, early stages. We will always say this, at least for the first, you know, first few weeks or first few days of action, at least. You know, it's early doors. Let's paint the picture. But speaking of, we're going to go to a break. When we are back, though, we paint the picture for our second matchup today. It's Young Ninjas taking on OG Academy up next.
and welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to Season 5 of the WePlay Academy League. Well, safe to say, game number 1, pretty emotional stuff. It was back and forth, round for round. Double OT is where we closed things out. Now we focus our attention towards game number 2 of the day. And I gotta say, Young Ninjas taking on OG Academy, it's an exciting one. You got kind of the old guard of Academy teams. Young Ninjas, one of the oldest Academy sides, and OG Academy, one of the freshest ones.
Well, if you have a good look at the teams as well, we'll have a little chat about it in a bit. We have a new face, Young Ninjas, and I cannot wait to see this side. But of course, we can just set the bar here and now. As you mentioned, this feels very much the old guard versus the new when it comes to, of course, the branding, the names that we have involved here with the WePlay Academy League. Young Ninjas, probably one of the first, if not the first, to do it. OG Academy, of course, one of the newest sides that we've seen up to the block. A team packed with individuals, as you can see on screen, rolling through this schedule. We've still got 5 best of ones to show you today. It's unreal to see how much we've got going on. But for now, we focus our attention, of course, to that second matchup. Young Ninjas taking on OG Academy.
Yeah, exciting times. I mean, we saw this kind of OG kind of unveilment of this roster, and we saw last season as well a fairly decent performance from them, but I think it's still safe to say that this is a fresh side, right? I mean, we haven't really seen kind of the developments being made, and now in towards season 2, this is where we have hoped in the off season, in the practice between season, you know, kind of 4 and 5, that they've really polished kind of what is good about this side, raw firepower, and that's what could potentially lead them to being at least somewhat on paper that are Young Ninjas. You mentioned they're one of the oldest sides as well. There is a couple of changes. I don't know if you want to talk about it now, you want to wait until we talk about the teams themselves, but for Young Ninjas, I think it's safe to say that we're excited, Retro.
Yeah, a new look Young Ninjas, as we say. Of course, we've kept Adam B from the previous Young Ninjas roster, ZTR, the longest standing player in this side. We have Maxter, Era from Gamer Legion, and LNZ from, of course, NIP, Young Ninjas as well. Nice to see that the band in somewhat is back together. For the side of OG Academy, now, I think we've had experience watching a lot of these players on a more individual level from different teams. We look at Shike, of course, from Fate previously, Sound coming from All-Stars, Marix, the young gun from Sprout, Oxygen coming from Skade, and then we also have Dementor, who is a bit of a young prodigy. A lot of players, or a lot of people at home, probably won't know where he came from, but he had a stint on NASA, the same team that we saw Boros come from, another younger player, obviously, in and about there. So yeah, nice to see OG Academy definitely have the pieces to put together. As you said as well, we saw them last season in action. They did a pretty good job for their sort of first standing season as a team. Question is, they've got to get a move on, though. They came 7th, 8th last season, joining 0-0 Prospects. I think, individually, we're expecting a little bit better from this side.
Yeah, and if we speak about individuals as well, I'm excited about OG Academy. I mean, there's a couple of names there that you really like to see. I think Oxygen, for me, has to be one. You already mentioned that of Marix as well. The young gun from that old Sprout team. In terms of raw firepower in the server, he has to be a name you keep an eye on. He has been a consistent issue for a lot of sides when coming against this OG Academy roster. Take a look at the veto, nice and quick as well. We are heading to Inferno, and I gotta say, I'm actually quite happy with how this is heading. If you look at these two sides on paper, they're very aggressive in their nature, and because of that, the Puggers Paradise maps is what I was hoping to expect. Did we go towards the likes of a D2? I kind of assume Mirage would be one of the earlier bands to come through. A D2 could have been a possibility, but of course at the same time, Young Ninja's not too favorable on it. So Inferno finishing things off, I like that. And of course, if you talk about Young Ninjas, there's a couple of names there that are pretty good in their own regard. ZTR, LNZ, both had tier 1 experience.
Listen, man, this very channel, this very moment where we saw Young Ninjas play Inferno was where the double nade stack on Mexico was born. So there you go, you know, a little bit of theory, a little bit of game crafting. Wondering if Young Ninjas can provide the same. Of course, ladies and gentlemen, this is Young Ninjas taking on OG Academy here, our second best of 1, kickstarting our campaign for the WePlay Academy League Group B. And to start things off, of course, what better sides to have a new look Young Ninjas, OG Academy, despite, well, a fairly average last season. Let's see what they have in store for us. We know the veto, we know the map, we know it's game time, it's here, it's Inferno. And well, here we go, Chickens Paradise. We are ready for the action, Neo.
Love it. Absolutely love to see it. It's an aggressive start already. Oxygen for the first. Aero, welcome to the Academy League. Headshot, good night.
Young Ninjas, though, look at the space that they're trying to create in the meantime. Sound's having a good look elsewhere. The Young Ninjas flood out of apartments. 3 bodies saw, but Sound's still good for 1. Morix a second as the USP finds the 3rd. And just like that, we're shut down to the bare bones. We're down to 1. We're down to ZTR. He's got so much to do. And unfortunately, against all 5, this is a trip too far gone. OG Academy set the bar. Winning the pistol. What a fast play towards middle there.
OG Academy, welcome to the League of Season 5 for them. What a start as well. Sound a sumptuous double to really solidify and actually a very, very decent CT setup. It looked already a little bit dicey to start things off. Young Ninjas lost an early engagement with Error falling more or less immediately. And now heading into round number 2. Safe to say, the economy not too great for Young Ninjas.
Round 2. OG Academy. Look at the buy that they have with it as well. 3 MP9s, 2 M4s. They're looking pretty solid, hey. So far, Young Ninjas as well. You said it perfectly earlier. You set the bar of the Academy Leagues, mate. Era is top 30 with Gamer Legion at 1 point. Straight in, first round ever to touch home on the Academy Leagues. Absolutely deleted. Just rocked. And now they suffer the consequences. They do go for a force buy, though. Most teams you see on the T side go for an eco. They're going for a full investment.
And so far, looking so good as well. Marek in for 1. Looking to try and make another deleted. LNZ going to find 1. And CTR Max to add to it.
How on earth has this round turned so south? M4 picked up on ZTR's back. He's going to punch in the digits to set that bomb down. And OG Academy left with 2 MP9s to hold on. This is not how we wanted this round to be structured. OG Academy walk right into the clutches of the Young Ninjas side. Spamming away that MP9 of Sound, looking to do some decent work. We saw him get 2 in the previous. Dementa coming from short as well, smoked off towards Pit. And now he's looking for a way back in. Flash out, spot ZTR, but the M4A1S does one better as ZTR takes them both down. And with that, the equalizer, the force buy response, pretty good hit for Young Ninjas.
It's a substantial triple. Substantial triple. Take a look at the team speak as well. This one gets a little bit interesting.
Oh, we don't have it to team speak, Neo.
Oh, we don't have it. Oh, wow.
I was ready, man.
Do you know what?
Hear...
Just a side note, I wanted to mention though, even we don't have the team speak, which is, you know, we hate to say it, but they're on boot camp, and I really do wonder whether that's going to not only kind of build this roster up during the season, or whether, you know, whether it's the synergy is going to help massively, right? It's a new team, it's a fresh face. Being next to each other, that really helps.
Look, CTR finding 1 with the M4. Doesn't stop Shikes Deagle from collecting Era. A 4 versus 4. The rebuy, the response from OG Academy comes in the form of these hand cannons. So far, they've gone 1 for 1, and that is adequate if OG Academy want to put a hole in this economy for Young Ninjas. But furthermore, we need to see a little bit extra from a couple of these players if they want to win this round.
It's a 1 for 1 start for OG, though. That lackluster buy is going to become problematic. A little bit of a double stack over towards B. In comes the utility in the 3rd rotating over now.
Yeah, this is looking confident. The B play is brewing up to be a storm for Young Ninjas to be using against this side of OG Academy. Deagle, oh, what? 2 through the smokes. OG Academy have just rattled Young Ninjas, making a 3rd as Dementa drops his teammate. CTR all down to Maxter, who's found 2. The clutch position, but he might just give more as OG Academy leave Oxygen alone. But with a Deagle in his hand, he only needs 2 shots to the chest or 1 to the head. And the headshot angle, it's enough to execute the last. OG Academy back to their winning ways.
Oh, and they claw that from nothing as well. There was nothing that OG had to work with. Some Deagles, mere hand cannons. Yeah, they are cannons, but you can't expect too much against a full investment of Young Ninjas. And despite that, they make it work in their favor. In a clutch situation, Maxter actually does a phenomenal job of isolating the fight down to a 1 versus 1. But he reads that one wrong. And of course, you can't allow Oxygen too much space, despite being still such a young age of, you know, fresh face of 19. He has a wealth of experience under his belt. I mean, he has been dotted in and around the kind of the Bulgarian scene for a long time. I mean, with Skade, they made extremely deep runs. And even when he was under Skade, they were at one point seen as one of, if not the best tier 2 side for a long time.
Just thinking about this, right? He's been playing since June 2020 on Skade, right?
Yeah.
And then obviously left in October 2021. So he's had like a year and a bit in experience, quite literally with a top 30 team. Like we know Skade are a top 30 team. And so this guy at 19 years old holds so much experience, as you said, on an individual level. But more to the point, now he gets to be, you know, sort of babied up by OG Academy, and he gets to be nurtured a little bit more, taught a little bit more of the ropes on how things can go and sort of refine his craft in sort of a closed environment like an Academy League. This could be a real time for him to shine, man. He's 100% one of the players that you want to keep an eye on.
I think as well on the other side, it's slightly less pressure than what he had with Skade, right? Skade, they were top 30 team, competing in some of the biggest tier 2 circuits. And now with this kind of scenario, he's allowed a little bit of comfort and a little bit more free time as well. You know, when he was in those tier 2 circuits, he was playing 2-3 best of 3s a day for months on end. At least with this, it's a regular sets tournament where he's playing only a certain amount of games, so he can actually hone his craft.
Slow beginnings here for Young Ninjas. They're not risking anything. They don't want to make the same mistake they did before and run into a stack and get caught off. Something I have noted, though, from the Young Ninjas side, a couple of these players sitting next to each other. I'm not sure if it's all 5 just yet. I'm still, you know, keeping my keen eye on it. But that's also another advantage that we can talk about a little bit more in the sort of the off time that we have here in this best of 1. Young Ninjas, though, looking for pressure towards A, expecting a flash, but Era reads into the swing, knew that timing wasn't going to be on his side, and he's able to find the first. A swing in from Marix, though, as he holds things down. A great trade, though, from Maxstar, and all of a sudden, Young Ninjas man advantage. Once again, the lesser buy comes out on top, and it even settles into the post plant that way as well. Low HP on Sound.
And Z going to tuck himself in towards Big Pit as well. Bit of a crossfire set up with at a cold 0 box. Maxter can just hold and wait, try and, I guess, buy some time, chip away at that clock. Doubles that coming through short as well. Big flash in and in towards cold 0. Max only good for 1. Adam one of his own as well. Numbers now favour the T side.
With no kit, he has to get both kills and basically to defuse the bomb in the next 5, and it's just not going to happen. Taps it once, expects the peak. They do not move. Adam, LNZ, they don't want anything to do with this round, and it's a great kill to find it all. It is 2-all. The force by warfare continues. The bomb, it will indeed detonate. LNZ to lose his life. 1 HP left on Adam, but they do get away with a little bit. But more importantly, OG Academy, they're left with nothing.
And if we thought the previous game is pretty even, this one so far looking exactly the same case. 2-all. We're all tied square. And I got to say as well, the only sort of unfortunate things for OG, even though despite them making things quite expensive, they themselves not much to work with in towards round number 5. Not much on investment, just the upgraded pistols, which they have, you know, at least made a couple of problems with before, but you can't expect a round.
Eeg attempted from Demensor. Again, just looking to make these hand cannons work in some way or another, aren't they? Young Ninjas, I think they know their number now, though. They can't afford to push in sort of willy-nilly, not really clear out and get extensive information. They had very little to work off in the last round that they had this sort of buy, and they just walked into Deagles. Definitely got to keep their eye out here, Neo, in round number 5. But for now, slow tone once more, trying to draw out these OG Academy players. And, well, they yet to lose a life, so something must be going right.
It's working towards front sight. This at least buys OG a bit of time. But, of course, with a minute left on the clock, for the time being, Young Ninjas in a pretty strong position. Numbers still remain the same. And I think they're just going to double down. They're just going to try and force their way in towards B and just use firepower.
Smoke dropped in, Dementor looking for something. LNZ's Mac 10 towards first blood. Sound blocked. Deagle, what? Still fights a kill. Mac 10 drawn.
No.
Marix is Deagle for a double. Heads are rolling. And Marix looking for more. He's going to try and double dip as well, I reckon, here with his D. As the smoke starts to fade, he's got to be careful. Looking for more. Has someone dialed in, but can't find the kill. Adam B has it covered. 98 damage done to Shike as well. Oxygen's going to have to be the man to turn up in this round. They have just spotted one as well. The boost definitely compromised, but both players one Deagle no matter what. And for Young Ninjas, that's the scary prospect with an AK and a Galil in the mixer as well. But you've got to be careful. Approaching sight the Galil of Era, good for 1. Drops back as well. Tagging up Oxygen on his downfall. The swing's looking pretty good as well. He's got the kill. And finally, the back and forth action we saw here on Inferno so far cancelled out. And Young Ninjas string 2 together.
And there shouldn't be too much of a response either. For OG, that was a little bit of a forced investment coming through, or at least a bit of a hefty investment in that sense. So into round number 6. You can't expect too much coming from them. Potentially a couple of upgraded pistols, but they want to stick around that 2k mark. Gives them a buy-in towards the next. So on paper, should be Young Ninjas finding themselves a 4th and starting to build up at least somewhat of a lead, at least something to kind of bridge the gap between themselves and OG Academy.
Love this. Getting inventive with these ecos, Neo.
Yeah, it's a bit different. We think about the what's it called? The pyramid stack, I think people call it, in towards water. This was slightly different because if you swing on towards a site, then you get punished.
Well, yeah, look, so LNZ's like, guys, like, nothing's here. I've just cleared the Astralis stack. Nothing. Absolutely nothing. And so, look, he's holding it. He's waiting. OG Academy also wait. And so as soon as LNZ turns this corner, or it might actually be Maxter in this position, as soon as whoever it is turns this corner, they're walking into 4, and there's no way you're surviving that. And if you do, you need a miracle. I'll say that at least. And oh no, look where Young Ninjas are heading, mate. This is a stack towards B, and they're walking right into it. Smoke towards Coffin. Era gonna try and entry out with the MAC-10 here. They have no info, and he screamed, oh guys, it's a stack. Look at him. I've never seen the man move so quick. He's out in a heartbeat. ZTR in the meantime takes full possession of A. He gets away with his life. He gets away with the info, and more importantly, it's a chance for the other MAC-10 to try and farm some cash. But for ZTR, he's already dinked up, and he's taken down without a frag.
The CSGO horror movie as well. Spots 4 players there and just like a deer in headlight doubles back. Max needs to be careful from his flank though. Still open to brackets. He's going to find one more. What is that for a transfer? The opening 2 were brilliant in their own regard, but what a response to the other. That quad kill is insane.
Mate, what has he just hit? What has he just done? And he's just, look, he's fixing stuff in the off round, look. Oh,
He's
yeah,
just
guys,
chilling.
sorry.
Just calm, collected, doesn't care.
The mouse isn't working properly. Have a watch of this.
I need to watch this again. Seriously. Oh my gosh, that is insane. And he gets dinked as well. Oh,
That is savage.
I'm impressed. Seriously impressed. What is that? And of course, now we see a tech ball's coming through. I'm assuming it might be what's actually going on with Maxter. Potentially could be a case. Well, we'll even think it'd be. I mean, the way he was looking there, it actually could be a classic case of his mouse has run out of battery. I've been there. You know, if he's using one of the wireless ones, just run out, needs to plug into the cable.
Do you know the fix to that? Is that you charge it when you're not playing. That's
See, I always don't do that. So yeah.
Well, then it's you to blame, Chief. That is all fingers pointed at you there. That is your problem.
Yeah, no, that is absolutely true. You're spot on.
Round 7. No more dead mice, no nothing here, Neo. It's back to the action, back to the rifles. OG Academy have some as well. It's 1 MP9, 4 M4s, 3 of which A1Ss. For Young Ninjas, it's a bit of a bonus. We have a Galil, we have a couple of AKs, a MAC-10. Sound flushed out. Brilliant flash from ZTR, and more importantly, a great frag from LNZ.
That's the opener. Now, of course, Young Ninjas, they don't need to do anything too overzealous right now. Take a step back, take a breather, and use the information that they've got so far to potentially formulate a plan. With the numbers in their favor, realistically, all the T-side has to do is play for the numbers. The trade game benefits them, and Young Ninjas know that. That's why they're doubling back over to the very spacious A-bomb site.
Like, still having a good look. Oxygen, here to assist. Molly dropped in. Saw the util, wanted nothing to do with the early pressure, didn't want to get rushed down. And a smoke from Shike as well to try and give him some space. More importantly, Adam B gets taken down from apartments. Let's turn things here into the 4v4. Shike goes to throw a flashbang for his teammate, and that will give away Oxygen's position as well. Down to 2. Marek's gone. It's all down to Dementor. 1 versus 4. It's the only SMG invested, and it might be the only gun they get away with because Young Ninjas will be taking this to 5.
That's it. It was a really good mirror-on adjustment as well. Finding the opening kill and then taking a step away, as we said. They go back over to the slightly more spacious position. And I said all they had to do was play the trade game. They barely have to. Only losing 1 so far is what matters most. And OG Academy is left down to just an MP9 in the hands of Dementor, and you can't really expect too much of him. Does do a bit of damage, but Maxter will clean things up nonetheless. It was a brilliant start by LNZ, but it was just a sheer rampant run on towards the A site, which confirms things.
Really clean stuff so far here from Young Ninjas. Sure, it was a bit messy in the beginning, you know, so much back and forth action. It was force buy after force buy winning. Now that Young Ninjas have settled the tone and really found their form, man, does this side look good. In control. OG Academy on a bad side, you know. I think we're learning this quite quickly as well. But Young Ninjas a step above right now. And on the CT side, OG Academy really need resolutions to their problems and fast.
And of course, that's, well, not the start, is it? They're losing 2 to kickstart things. 1 to the flames of LNZ, 2 isn't exactly the hope. Now over towards A. There is still 2 players here to greet them, but with just upgraded pistols, you can't hope and pray for too much.
Edging in. Maxed up. Just jiggling the angle. LNZ in the meantime to suss out sound on B. Down to just Marix and Oxygen once more. 2 Deagles to make one hell of a dream become reality. With a minute to go, noise being made. Oxygen could have had good timing on one of these rifles. Marix as well, having a look in towards the apartment's position. Actually cut off here. Era, he's able to take down Marix, just down to 1 of Oxygen now. Against all odds here, 45 seconds to go. Deagle of Oxygen. Ooh, got to be careful. Could be picking up 1 here. Era not going to overstep his mark just yet. Molly dropped in, forcing Oxygen up. And Adam B, he's able to come in. He would have heard the tag and the AK backstab. Beautiful stuff. Young Ninjas up to 6.
Flawlessly as well. Flawlessly up to 6 is the big thing, because what we're starting to see, I mean, look at the economy of Young Ninjas. I mean, you got a couple of them sitting above 10k. They're at that 5-digit figures. They are living luxurious over there. This Swedish side starts to seriously pull away. And on the T side of Inferno as well, finding early momentum, early success in this sort of fashion really gets to a quite worrying position where, as we've seen before, we mentioned the question of kind of too little too late. You know, Young Ninjas going towards their CT half with, you know, 8-9 rounds on the board, that could already be enough.
And I've realised quite quickly here, it's all 5 players at a boot camp right now for Young Ninjas.
Yeah, that's it.
We're starting to see the buff, right? Like, a lot of people would just be like, oh, you're just playing next to each other. But it's so much different, right? Being able to talk to each other, show each other, you know, this is what we can do. Have that, like, in-person talk. It's a lot better. As well as outside of the game, you treat it completely differently. And that's just one thing that I respect NIP for doing, right? Is just bringing these guys together. It's your first event, new team, new look, new Young Ninjas. Let's set the tone right, and so far, they've done brilliantly in doing so. We knew Inferno from back in the day when we had players like Sapek and Nilo playing on this side, and Fozy. You know, when it was that real OG, the raw Young Ninjas lineup, we knew these guys were good at Inferno, replicating the same success here. But to start this round off, Shrike Zorb finding the frag.
What a start. Needed as well. Much, much needed for this OG side, who have been seriously struggling to kickstart rounds. Now the numbers in their favor, they need to keep it. They can't be too aggressive.
Good look here, Marix only for 1. Laboured spray, low HP on Maxter and Era though, so Adam B has to do a lot of the heavy lifting, seeing one of his teammates drop as well. Era out, Oxygen through the wall will find the penultimate, and Adam B left in a 1v4, and it is just too many bodies, too many crosshairs placed on his chest, and it'll be Dementor to take him down. 6-3, OG Academy getting back into things.
A bit spray there from Marix, but it's the damage dealt that more or less, for me, kind of confirms things. All that needs to come in is the rotation, couple of bullets to connect, and as they say in the old lovely UK, Bob's your uncle. And that's exactly what happens. Third collected for OG, and hopefully the start of something, right? It's been a little bit of a middling or somewhat lackluster performance to kickstart things towards the best of 1, but that's much better, and they can bring that on a consistent basis. Then Young Ninja start to get tested.
Academy, at least showing that they can do it on the CT side, right? The hardest thing to do is to do it for the first time. Now you've done it once, just gotta repeat, you know, reuse the same sort of lines to create the same success story. And once again, in this round, it's an early kill, and it's again LNZ that gets dropped early on.
Well, of course, now back over towards B, just to kind of double down on the initial bit of contact and a little bit of pressure. Adam B can play slow, he can lurk, potentially catch one in transition, and that could open a pathway back over towards A. But speaking of B, sounds going to be boosted up.
This isn't bad. I like the setup from OG Academy, a little bit more inventive. Usually you see a lot of these players have the boost and then someone playing CT, right? So you have a bit of a longer range crossfire. Instead, this is very much the bait and switch where the player will take the first contact up top, and now that gives Dementa every chance to swing, but he might not even be needed. Marix will chime in. Sound's got 3, and that is a brilliant hold for OG Academy. Young Ninjas walk right into it, and it's a very easy mop-up. Only the single casualty, 3 AK saved.
That's huge as well. I mean, that's a big thing for OG. We already spoke prior about that kind of wealth of economy that's been built up by Young Ninjas, and now it's starting slowly to flip onto the other hand as OG are clawing their way back in towards this game, in towards this conversation around this best of 1. It was looking a little bit dire. Much more positive now, but the question is, can they double it down? And Nera, that's a brilliant opener. Morex, good night.
Rocking the boat of this OG Academy side. They were the team to get the first man both times they won rounds, other than those forced buys at the beginning. And actually, I do believe it was 3 times that they got the opening kills when they won the rounds. So the stats definitely leaning in favor when they're in the 5-on-4, but now they set the man down. Don't forget, Season 4, Inferno, picked by Young Ninjas. 16-5 it ended in favor of the Swedes. For the European side of OG Academy. Already looking to do a little bit better. Admittedly, it was a different roster. It was LNZ, Adam B, and Maxter from the previous side into this one. So we have some new components, but the core stays the same. And the results definitely looking the same as well. That is smart. A nade used to deny vision from Shike's AWP. And look at this. Young Ninjas aggressive. Out brackets. There's only 2 players to hold on. If Oxygen gets dropped here, the round is over. Adam B looking for the kill, but the flashbang's good. It's done great work. Orb up close, not going to find anything. Era and LNZ both with frags, and despite finding a trade-off, it's Young Ninjas that come out greater.
Yeah, and one flash caused so many problems there. Once they'd cleared out close in towards Apps, that was the last kind of missing piece of the puzzle for Young Ninjas to find this round in their favor. They weren't 100% sure of how things were, facing up over there. You see the swing come through, the Orb of Era finds himself that kill, the important kill as well, and that forces the 2 remaining guys of OG Academy just to keep on what they got. Dementa and Sound, they can't afford to lose what they've got in their hands, especially since, look towards Dementa, only $550 in his bank. Not the best to say the least. And of course, this is back towards Young Ninjas putting up that stellar T-side performance. We were saying there's a real possibility and potential on them finding 8, potentially even 9 rounds on that T-side. And if they do, that's when it gets very, very worrying over towards OG Academy. And well, so far, so good. They're definitely still on track for it.
Sky's definitely the limit. There's no denying that one. The 2 players that save are the 2 players with no money. You greatly pointed out there, Neo, is that actually everyone else had money to rebuy. There was no problems at all. It was just these 2 players needed to keep their weapons. Really nicely done from Era to pick up this kill. Really nice response as well out towards A with a flashbang from Shike. But it's just a bit problematic, right? When Young Ninjas just have too many bodies and when there's an AWP in the mix as well, it does get pretty harmful. Nade dropped in. LNZ trying to be controlled on Banana early doors. He's not having any of it though. Already 2 HEs used. He's down to 63. But he's still got plenty of space and plenty of opportunities to work with.
One of the biggest problems for me as well is that OG Academy have been struggling a little bit to get a solid amount of control over towards Banana. And even if they do have kind of the testing it with utility, they're not getting the information. So they don't really have too much of an idea about how Young Ninjas are trying to set up. They're playing very passive, which inherently isn't a bad thing, but it's making things quite difficult to predict what Young Ninjas are trying to do. Now, utility over towards top B. Just, again, for Young Ninjas, it's about dipping the toes in, testing the waters, seeing if they can bait out any utility from OG Academy. And this time, not so successful. And that's why they're going to double back over towards A.
To take brackets control, so I guess that would be the plan, is that they're going to show a bit of presence here, force out a bit of util from the A players, and sort of make their mind up, right, on how the reaction looks for OG.
For sure.
Marix, back away. Everyone else, very passive hold here from OG Academy. More integrally, no one's in on pit right now, and no one's holding apartment, so they can only hold the jump out. They can't take the control. For Young Ninjas, that could be massive information, but instead, hold on. Watch ZTR, the number 3 dot on your map right now. Look at his positioning, and Adam's following him as well. This is going to be a B play, but they could have a flank from spawn. ZTR has it called in, and that's it. It's going to be a B pitch. There's a multi-pronged attack that OG Academy need to hold on to. Dementor with the M4A4 up high, looking for kills. He's good for 2, strikes the 3rd. Dementor with 3, looking for 4, but the M4 will be stopped. But it does not matter because your hero is conquered. OG Academy, they have 5.
That's brilliant. Dementor so good at isolating those fights. The double spray down, spectacular. And then, of course, to add one more on top of that. A bit of utility to clear him off that angle. And it's pretty easy as well. We talk about the kind of the fanatic flash, people call it, where it's a night open flash on towards the site, gets the vast majority of angles apart from boost over towards new box. That probably should have been lined up. Wasn't. And it allowed Dementor very comfortably to be able to kind of have a spray down. No smoking towards CT as well. Understandable because they'd already made the wrap. But they had no clearance over towards the site, which allowed Dementor to spray quite comfortably over towards Church. Young Ninjas were their worst enemy, is what I'm trying to say in that sort of round. It was very well played and maneuvered to split on towards B. It was just the execution itself a little bit shoddy.
Young Ninjas, despite some fair levels of success, the money sitting low already. Tech 9 in the hands of Adam B, and even then, that's already ripped away from them. ZTR has the trade, though. That is pretty good. Spam coming out, hold on. Sound taking a bit of damage as well. Young Ninjas, no position to sit for second right now. They're looking hungry. They're looking for more.
Numbers level. Bit of damage dealt towards OG Academy, which I guess could be a slightly problematic fair. Shape of the AWP as well. He's posted off from this position. Could be good for something. Deer in headlights. Doesn't know where to face. There's 2 players in front of him, and NC finds the kill. Swinging in. Error going to find one more. Morex gets deleted. That's the A site open.
Can't complain, can you? 4v2, OG Academy second best despite the minimal weaponry pulled up by Young Ninjas. And with that, I think it's safe to say it will be an 8th on the board for the Swedes. OG Academy looking for exits. LNZ, bit of a messy spray to try and catch out the rifler. CTR, he has him covered. Low HP for Dementor. Drops the smoke, but you aren't getting away from the IGL of Young Ninjas. It's an 8th on the board here for the Swedes. They're still running away with this show.
We hope for 8. Well, we said we wanted 8. We hope for potentially even 9. And as we mentioned, Young Ninjas are still on track for it. And that is the priority so far. Try and guarantee at least a somewhat comfortable lead heading in towards the second half. And of course, off the back of it, that's where they can, I guess, comfortably fall back in towards their own game. So far, so good. 3-round lead is all that they need to kind of use in their favor. And of course, on top of that, for OG Academy, investment coming through, slightly mixed.
Five. Young Ninjas definitely could be on for 9, and the worrying part behind all of that is the money for OG Academy. They can't be self-sufficient in buying both rounds. Well, if they do, it's going to be a low buy in round 15, and that gives Young Ninjas a chance to make it double digits. LNZ finds the opening kill of this round.
That's unfortunate. The idea was nice for Sal there as well. He's holding down the spray, but he gets caught off by a flash. Has no idea where he is. Back over towards A, they're doubling back. That's a healthy nade, though.
Really nicely done. Still pretty promising here for Young Ninjas to be taking this round, though. They've still got that man advantage, something that OG Academy need to wind away from them. And it's a nice shot with the 5-7. M4 a second, but Oxygen taken out. Era's got a double. LNZ the 3rd. And they're able to gut out the A site with ease. Showed a bit of resistance, but the rifle's just too potent. It's going to be 9 for Young Ninjas.
There it is. And I guess, technically speaking as well, they are on track for finding double digits. And you got to say, if they find double digits in the first half on T side of Inferno, I think, Ryan, we can have that conversation about, is it too little too late? Is it a done deal already and just cannon fodder rounds to closing things out? Because we know as well how proficient the likes of Young Ninjas can be on the CT side. That's a big worry for me. And that's why with this lead that they've already built up, I do start to get very concerned about, do OG have the mental fortitude within them to be able to claw this type of thing back? We saw NAVI do it prior and really well done so, but even still, dire times, to say the least. Bomb goes off at 9th, collected. At the very least, I guess Dementa gets himself a consolation kill, so it's better than nothing. But it's still 9-5. A 4-round lead advantage built up by the Swedes. And you mentioned it earlier, Ryan. I mean, look at the buy coming in towards the 15th and final of the half. It is going to be a little bit all over the place.
OG definitely suffering here. Not ideal to see them sit in this position. Still a chance. Still very much the opportunity that these guys can make things work out with the low buy. But yeah, aggressive. I respect the idea, but it just didn't quite pull off. Very nicely done for ZTR to react accordingly. And with that comes the man advantage once again here for Young Ninjas.
And this is what we've seen so consistently from Young Ninjas. Find an opening kill over towards Banana, and then double back towards A. This has been a rinse and repeat scenario. And I guess you could say on the other side, you know, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. And that is what's working so far for Young Ninjas. Find a kill over towards B, fall back over towards A, and then confirm the site. However, OG know this all too well, and that's what they triple stacked it now.
Round 15 boils down to the final minute. Smoke's dropped in on Library, one in on Moto as well, I do believe. Oh no, it actually sits in on Archway. But Young Ninjas, hold on a second. This is a play as if they're taking long, but this is a play that ends up with another B split. OG Academy, oh, they're going to be left so hard done by. Sound is not going to have a clue. If he stays in the open like this as well, one man from CT will ruin his dreams. ZTR going to see the molly follow through. Sound sits in on first oranges. He does find the first, looking for more, but Adam B to take him down. And now they've taken the site, but more importantly, they've got a flank. Nice shot from Shrike. Bomb dropped as well. What's going on? OG Academy somehow surviving as Varix finds a second. The AK of ZTR, good for 2. And in the 1v3, it's down to the wire, but the FAMAS has it covered. My God, that round's close. OG Academy make it work.
Just about. Oxygen steps up, one taps him with the FAMAS, low in HP. ZTR as well, I gotta say, the idea there was really nice. Drop that classic front side smoke in, but he's gonna swing in front of it, try and catch them off guard. The idea is brilliant and very nearly makes it a 3K in his favor. Not to be though, at the half, 9-6. But in my eyes, from a T-side performance, Young Ninjas walking away into the second half, 9 rounds already, is a massive bonus. What we've seen from OG as well, 6 rounds they've collected, a vast majority of them have come off the back of individual brilliance. And just a side note, speaking of individual brilliance, take a look at this sumptuous 4K once again from Max there. I'm concerned about OG Academy. If they can't pick up a pistol round here, I think this job might already be close to being done.
Let's have a look. Pistol round on the way. Era's found the opening kill despite all of that. Round 16. Second pistol round on the way, and of course, only just that man advantage established. Nothing more, nothing less. Flash dropped in by LNZ. It's a reactionary play. They've got 3 players on the site right now. Smoke dropped in, trying to use into his advantage. ETR, LNZ the second. Brilliant from the USPs, as it's just Marix left alone. And that is Young Ninjas. Sure, they don't take 10 in the first half, but they'll be taking it in the pistol quite convincingly at that.
There it is. Double digits already collected. I said, you know, if OG Academy can't pick themselves up a pistol, I get concerned. Now I am concerned. I'm worried about how this one's going to pan out because there's not going to be an investment coming through. OG, no bomb plot, means no economy for them to work with. So either have to go for a full force coming in, but even that full force, as we are going to see them go for, is going to be janky. Just the upgraded pistols, not even SMGs, any lower tier rifles, couple of hand cannons, very, very limited amount of utility against a pretty decent buy for Young Ninjas.
Yeah, I think, you know, they're pretty definitive here, this Young Ninjas side. Very controlling. We know what they're like. In-your-face Counter-Strike, but they know how to play passive Counter-Strike as well.
That's it.
For that, you can only respect them. So far, so good. Man advantage once further gained here in round 17. MP9s and FAMASs mainly. Can't argue with how well they look here.
I think as things stand for the likes of Young Ninjas, you mentioned earlier, they don't need to be too aggressive, right? I mean, they've been very good at kind of dictating the tempo, changing the pace a little bit, and this is another prime example. This time, they can be slow. They can wait for the mistakes, and of course, they're starting to come to Ventus. Maybe got a little bit of time to work with. Swinging in and finds himself first. Max is going to fall.
And now the FAMAS on the back of the site. It's LNC. He's going to have to come up huge, and he's good for a second. The molly burning away. How is LNC surviving? How's he gotten away with more? It's 3 in the round, looking for 4, but ZTR to bail him out. And with that comes 11. Young Ninjas 5 away from making this one reality and making this, of course, our second BO1 done and dusted. A lot more convincing than our opener of today.
Yeah, it's an LNZ masterclass once again. Those two of LNZ and ZTR, we mentioned them prior as having kind of tier 1 experience with the first team, right? They've had their stints of glory in that first team. And it's showing off. The wealth of experience that they built up playing under the standard NIP is obviously paying in dividends heading in towards the Academy Leagues because they just look just that cut above, just that step ahead. And so far, no complaints on this front or their front either. ZTR going to find his opener, Oxygen going to fall, Era going to add to it as well. Just pistols, but they're being pulled apart.
Not even a single kill coming in from OG Academy. I mean, as you said, it's an eco, right? You're not expecting God's work to be done.
For sure, yeah.
You know, Rome wasn't built in a day, as they say. But you expected some building block to be there, right? Where one of these players loses the SMG or whatever. But they've taken this bonus buy from round 2 of this second half, and they have ran with it throughout the entirety of this second half. And look, we're not seeing upgrades. They stick with it. The only upgrade we've seen, I do believe, is LNZ dropping a FAMAS. That's it. That's all we've seen.
And I guess they don't need to on the other side, right? It's technically a bonus. This is the first bonus for Young Ninjas. They don't need to really invest too much. And imagine the scenes if they find a bonus in their favor. That is a real cause for concern. Where if they do find it, it's more or less the game done.
You're right, that is on a nice edge right now for OG Academy. They've got to keep the pressure high. They've got to keep the tempo at a pretty respectable level. Young Ninjas have been reacting very well on this CT side so far. The question is how far they roll with it, of course. M4A when S-spam from LNZ. A bit wild, doesn't do much. Just a bit of a tag, backs away. Well, neither team profiting from that scenario all too much here. OG just giving a bit of respect towards Banana.
Like, yeah, for OG, I think it's safe to say that for them, they're a little bit, not nervous is the word, but they've been quite aggressive, and that has caused a couple of issues. Now they're just testing the waters in a slightly slower manner and potentially looking for those entries. It is a bonus buy that are against, but at the same time, they can't overlook it.
Look at this utility. So much of it used. Oxygen taking a bit of a nade to the feet, so low, but not out of this round. Flashbang, oh, it's good, but ZTR goes for the swing, doesn't quite profit from it. In the meantime, Era, look at this pressure towards apartments. He's cleared everything out, so they're going to know it's B. They're going to be ready for this kind of play here. Sure, Marek's good for a kill, but Era, the flank is looking good. 20 seconds left. They've got to be careful of the CT approach. It's just LNZ left, and Sound's able to bail them both out. And with that, it's just Era alone. 1 versus 5. Full buy for OG Academy. All 5 survive.
That was all down to LNZ. If he could potentially have found the opening kill, that drops the bomb, drops in towards New Box, potentially makes it a little bit more concerning, but not to be. Era will find himself one. It's only a consolation, though. Marek's to 4. It's an upgrade for him on an individual standpoint, but it's not going to make too much of a dent over towards OG. They're still going to have 4 players remain alive. They're still going to have another round in their favor. And now, of course, the deficit chipped away to 5. It's still a long road to recovery, still a bit of a mountain to climb, but it's better than nothing. It's still, at the very least, something for them to keep into consideration. For Era, the priority, just keep hold of the AK. It's, yeah, as we mentioned, a kind of a silver lining in not a great round for them. We said potentially if they had found some success with a bonus, that could have been really dampening towards the spirits over towards OG. Not the case. 4 remain alive, 7 on the board for them. Deficit down to 5.
Yeah, this is turning up to be a pretty interesting game because OG, despite a pretty lackluster CT side, I think they'll know it as well. The response that they've had here on this T side in that full buy proves everything, right? How well they played. Sure, there's an AK saved, there's an AWP invested as well, but there's so much work to do here for OG Academy to get back into this game. But it could be very easily exploited with how volatile the CT economy is, especially for Young Ninjas' position where, you know, if we see them lose this and the next full buy, more or less the scoreline's caught up with.
Yeah, exactly. I think that's the biggest thing is that, technically speaking, Young Ninjas have not too many full buys left in the pocket if they keep losing rounds, right? And that's where it gives OG Academy a little bit of a security and safety in terms of their morale for the time being. That's a conversation we can have if round number 20 doesn't go in their favor. 5 versus 5, initial bit of damage dealt with a util. OG Academy have got space up towards top B.
Smoke towards long. ZTR left clueless as to what's going on, but Era will take his place and more than just take the place, he'll take the space. Moving on in. Oh, headshot angle, gotta be careful. Shike nearly losing his life. Era getting a bit confident. Fortunate that no one is taken out of this round because of it though. 40 seconds left. Smoke from Adam. I guess towards middle. Pretty cool lineup to see from him. With 35 seconds left. Young Ninjas, nothing better to do than just hold, bite their tongue, and patiently wait for OG Academy to make the move. But with 30 seconds left, they have to commit towards A here. There's no rotation time required. There's nothing that OG Academy can do towards B. They've got to full send it. Oxygen's cleared out pit, and with that, I think comes the round. The nade's going to be looking good. ZTR to drop him. If he can deny the bomb, this could be massive, but no, Dementor will have him taken down, and with that, it shall just be the save, and an 8 on the board for OG Academy.
I don't think it's a bad call. It was very reliant on ZTR finding that success there. The nade kill's great. If he finds the second, the guy on top of Cold Zero, then the conversation around a retake happens. The bomb was being planted. Maybe he would have had time to alter his crosshair to make it a third. It would have been a fantastic round individually from him, but that's a complete different scenario in a different dimension. Not happening here. OG are up to 8. And this is that conversation we were having prior, right? About how, on a technical standpoint, Young Ninjas only have a couple of full buys left in the tank for them. This is why the early save call was made, and this is why Shake's also going hunting. He knows their long-term economy is in a very unstable state, and he can potentially make that work in his favor. Knife out, running straight in towards danger, and LNZ gets a free kill.
Well, I do want to talk about the T economy a little bit, because despite it being okay, like, we've just lost 2 weapons, and that's a big investment for a side that doesn't have stacks of cash. I mean, you see the pockets now for OG Academy coming quite thin. We'll have to wait and see if that sort of persists and Young Ninjas can find an exploit to the cause. Second half of Inferno at least underway. Round 21. Young Ninjas 4 to the finish line, but OG Academy playing a game of chase.
They're chipping away at the deficit. There's 4 rounds in it. And they're making a very good attempt of it. Arrow with a boost, the reaction. Good, but doesn't hit the shots.
So going for the peak. Oh, nearly the transfer. Maxter's able to trade. Will right-click a smoke for some control. It's a deep one at that. And OG Academy forced away here in the 4v4. The nade does even more. Sound to 3 points of health. Not ideal. Spam from Shite will do big damage to Maxter as well. It's all even. So even right now. Orb having a good look on the angle era. That's brilliant. Really nice shot. Finds the mark. 4 versus 3.
And it's players like Era as well, when for Young Ninjas in a little bit of a troublesome spot, they can rely on his experience. And he's stepping up again. He's very, very good at just clawing them past. Now Adam B. U2 out towards long as well. Gives ZTR the peak. Nothing to be spotted. He himself needs to be cautious of Apeks though.
8 seconds. Dink tag dead. Adam B finding a second as well. That is brilliant. Now Young Ninjas have found their resurgence here on the CT side. How do they run with it? Look at OG Academy's economy. Exactly what I spoke about in the previous Neo. I mean, their money is horrific. I mean, sure, Marix has 6k. Sure, Sound has 5. Sure, Dementor has 7. But if you go for a buy here, a couple of these players will be without weapons. Or if it is, it might just be Galil's. And if you do opt for a eco, it's a difficult one. Because again, you're just allowing Young Ninjas to run away with this game even more. So they go for a buy. But as I said, consists of okay level of utility, but there is a Galil effect.
Already though, 1-for-1 trade. Sound starts things off. ZTR asks, and Marix answers as he finds Adam B and space out towards A.
4 versus 3, but HP left low on Marix. Reposition right now. Oh, Shike! Wall bangs him down. Orb scooped up by Oxygen, and it's actually down to 1 because Dementor's got a kill. Maxter left alone in the clutch in the 1v4. He's on the right side, but he's got a lot of bargain for.
I can't imagine him finding too much here. There's a lot of utils to work with. The Orb of Oxygen's holding. Missed shots, information gained. Second time of asking though. Oxygen doesn't miss the second time out. OG up to 9. And even though there's still a pretty formidable gap to start closing down, I gotta say, I'm really impressed with OG still ticking away, still keeping themselves in that conversation and still putting the pressure onto those Young Ninjas. And it's that same conversation that we were having earlier about how for Young Ninjas, in a technical standpoint, they only have a couple of 4-buys left for them to work with, hence why they're going for a slightly more lower buy-in towards round 23. Just a bit of an eco here.
Yeah, you can afford to if you're Young Ninjas. I think they're on double loss bonus still, so it's more than adequate for them to just take the reins on an eco and then pump in another full buy. See what they're made of here, though. Round 23. What damage can they do to a C side that very much needs the money and the weaponry right now?
So, methodical for Young Ninjas. Very passive here, of course, not much of an investment. Trying to hope for a bit of information over towards B and hoping that they make the wrong decision of going over towards that B site. As there's 4 players here ready to greet them. It's looking like they're doubling back over towards A, and it's only Adam B over there.
Bam. Era, gotta be careful, but at the same time, he's confident that he can win a fight through the smoke. Fires off a few shots with the Deagle, letting him know the tone. Dementor backs away, lobs in a CT smoke. Overall, everyone sits passive, sits slow. 45 seconds on the clock right now, Neo. And with that, bit of pressure maybe for OG Academy. They can't afford to run into the wrong stack. B certainly would be the wrong site. And Dementor gets his head taken off by Era, but this leaves Adam alone on A in a 1 versus 4 effectively to try and deny the bomb. Players pushing in left, right, and center. P250 good for damage, but only the damage. No kills, no nothing. That'll be a 10th on the board for OG Academy.
Yeah, he's actually unfortunate to find the kill there as well, to be perfectly honest. I mean, 4 points of HP sound remains on. What we do see for the remainder of Young Ninjas, they may as well send those pistols into fight. Send them to find some damage, potentially a kill. It does all its small increments to helping Young Ninjas in the long run. Save the AK is the priority. Keep that taken across in towards the next. LNC going to peek in towards the AWP momentarily, and that could be a big issue for him. Can't expect too much, but I think, you know, you look towards how they're posting up, they're expecting and hoping for the exits to come through. And of course, with the new changes to Inferno, you have to really go for, you know, a fairly big exit. You have to fall so far away. Oxygen is going to die to the bomb from this position if he's not careful. Swinging in. Damage of the pistols could be enough for him to fall out of the fray. And he will go down. Same to for sound. So only 2 remaining alive for OG with nothing of an investment for Young Ninjas. Not actually too bad.
Pretty respectable. Did want to talk about Era as an individual, one of the newcomers here for Young Ninjas, experienced at some of the higher levels at Gamer Legion beforehand. Currently 6-0 in opening duels. Yet to lose one, 6-1 of them though. That is unreal how well this man is playing right now. He's had a killer showing so far. Or in his hands, looking for more. Molly towards top banana though to null out all presence here for Young Ninjas. Nade dipped in as well. A little bit of damage done to Marix. Nothing more than that, though.
Well, again, for Young Ninjas, that's an aura that we've seen a little bit from them. Full investment in, but what can they find with it? Out towards long as the immediate pressure. The volley does a lot of damage.
ZTR has to back away, but hot on pursuit will be these OG Academy players. Adam B, he'll find it first. ZTR through the smoke. Big damage. LNC will be able to follow up as Adam B still kicking. And this is a round that crumbles so quickly for OG Academy. An AWP in the hands of Shrike. Sound low HP with the AK in his back pocket as well. So much to do. Nice shot from Sound to find the first. Still 3 more to go though. Era, such an aggressive angle as well with the AWP. The AWP turns his back. Era's got the kill. Sound 1v3. Boxed in on the back of sight. Swings in for the first. Will find it. And a second kill, no, denied. Era. Flick shot, no scope. That'll be enough to make it Young Ninjas 14.
Fortune favors the bold of Era there. He is very fortunate to find himself that no scope headshot. You take them all the same. Young Ninjas up to 14. 2 rounds away from the all elusive 60 and taking this best of 1 in their favor. And I gotta say, from both sides, it wasn't a bad round, generally speaking. I just think the OG were a little bit too over-aggressive for me. They were just trying to kind of force that round in their favor, try to go quick, try to up the tempo, and they up it a tad too much. And Well, they're caught in their own errors, really. They push a little bit too far forward. They get spaced out. They get picked apart. We saw Error get himself a free kill over towards short in the post plant. And those sort of scenarios you can't afford to give up to a very, very good Young Ninja side.
See what you did there? All the errors that they're making. Hero Week.
Yeah, what can I say? What can I say? The tour is going live soon.
Yeah,
All countries.
Yeah, everywhere. Absolutely everywhere. Young Ninjas, speaking of everywhere, all over Banana, but LNC not expecting people to be sitting beyond the utility. And for that, Dementor will take his head off. Will you expect Maxer up close? No, you don't. 2 kills, the spray down sublime. Young Ninjas, man advantage.
And now we have to play the buddy system. We see that 3-1 setup here. I mean, they're kind of expecting the rotation to come back over towards A. And for the time being, I think they've read this right.
.58 seconds to go. Young Ninjas in no position to think that this round is all but done. OG Academy definitely has some fight in them, but utility is at such a low. 1 smoke, 1 molly, 2 flashbangs. It's such little to work with, but it is just enough if they can take this B site.
Well, Maxter, jiggle peeking. Nothing to greet him so far. The utility will follow suit momentarily, and there it is. And now it's all about pulling the trigger.
Maxter patiently waits. Era holding the cross. Blind fires through the smoke. Won't find anything. 20 seconds. Maxter, he's able to find 1. But he's not happy with just 1. He's looking for more. The spam actually doing a bit of damage to Marix. It only extends to the tag. Not quite a kill. Oxygen able to slip the net and move back in towards New Box. Teammate sits on top. Yellow, the nade has done even more to Marix now in a 4v2. Young Ninjas will be trialing OG Academy in full force. Molly lobbed in. That's going to force the rifler out surely. Oxygen burning. Adam B will take him down. A 1v4 for the Bulgarian, and it's just not going to happen. Young Ninjas, they take 15. Map point to the Swedes.
It's Maxter who starts things. It's Maxter who finishes things. A quad kill to his name. Brilliant. And all he had to do, which is what he did to pixel perfection, was wait. It's so simple, but it's so effective. In that position, if Maxter goes aggressive after his opening kill, tries to deny the bomb going down, for example, by pushing his way forward, he gives away the round. They've got no control over towards the site. They've got no information on finding a retake, and it falls apart. But what Maxter does is he keeps the numbers in favor of Young Ninjas, and gives them a 15th on the board. They are 1 chance away from a 16-10 scoreline, and pick up their first win here in Season 5.
What is that aggressiveness from ZTR? M4 picked up. Thank you very much, good sir. Era in the meantime. Look at this aggressiveness with the AWP. He's hungry for more. He's looking for a way back in. Nade's lobbed out. Pretty standard stuff here. Looking at Adam B, though. He's in apartments. He has to be the big man of the round to come up massive. The nade has done brilliantly. And Adam B, here we go. Oh, it's a double for Adam B. Surely not anymore. Finally taken down as Dementor with a double. Marix makes it 3. LNC in the clutch. But look at the HP. It's less than 100 combined. But he will not go for the round. He's going to go for the save. Money for Young Ninjas, despite some heroics in the last. Not good enough to go for a retake attempt.
Yeah, now there's no point. Just keep hold of what they've got, which is just that one rifle. It is just, of course, LNZ with the M4A1S. Potentially could have got a bit aggressive, as you mentioned. They got 99 points between the 3 of them. But there is no point, is the main thing. Because for Young Ninja, they know they've got a wealth of a lead built up. They know they've got enough to work with. But they don't need to try and force 1v3 clutches onto the shoulders of one man. So, for the time being, reevaluate, assess the situation, take a step back, go to the drawing board, and formulate what's the plan going forward. And I think what we have seen as well is, for Young Ninjas, while it's been probably their biggest strength, it's also at times been their biggest weakness, is that A-site hold. That's where OG are finding a lot of success. And it comes off the back of, to be fair, individuals stepping up. But all the same, Young Ninjas can't keep allowing those slight gaps to creep forward, because it does slightly extend the lifeline to OG, where it makes it a possibility that we get OT for the second game running.
How have you said that at 15-11, mate? What's going on here?
It's unlikely. It's not impossible, though. It is improbable, but not impossible. LNZ gonna kick off things quite nicely. Dementor, good night. And, well, Maybe I did speak a little bit too soon. I was, you know, high on the copium, and it didn't pay off.
Flash, all the util, everything supplied. Despite the man advantage, this round isn't looking good here for Young Ninjas. We've got one M4, LNZ, he's going to need to find everything. Bomb set down as well. And, well, a 40-second fuse placed on this round that Young Ninjas need to make work. Don't think it's going to happen, really.
Yeah. I think that's pretty agreed. I guess the main thing, which is kind of what is going to become a meta of Inferno, generally speaking, is about, hang on a second, I'll come back to that point. Adam B going to find Shake. That is some considerable economic damage. Look at what OG have left to work with. It's not great in terms of their economy. More damage being dealt as well. LNZ causing issues. Sound going to find us. I'm double to close things out. And Morex will finish things off. Now, the thing I was concerned about was how Young Ninjas had basically all of CT control and all of banana control. And the biggest problem about that is it meant that in terms of the exits, there was no clear pathway for OG. And with how the radiuses have changed about the bomb explosions as well, there could have been OG losing nearly everybody. Fortunately, they do find the kill. Sound of a double does clean things up. Where do we stand now? 3-round deficit that OG Academy are in. But Young Ninjas only need one slip-up, one error, and that gives them the all-loose of 16.
Round 28. Maybe you spoke the overtime into existence, Neo. We'll have to find out. Bit of a chill. Yeah, a bit of a chill round. Definitely going to be up into this one, though. Round 28, full buy. M4s across the board, other than one MP9 on Maxter. 5 AKs in the hands of OG Academy. And who was that? Number 7, Name and Shame. Marix, knife in the chickens.
Come on
How
now.
dare you, son? How dare you?
Only bits of utility, lots of utility, in fact, over towards Banana. Definitely making the presence known. It's Young Ninjas who get a good amount of control here.
I like this. Maxter going aggressive, giving a bit of an angle to clear logs, but he's going to wait for the smoke to fade and slip right on in. Young Ninjas, in the meantime, they just have an M4 from top Banana trying to create the bait and switch, trying to create the illusion that they wouldn't have pushed someone up close. That smoke might just give it away, though. We'll have to wait and see. Molly dropped in. Yeah, Maxter has to fall away. MP9 going to feel a little bit useless in the beginning of this round. But they've done well. I mean, there's a minute on the clock, and OG Academy have no control to show for it.
This is really dicey. Already a little bit of aggression over towards the A side. Eric can just hold and wait. This is a tough angle to clear.
Yeah, and look at this. They're not expecting it. He's got the information on a second as well. Azira finds 2. Heads are rolling. The brackets control denied. And OG Academy, is this the beginning of the end? It might just be, because Era's on a roll. A hat trick for him. 23 kills. His welcome into Young Ninjas looks a definitive one, as it's just Marix and Sound left to deny the Ninjas of 16. And unfortunately, I don't think it's happening. Big damage done. CTR to find the penultimate kill. And it's Adam B to close the show. You can see what it means to Adam as he screams nice. And with that comes Young Ninjas, an opening win here in the WePlay Academy League Season 5 of Group B.
Yeah, new squad, and it's looking pretty good, if I have to say so myself. 16-12. They close things out. A stellar showing from Era individually, right? We kind of questioned what the ex-Gamer Legion man could do coming in towards the Academy Leagues, whether his wealth of experience within kind of the Tier 2 circuit would be enough to give him that slight leg up, that slight advantage. And it's safe to say it was a yes. I mean, a really solid performance from an individual standpoint. Maxter, you got to highlight that quarter kill again. He was brilliant in his times of need, and I think Young Ninjas, they've got a very strong side here who is, you know, definitely one built for the future.
Yeah, I think, you know, it's pretty early doors as well, right? We're still sort of assembling the building blocks of this side. We're not quite at a stage where we can call this a finished Young Ninjas, you know, one that we're going to see not really, you know, do any better than what they've shown here. OG Academy did a pretty good job, though. There's no denying it. I think when you look at sort of the what the Young Ninjas have, right, sort of the stature that they hold, LNZ at Tier 1, DTR at Tier 1, Era, he's played in Tier 2 for a very long time, and Gamer Legion specifically, we have so much power on this Young Ninja side in terms of knowledge and in terms of sort of wealth of experience. OG Academy, respect to them, man. They put on one hell of a show.
Yeah, I mean, they, for a side who is still, I would, honestly say relatively in their infant stages, we did see real moments of brilliance. There is definitely an idea what they're trying to formulate here over at OG, and I think it still just takes a little bit of time to really kind of iron out the kinks in this roster and really flesh it out into being a successful one. And we do start to see it. Individuals making a name for themselves for the likes of OG, who potentially could be the space for them to, I don't know, make a name for themselves in the future. As you mentioned, the Retro, I think probably the most important thing, this is early doors, and as well that Young Ninjas are technically speaking, hailed as one of the best sides in this academy scene, right? So for OG to take 12 rounds off them on a map which they've historically been really, really good on, I think there's some real positives to be brought across.
Yeah, I think, for OG Academy, there's still some learning to be done. Don't forget, this is their second season together, so we can't hate on it too much. Young Ninjas, this core's been around for a little while with ETR and LNC, and then obviously we have the trimmings of Adam B and Maxter in previous iterations of this roster as well. Era is, the big man. He showed himself up today. Really good job all in Young Ninjas. They get 16. They put themselves on the board here in Group B. And of course, to start things off, Neo, that Group B standing is going to put Young Ninjas to the top of the sheets.
Yeah, I'm really impressed. I think Young Ninjas in Group B are one of the sides you probably have to keep an eye on in terms of could potentially go the full distance. They're one of those sides who are trying to build a roster to contend with MOUZ. I think this Young Ninja side really has a brilliant core built up here that could go the full distance, especially with the newbies coming through.
Yeah, I think they have the element of surprise as well, right, over everyone else, where you sort of like, oh, you don't know what's going on, we don't know what we're doing in terms of what we're picking, how it looks. Young Ninjas have a lot of cards that they can pull. We now see their Inferno, we now see the level of action, and we now know what they're like. Still one more best of one for us today, 4 more to go here on the stream. Of course, up next we have a banger of a matchup, a new look Eternal Fire Academy taking on reigning champions MOUZ NXT. We'll find out how that one goes after this break.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, Season 5 of the WePlay Academy League. Now, we have the Kings of Academy Counter-Strike on your screens, ladies and gentlemen. MOUZ NXT make an appearance as they take on the new blood of Eternal Fire. It's a completely new roster, a bo1 man at MStar. What do they have to bring to the table, and can they even compete against arguably the best Academy side ever?
I don't think there's any argument, is there? I don't think there's any argument to how good this MOUZ NXT side look or where they stand. They are the kings of the Academy. Of course, back-to-back winners here of the WePlay season, dropping everyone they can. They look good, man. They look good. There's some stats that we can reel off a little bit later as to how well these guys play. But I think we should talk about Eternal Fire Academy a little bit more. Obviously, as a name, historically, the lads haven't really had a great time. You look at sort of the last season that they've had. They went 0-12 in season 4. Didn't get a single win to their name. Knocked out bottom place. Didn't get a victory. They looked pretty down. Since then, though, we've had a lot of changes. The only comparison we can make between the old and the new, of course, of this Eternal Fire side is the fact that we've kept one man of MStar. Everyone else, new blood, new chances, new opportunities. This is a new look, man, and I don't know what we're going to see. I don't know how we can evaluate, but when you're playing against a side like MOUZ NXT, it's always going to be your harshest beginning, and you're always going to get the critiques from day one. This is one to set the bar, though, and I think if we can see a good result here today, even if it isn't a win, there's every opportunity these guys can beat MOUZ NXT, but because when you look at these stats, they're on another level.
Yeah, you look towards MOUZ NXT, we take a look at their map pool. Very good on the vast majority of maps they play. They're into the bands overpass. We won't be seeing that for a definite. And I think that makes things very difficult for Eternal Fire of where they want to head, because more or less every map, MOUZ NXT don't mind, and that makes them such a scary thought. And of course, as you mentioned, with Eternal Fire going 0-12 in the previous season, not exactly the dream statistics to come off the back of. We've got very little information about them to go off too, as well, as they've got 0% win rate across all the maps, as we mentioned. They didn't have too great of a performance. Last time they picked up a win was January 12th against VP Prodigy, way back when. It's been 195 days since we have seen Eternal Fire Academy pick themselves up a win, and they kickstart Season 5 against the Kings of Academy CS. You've got to really feel for them. It's a tough start. Uphill battle, bans to come through as well, Overpass and Dust 2. As expected, Overpass coming through, Dust 2 and Ancient, not too problematic at all. Nuke will follow suit for Eternal Fire, Mirage off the back of that, so they don't want to fare in towards their puggier style, and that leaves Inferno. Back-to-back Infernos for us here on the stream. Eternal Fire, they fancy themselves on Inferno against the likes of MOUZ NXT.
Well, you wouldn't want to challenge them on Vertigo, would you? You really wouldn't want to challenge them on Vertigo. No. So yeah, understandable. Yeah, we raise a good point, right? I think there's some serious alarming stats here. The name of Eternal Fire hasn't won a single map in 192 days, which means they're a third of the year without a win to their name. We need to see something different. We need to see something new. And is this new look Eternal Fire Academy side going to bring the test to MOUZ NXT? There's only one map we find out on, ladies and gentlemen. We kick open the coffin doors of Inferno once more. We head into this a second time today out of the 3 matchups we've seen so far. It's Inferno. It's old. It's good. It's the best Counter-Strike we have to offer. And it is indeed Eternal Fire Academy taking on MOUZ NXT.
And as they say as well, all good series are closed on Inferno. And I guess just for us, it's the best of one. So it is the only thing we get in this series. And I think, generally speaking, for Eternal Fire Academy, I actually think the pick of Inferno is really not too bad, especially when you delve deep in towards the statistics, may I say, of MOUZ NXT. 8 times played, 38% win rate. It's actually one of their slightly weaker maps, or may I say, probably their weakest map.
Slow start to this pistol, Neo. No rushes, no nothing. MOUZ NXT sitting comfortable with whatever they can. 5 USPs, 4 lots on Kevlar. Kit smoke on Shui. MOUZ NXT, of course, now jiggling in. Shui brilliantly picked up upon. Really nicely done to find that opening kill. Cyber's already eliminated. We're down to 4 for Eternal Fire Academy.
Already a great start from MOUZ NXT, and Shu, he can just fall back. He can hold weight, doesn't need to do anything too special for the time being. The second he spots a bit of contact, drop a smoke, fall back. It's so easy, so effective.
Minute left to go. Still a little bit of time for Eternal Fire to work with here. We've got 2 players on util for that T side. So I'm guessing there are going to be smokes, there are going to be flashes. There's going to be a real good chance they can make things work. Zek, in the meantime, coming from long. Shui's dropped a smoke on B. He's pushing beyond it, though. Is anyone going to check for this? No, no one's having a look. That's a very free kill for Shui. He's made a meal for it. Jim Fat's now going to have to bail him out of this one. Zershin in on coffins as well. They know where these players stand. But look at this. Zek, he's in on CT.
Oh,
they have no clue that he's here, and he's able to gut out the site effectively. It's down to Zershin, trying to tap away, but Zek's flank becomes the thorn in the side of MOUZ NXT. We're down to 2 here for the Polish court. Not looking good.
From a dream start for MOUZ NXT to not a dream finish for Eternal Fire, they've turned this back from the depth. It's Zek's flank that causes all of the problems. MHL going to find himself one, nearly pulling off the silencer, and that becomes costly. M-Star delete, looking to try and find more as well, as Jane is struggling, but finding kills nonetheless. Time is so far ticked, though, and this story's done, surely. He may find even the last 2 kills. We won't have time to defuse it nonetheless, and this round will still remain in favor of Eternal Fire Academy, as they are going to find themselves the first on the board. It's a messy one. And a knife, in fact, just to add insult to injury, which could mean an warp into the second round if they really want to go risky. Imagine. No, they don't have enough money for it.
Nah, none of that here. There's surely no warp invested. I know what you're hinting at. I'm picking up what you're putting down, mate.
You know you want to do it.
If I see an orb when these replays end, I'm fuming, by the way. I'm genuinely
come on, you know you want to see it. It's an industry favourite off the back of a knife in the round itself. No, I'm just going to go for the AK. Going to play it safe. You hate to see it.
Yes. Eagles, majoritively speaking here for MOUZ NXT, projecting a couple of kills maybe on this force buy, but they're not particularly going to have a good time here against AKs, Galils, MAC-10s, like the whole shebang. Round 2. Spam coming out, having a good look here, the AK in middle. MHL to join his teammate of Shui. Deagle Spam, well, it's found 1. No response either. Eternal Fire Academy left down to 4.
This is not exactly the way we expect this to go on paper. The way things are panning out right now, MOUZ NXT in a very decent position and got a lot of not only information, but map control too. Cyber and below. The question is, will he even expect Shui in close and personal? This could be a free kill as he holds in towards apps. And if he peeks out now, there's a freebie for him, but he allows him to cross.
The timing is a game. Eternal Fire Academy certainly rolling the dice to play it. Smoke towards top mid. MOUZ NXT buying more time. Look at the clock, mate. We've ran it down to the final 30 seconds of this round. Eternal Fire Academy. I think that's bomb on the back of Zek. Moving towards A as his team exec B. And look at this. They're left absolutely stunned. Hold on a second, guys. B's clear. Wait, A's clear. Where are they? Well, M-Star's just hit a nail-biter of a shot. MHL will trade. We're down to 3. But MOUZ NXT, I think it's just going to be chalked up to a quite an easy round to lose here. Maybe a save of an AK. Other than that, Eternal Fire Academy, a start that is respectable. Win the pistol, win the full fight.
I guess for them as well, it's about whether they can cause any other economical issues. You talk about kind of finding a couple of kills on the X's with how the radius of Inferno is that little, well, not even that little bit, it's quite significantly bigger than what it used to be, right? And because of that, it makes saving a little bit more difficult on that front. Hence why, well, I guess for them, they are trying to at least test the waters here. In fact, going to find himself 1. Cyber going to fall. Shu, he gets very close to personal. Zek should fall here, and he will. And just like that, only 1 remaining alive for Eternal Fire Academy. Heading into the 3rd round, they got a 2-0 buffer. But of course, we get to take a listen towards their team speak in just a second, which is going to be quite interesting.
Fuck.
What is that?
Yeah. We play time.
I don't buy.
I'm needing mid. I have
Did we buy or
no?
I have only Molotov.
It's okay.
Don't have anything. I play off angle here.
They nades
take
B.
them out. Take them out. You can hold retake. Hold retake maybe.
Close call on. I'm 8 ups.
I'm going big, guys.
I'm holding the molly first, Jimmy.
Yeah.
We can find smoke on you. I don't see ramp or mid.
Can you boost me, Jimmy, maybe?
They're just waiting.
Yeah.
One
One
ramp.
is room. Yeah, there
We
is
can
way.
play double bunny maybe.
I'm holding the Kerrigan molly, Jimmy.
I'm playing passive.
If they pop, I will molly them.
Yeah, I'm just holding. I'm playing all in.
Yeah, it's fine.
I'll take a mid. They take you up now.
I want molly wall. Can we swing, Jimmy? Is it straight?
Yeah, wait. I'm the closest. They take a mid.
Ready? I'm molly.
They can be
I'm
out
one swinging.
Out
Don't
mid.
smoke long.
Out mid.
Big clear, big
Okay,
clear.
okay.
Shot. I rotate already. I rotate.
It's fine, it's fine.
Look
Can
at
they
mid.
be long?
Yeah,
But they smoked it, they
They
shouldn't
smoked
be.
it, yeah.
They smoked many
They
pit
smoked
now.
many pit.
They're
I'm
not,
playing default.
not pushing it.
I don't see
Why
long.
is mid? Why is mid?
Cannot see long. No.
Up mid or scout.
I'm spotting long.
Nothing short, I don't see.
I'll go back.
Long, one guy.
I'm holding long.
They're with the
One,
flash, please.
one more long.
Maybe
One
we
more
swing
One
long.
short.
One more. One shot, took a shot.
It's-
Two more,
Hey,
two more
looks
long,
like-
too long,
yeah.
too long.
Yeah, wait. Shot.
One apps, one short.
Pushing.
Loud apps and one up long.
Too long. Lock, lock, lock.
Ups.
Too long at least, and one ups. AK at the library. There's kids.
Okay.
Oh, nice
Bro, I didn't see the kid. I was like, what the fuck?
Bro, that round!
No.
Mate, it was like half a second! That was-
Imagine.
Mate, you could hear as well. I'm not sure. I think maybe it was Jim Fat as well. He was like, dude, there's a kit in front of you. Like, this round's winnable. Zersh at the end's like, dude, I didn't see the kit. Like, that's such a shame. Won the round. It would have been a problem. But the fact that he got so close. Zershan, really nice discipline. Waits on the 2 mid plays. Kills the guy on sight. And nearly has enough to win the round entirely. That is impeccable. But MOUZ NXT, they're 3-0 down.
I gotta say, Eternal Fire were nearly their own worst enemy there. They expected early that was just a complete save, just trying to keep hold of that Mac 10. And that nearly became so costly for MHL. It's a brilliant opener. M-Star gonna fall. That's the opening they needed to finally try and find a first round.
Gonna drop him. MHL out of the round. MOUZ NXT left down to 4 once again. Not sure if you saw as well, but Shane actually invested in the last round when everyone took an eco. And so for MOUZ NXT, their position already taken down a notch because of it. And now down one even further because MHL, he's out early.
Well, already 4 versus 4. It's as you mentioned, a bit of a mixed buy over towards MOUZ NXT. The great start with the AWP shot gets completely nulled more or less immediately. It is in a position where it can be collected though quite nicely. And hang on a second, they've spotted no one in towards B. They know they're going towards B.
Zershan, M4A1S looking to do some decent damage. Smoked off the angle. And he actually gives up sight by doing so. He's having a good look. Spam. Oh, Zershan. He's just so smart, man. Here's the steps. Knows his chance. Shuey. He's got the AWP dialed in. But unable to find the kill. Now down to a 3 versus 3. AWP still in the picture for Eternal Fire Academy as well. Zershan going to be taken out of the round. But it doesn't stop from Jim Fat finding the response. And we're into the 2v2. Flashbang launched in. Jim Fat gonna get entryed in. And now down to Cyber. A 1 versus 2. Jim Fat has them all. And with that comes the first for MOUZ NXT.
15 years of age, but experience beyond those years from Yinfa. That's brilliant. Really, really well played from him. 3 kills to his name and oh so comfortably. And of course, I guess the most important thing of that is, yeah, individually brilliant from him. It's finally seeing MOUZ NXT perform the way we know they can. They're the kings of the academy scene, the reigning champs, 4-time winners. And they struggled with a 3-0 deficit. Now, of course, they've put their mark on the seed. And on top of that, Eternal Fire are left with not much of a buy in towards this next round, round number 5, because their long-term economy being chipped away, even in the rounds they'd won.
Definitely recoverable. I mean, we're already seeing Eternal Fire's economy drop down to the minimal, right? They've got Tech 9s, Deagles, whatever they can, but within the realms of an eco. So already suffering the financial consequence for losing out on so much earlier on. MOUZ NXT. They, however, are in control. Rifles including an AWP. That's the trimmings to a buy that Eternal Fire Academy couldn't quite invest into this very round.
That's it. Of course, still all 5 remain alive for Eternal Fire to pop out towards A to try and test those waters. Will be met by the M4 of Shuhei. Good for the first pass of that test with flying colours. What more can he add to his stellar performance so far?
Nicely done, Shuhei picks up the sidearm, can't quite find more. AWP of MHL here to assist as Shane lines up the last. Only the one casualty and reap the rewards of the eco investment. Eternal Fire Academy, probably pretty happy with that one as well. You know, you invest very little, but get a weapon out of it, or well, at least a weapon dropped out of it. They don't quite get it for themselves, but still, pretty respectable round for both, and now the gap back down to 1.
That's it. This is now where we have to really see Eternal Fire and what they can bring to the table with this new roster, this completely new beginnings for them, because it's a full buy both ways. This is the true test. And this is where, in most scenarios, MOUZ NXT have proven to be one of those dominant factors.
Okay. Good start from M-Star, but further on by MHL. Shots are taken out of the round. Minute and 20, 4v4. Standing pretty strong here, though, MOUZ NXT. Such a HP lead with M-Star and Zek sitting low.
Well, again, temperaments just slowed down a tad here for Eternal Fire. Good amount of utilities out towards A, though, for the time being. And this has kind of initiated that triple stack to come through. They can more than happily leave Xerxes over towards top B, as Jay is delivering brilliantly. M-Star going to fall. And it's back to numbers in favor of MOUZ NXT, but a rotation being called back towards B.
Oh, the AWP, MHL! I completely forgot! He's not on the T side, he's on CT, and he should have the flag of a lifetime. Shane's got the last, and they're made to look like mugs. 3-all the scoreline heading into round 7. Eternal Fire disintegrated, and with that comes another eco.
He's very unfortunate to get the collat there as well. I mean, he gets all the damage, doesn't get the kill, the double in fact, but he follows up with a Tech 9, so it's more than good enough. And of course, 3-all is where we stand. We're all tied square, heading in towards round number 7. It was a brilliant 3-round start for Eternal Fire, but the 3-round response from MOUZ NXT, for me, it's just been that one better. Of course, the economy not great. MHL's unlucky.
Close, eh? Very close. Yimfat's Nay gonna find the opening kill. 5 versus 4 scenario, pretty comfortable beginnings once again here. Or push down middle. MHL, that is confidence beaming. Xerxes will find another. The AWP of MHL drop. Johnson, what on earth is this? 2 with the P250, looking for a third. Shane will take him down. 2 casualties, not all bad, but MOUZ NXT take the reins as they're up to 4.
Of course, heading into this next round as well, we get to take a listen once again in towards the comms of MOUZ NXT, as they're now going to lead under their fare. Will it make a difference is the biggest thing. Will there be a slightly more confidence? And he gets so unfortunate. He just whisks past the elbow.
Insta boost, Jim, okay?
Yeah, I'll do it.
I'm gonna early flash just for fake.
Wait.
Watch the aggressive banana, guys. First time they didn't smoke.
I don't see.
How about I now?
I don't see.
I'm only close now. Flash.
Banana. I'm only wood. Oh,
Let's up on it wood. You flash. Flashing
Wait,
out.
double netting
They-
now.
I can flash for
Let's
you,
go back
banana,
inside.
guys.
It's on. Go mid. Go away, go away. Yeah. Fighting mid a lot. One is rushing long already.
I'm in house, guys.
I
Hey,
smoke deep.
They smoke con. They smoke
One
Clear,
up.
clear. It's
Wait,
a
They
yes.
smoke live.
Up there.
Come here.
Only one going ups. What? Lock. Out lock.
Graveyard. More.
One lock. Who gets lock?
What's a charge? What's a charge?
You're long.
Right, ups. Ups and to side probably.
3v3 have smoke. 2 smokes, 1 molly. I'll share.
I come out with you.
One should be in grave, but...
I have 1 molly. I can molly.
Long
for
clear.
you.
Should molly side, he planted. You should molly and flash above. Give me flash, give me. You molly, I flash
On
instantly
the side.
after.
I'm molly graveyard
That's
side.
right, that's right.
I'm molly graveyard side.
Mid one, son. One mid. They know you're 3 from long. We should just save.
Yeah,
We should just save.
Yeah. I'm going save.
Yeah, that's it.
We can take exit actually, I think we have money.
Yeah. We can try to hunt them.
Holding long.
I have
Can
sight.
be out long.
Somehow. Oh, but
Nice, sick kill. I'm gonna
one
go
is
pick
side.
mid here.
Side.
Take your weapons now.
1 HP.
He's
He will
gonna die, he's gonna die.
Oh,
Yeah,
take
I'll
off
try to
live.
kick off.
Yeah.
Yeah. Nice.
Nice. Left side.
Good call with the saving.
Positives. There's some positives there. No one survives for Eternal Fire. I guess they don't mind now, but it's not the round in their favor. Now you can see the calls being made as well pretty early in to save that one. They knew, both sides knew there was 3 from long, and they were all too aware of it. Trying to make a retake work, they retro I don't think would have worked.
Yeah, I think they were pretty smart to call that one off quite as quick as they did. They were dead right, you know, like they had their number dialed in. They knew, guys, this round it's not winnable, you know, like we're in a position where we're fighting a lost cause. Let's see what we can do in the next round. Let's keep our guns, and they end up getting all the kills. And to start this round off, we've already got Xerxen hitting the kill feed. So the save in the last round already paying dividends to this one as early advantages, early lead, early opportunities here for the MOUZ NXT side. JimFat with a double, and it's down to a 2v4, already making it look easy here, JimFat. The young gun just cruising through this Eternal Fire Academy side.
I mean, he has been stellar so far, hasn't he? On an individual standpoint, the AWP of MHL as well. Pixel peeking, waiting for the opportunity. That's a quick swing by, a drive by, in fact. MHL, second time of asking, does not miss those. And a second time on top of that. Cyber will fall. 5th round for MOUZ NXT, as they extend the lead to just 1. More importantly though, Retro, it's that T-side economy falling flat once again, as Eternal Fire won't have a heavy investment into this round, and I expect probably just upgraded pistols.
Yeah, looking pretty strong here, right? MOUZ NXT are definitely confident now in their play style. A lot closer maybe than they were expecting, but Eternal Fire Academy bringing the fight to them for sure. Let's see what they've got in the locker here for round 10. If they can make it 6-4, if they can start to establish that lead. Nice HE. Zek already tagged up by around 30 points of health. 34 to be precise.
Mass.
It's, yeah, of course, man. You know,
Proud of you, mate.
I got an E in A levels, so I wouldn't quite say I'm the sharpest tool in this shed, but you know, I can count to 100. That's one thing Counter-Strike has taught me well. And that an M4 does 91 points of damage, which leaves you at 9, you know? That's the other bit of info that I love sharing to my team.
Another nades come through. M-Star this time. That's 29 for him as he's dropped to, even more in fact, as he gets a second nade greeted to him into his ramp. MHL holding, free kill for him. Zek will fall. I think it's safe to say this round should only go one way. It's about whether, I mean, really Eternal Fire can find anything.
Chewy, good for 1. He's hungry for more. Give the M4 more indeed. MHL will pinch it away from him. Low ammunition in the magazine, but I don't think it matters at this point. Cyber's Deagle, 28 points of health to his name. He'll swing into the hands of Chewy anyways, but it's Xerxen to clean him up. 6-4, heading into round 11. It is that 2-round gap we talked about.
And it's about building it further for me. I think for MOUZ NXT on the CT side of Inferno, they need a little bit of a stronger kind of finish this half. I mean, 6 rounds is great. I want them to at least guarantee a lead heading into the second half and potentially even extend it. You know, you look towards kind of 9 rounds, for example. That is where I think they can find a comfortability going forward. 6-4 really isn't a bad resurgence from how things started. But for MOUZ NXT, for a side so dominant in the academy scene, we always just expect perfection, really.
I mean, I wouldn't say the game's been bad so far. You think they went 3-0 down after losing the pistol, right? And since then, they've won 6 out of 7 rounds. It's
of course.
You know, when you put it like that, it's actually, you know, a fairly one-sided game, and it's only a matter of time until MOUZ NXT continue to show those results. But Eternal Fire Academy will be looking to put an end to that. It's a fast play towards B, but has actually resulted in so much info, but such little damage, in fact, going for so much, but will only get little as Chewy, he's able to trade 1 for 2, makes the jump. Oh, that's so smart from Chewy. Fakes the drop. Xerxen swings in for a double. That is a masterclass from MOUZ NXT.
That's so well played. And that's the synergy of the likes of Xerxen, Shane, Shuhei coming together in perfect combination. I mean, that is how to play it. Those two individually of Xerxen and Shuhei, that is brilliant. It was so well played from them. YN going to find the opener, buys a little bit of time. Shuhei as well, substantial here. The fake drop is all that he needs to do to just give himself another free kill on top of it. And of course, information that won across and towards water. Eternal Fire had no idea what was going on there. And of course, because of it, they're going to go on attack pause heading in towards round at number 12. I don't blame them. This game is already starting a little bit to get away from them. From what was actually a very decent start, a little bit on the rocks right now.
I don't know. I don't know what side of the coin to sit on right now. I think for a side like Eternal Fire Academy, really should have got away with a little bit more in that last round. But having said that, kind of got gamed on a little bit by Shuey, and then obviously Zershun finding the remainder.
For sure.
It's a bit difficult to sit on a side right now, but definitely MOUZ NXT looking the better side of the two. I think the real question is now sort of, you know, how we're going to sit heading into the rest of this half. If Eternal Fire can pull off any upsets, their timeout going to be used to full effect. Just 30 seconds, talk it out. Where can we drastically change and improve upon? But now it's time for talking. Now it's time for Eternal Fire to prove why they needed that timeout and what they've learned from it.
Unfortunately, it is time for them to try and prove it. They don't have anything to prove it with. It's a hero Galil is all they've got to work with here. It's not the greatest, not the dream kind of investment towards this sort of round because their economy in a little bit of a dicey space. Another one on paper that should just be chalked up towards MOUZ NXT, but potentially the upgrade of pistols and that Galil could cause a further issue.
Looking towards second mid. MHL is so confident with this AWP. Like, I couldn't tell you another time where I sent an AWP up blindly cross middle like that just to go for a peek. He's confident, mate. He's feeling it. Has the range
for him.
And for the rest of MOUZ NXT, look at this control. Zershun's jump spotting bottom banana. Molly in towards log. AK, oh, it's in for Paradise. We'll find two. Hero Galil not going to do much as Yimfat to wipe up the rest. It's just down to the Tech 9 of M-Star, and he's short-lived as Yimfat makes it a hat-trick, a full house between himself and an Israeli brother. It's 8-4, MOUZ NXT, they're taking the reins, and they are running with this game as expected.
Love it. It's so simple, isn't it? I mean, as we mentioned, not too much of an investment for Eternal Fire in towards round number 12, but at the very least, to clean things up in a flawless manner is a very, very good shining light in what has been a really good resurgence from MOUZ NXT. Exertion for the double, and actually quite nice from Zershun as well, falling back to allow Yimfat to support him, to allow Yimfat to provide all the help that he needed to. Really well done. 8-4, they double the round to their opponent. Eternal Fire do have a bye coming in towards the next round. Still is a little bit on a knife's edge though for them. Failed to convert it, they're back to an eco.
See what they have up to offer. As you said, the desperate times definitely call for desperate measures. If the timeout wasn't used to try and think through what they wanted to do on an eco, you'd hope that something different happens here on this bye round. Molly lobbed in, smoke in towards apartments as well. Shane retaliating with one on short. And, well, you know, we're a minute and 10 in. Eternal Fire have burnt a fair bit of util towards middle. And they've resulted themselves with a little bit of brackets control, but nothing towards B.
Lower tempo here from Eternal Fire again. I think they learned from their previous areas of maybe just upping that tempo a little bit too much and then not having the kind of good control. Brilliant flash from M-Star. Sivey gets the first. Swing in to look and make a second and shoot. Here's Shane combining. Hang on a second. It's crumbling at the core. It's all down to one. And what can he provide? Jota. It's a consolation killer, nothing more. A silver lining in a dark, dark sky for Eternal Fire falling further and further behind.
MOUZ NXT apocalypse continues. Eternal Fire Academy, as you said in the last, couldn't bring the results in the bye, so this round they're forced to just an eco. And it's a big ask for them to try and find this round. Another hero Galil. I mean, listen, man, I'm a fan of a hero AK. I'm not trying to say, you know, don't go for it. But a Galil. Like, really?
Yeah, that's all.
It's like buying a hero M4, you know? It's like you have to get a dink and then a body shot on top of it.
That's
like, the whole point is to win an engagement, and it's just not happened. 3 pistols already gone. 4th one drops. 1 man to go. Spam low. Shuey's got him in the smoke. Perfect spray control. And there goes the Galil that you thought would get a hero kill or two. Done and dusted. 10-4.
I'm completely with you. I just don't really rate a Galil. It's the same thing, you know, if you bought a FAMAS as a kind of a hero FAMAS. Again, I don't really rate in that scenario. Because as you mentioned, because it doesn't have that one-shot headshot, it just makes it not as formidable, not as much of a threat as what you'd hope. And you're on your T side, you're looking for a gun to find an early entry, to find some space, be the space creator and allow the pistols to be the space manipulators. That's not what you get there.
Oh, Shane. Okay. I mean, if this isn't confidence, I don't know what it is. And he doesn't find a kill from it, but information definitely there for a couple. 1 molly lobbed in. Shuey goes aggressive. And that's Jota, the bomb carrier, taken down. Now a smoke in on the molly as well. 4 versus 3. MHL's found a kill, and just like that, we swap things right back around.
Oh, Cyber though, that's so patient. I love it. All he has to do is hold, wait, and allow for the overextension, and he finds it. Bomb will be collecting towards second mid. MHL with the 5-7 re-aggressing, surely not.
Well, at
Not a
least
fan,
he didn't get away
personally.
with that. No, I
Yeah.
think MHL goes a bit aggressive, as we will very much share. Not ideal. Not ideal for him to go for that. But if it would have worked, like, it's the most disrespectful play of the lot.
Yeah.
So you can only give him some respect for doing so. Zershan, aggressive towards B. Now, you wouldn't expect this, would you? Why would you sit up close? Because Zershan's lined them up. That's brilliant. Looking for a third as well. Can't quite find it. But Cyber's left low. Young Yimfat left in the 1v1. And you wouldn't count him out of this, would you? He's had a brilliant game so far. Looking for more. And indeed, he'll find it. It's 15 kills, 3 deaths for Yimfat here. What a staggering half in favor of MOUZ NXT.
And from what was a dream start for Eternal Fire, they found the first 3 rounds. Things were looking on the up and up. The Phoenix Rising, they were 0-12 in the last season. It was the dream start against the kings of Academy Counter-Strike. And then they combusted at the core. The flames went out and they fizzled to more or less nothing. And at the half, 11-4 just doesn't quite cut it. And MOUZ NXT, speaking of cutting it, they have been cutthroat.
It's a brilliant half of Counter-Strike being showed up by these guys right now. Look at Yimfat. Just so much aggression, so much confidence in his aim. And that's really been the story for MOUZ NXT. We've listened in at how well these guys have been doing. The communications there. I think the 2 sides that we've listened in, they've actually lost the rounds. But
Yeah.
either way, like, they've had a really good start. Let's listen in on their pistol.
He's jumping, I hit him once.
One is maybe
What's the
pushing
guy?
second.
Yeah, I'll hold it. Okay.
Could be bench
on
mid
still.
They flash mid.
Flash
I
mid.
don't
What
see
if-
anything.
What is close walls, though? I heard him. Maybe sandbags, I think.
Upstairs.
Keep holding.
Right.
I think he was faking the mid flash, and there is like banana stack. I feel him.
I'm walking in upstairs.
Going close mid.
Let's start grouping A.
Ali, banana.
One jumped out of ups, guys. One jumped out of ups now. I heard him jump towards like graveyard or something. Ups is clear.
I can smoke long.
Wait, not yet.
Only short.
Smoke now, and Jimmy, you jump out mid. Jump.
Jump.
Nothing.
What up, see?
Graveyard, one more graveyard. One
Walking
graveyard.
now.
Can you molly graveyard instead? Milo,
No.
molly graveyard, please.
Yes.
Flashing
He's graveyard
now.
100%, guys. Boom. Grave. Is grave, yeah. Grave.
I'm holding grave. Grave.
Right. No CP.
Dead.
One mid. Headshot clear. One mid. Two guys mid. Let's help over.
I come short. Let's go short. Let's go short. All short. Let's go.
Nice!
Good call.
What a round, man.
What a
I
celebration.
want to give props to Yimfat there, right?
Of course.
Early round, he says, I heard one jump. Guys, I think they've faked the mid flash and they've stacked B. What did Eternal Fire Academy do that round? They faked the mid flash, they stacked B. And it was an interesting one as well. The Apps player, I think Zershan maybe would have said it. He spotted the man in graveyard, so the molly was used elsewhere, forced out the player, and it was a 1v4 on site. There was no winning. P250 setup. That's a brilliant round, man, from MOUZ NXT. If you aren't already fans of Counter-Strike of these guys, I mean, you gotta love them, man. You've gotta love them. These guys are just a different breed, different level. And I'm a big fan, man. That's massive from MOUZ.
It's just textbook CS, but played at such a high level. I mean, they do all the fundamentals so brilliantly, and Yimfat, on an individual note as well, has been nothing short of spectacular. And at 15 years of age, you just take a bow, kid. What a performance so far. 12-4. Looking like they want to finish this one quite quick as well. Zershan takes an initial bit of contact. Out towards short. That's information gain.
Eternal Fire Academy bringing forward a force buy, so for MOUZ NXT, they aren't exactly out of the headlights just yet. Definitely got to be a little more careful of how they want to perceive this round and where they want to go and what the contents of this round consist of. 50 seconds to go, though, Neo. Plenty of time to make up for it. Plenty of time to have a look. What's going on? What is the game plan here? It will indeed be a B play.
It goes to utility. A couple of players there to meet them too as well. At least makes us a little bit more comfortable, but the numbers are looking great. Over towards A. Cyber, just about with a bit of a labor spray. Collects off an AK. And they're actually going to double back. He's the only one there to greet them.
Yeah, Six going for the rotate as well, so he's got to be a bit careful. Spotted on the jump to pit. Cyber's good for another, though. How's he getting away with it? Chewy having a good look on site as well. Cyber finally taken down. The bomb will be planted, but a 3v3 leaving MHL low as well. The MAC-10 going aggressive. It's just too many weapons, not enough bullets. And now YNFat, he's going to be needed massively, and he will exactly find it. 2 kills for him, the third on MHL, and it's 13-4. MOUZ NXT, they'll take it one step closer.
And I think now it's a question of not if, but when MOUZ NXT take this best of one. They have been stellar, both on the T and the CT side. Excellence personified in their performance, and I gotta say, I've been so impressed. We were, a little bit concerned. Well, I definitely was when it was a 3-0 start for Eternal Fire. I mean, I know it's really early doors, but, not as cutthroat as we normally see from MOUZ NXT, and they've definitely turned the tide. Zek swings in towards mid and is greeted with lead to the face.
And Milo, come with us.
Yeah.
I'm taking long. Wait for the molly.
Behind
you take him in?
Big shot. Control
I
banana.
have shot.
Yeah, I don't...
Come long, come long. We're walking along
I'm
together.
going.
Okay, I take the bomb.
Dead.
I come to you.
Dead. One more. There.
I'm
He's
pushing him there.
mini pit.
Pushing shot.
Close.
Shot,
Headshot. Both there. Left pallet. Nice.
Nice, Dory.
Oh, you nice you.
Nice, Dory.
Man,
Having
one
fun.
thing to play the game, 2 things to have fun. You're dead right, man. 2 things to have fun. Just having a good time, man. The comms are good. The energy's good. They're feeling good. More importantly, they're playing amazingly. 14-4. Eternal Fire Academy, a do-or-die investment. 10 in a row to catch up. Otherwise, it will indeed be MOUZ NXT to just take this series and ultimately put themselves top of the standings on round difference.
Oh, comfortably as well. I mean, what we've seen so far has been brilliant. Swinging towards Banana as well with double entry there for Eternal Fire Academy.
Nicely done. Zershan still with 1. Continues his spray, expecting a second swing. M-Star instead will just drop a smoke. Trying to give him a bit of space to work with. MHL faking the play. Smoke towards CT. But his teammates here to join him. Actually, this is no fake. This is it. They're going for this execute. Great flashbang dropped in towards Paul. M-Star going to be caught in singles. Shane spins back and still finds the kill. And a 3 versus 3 can set the bomb down as well. Not in the conventional default spot, but it's in a position that Zershan can hold the cross. And he's holding. Specific angle being held. 3 versus 3. That bomb already a quarter of the way ticked as well. Eternal Fire Academy have to get a move on. No kit by the looks of things either. MHL to go aggressive as he finds 2 with the AK. Down to Sizzix with the AWP, and while he's good for 1, it's still 2 more to go. It doesn't matter the level of casualties. It doesn't matter how many lives lost here for MOUZ NXT. They run away with 15. It's map point here. Group A taken by a storm, and MOUZ NXT looking better than ever.
Yeah, I mean, this is nothing short of brilliant from MOUZ NXT, and of course, they are 1 round away from closing things out at the all-elusive 16, and of course, on top of that, they have 11 rounds in their buffer to keep Eternal Fire, not an arm's distance away, not a leg's distance away, miles away from catching up to them in this game. I have a feeling, Retro, this one is done. MOUZ NXT have just been nothing short of superb.
Well, last rounds. Looking comfortable, aren't they, here? MOUZ NXT. Even on the T side, although we've only had glimpses of it, it really has just been a standing ovation of a performance.
Agreed.
From them. Well, MOUZ NXT having fun with it, man. The voice comms, they're so fun to listen into, they're so... It's cool because you get to see the mind of a pro and sort of the communication of a pro, but at the same time, they know how to have fun. They know even, I mean, the pressure really isn't on this game, but sort of the pressure to perform, and because you are the best, they're still having fun. YNFat takes the head off of Jota, will eventually get traded M-Star. Really nicely done. In fact, a third, Sizzix will find Shane, and with that, it's Zershan here in the 1v4.
Well, a much better round just after we were bigging up MOUZ NXT from Eternal Fire Academy. This is much better. The triple stacking towards short worked really well for them. Zersh going to push through the smoke, and I think he's going to be met with a momentary death if he does exactly that. We'll be good for the first, trying to ice it the second. We'll be able to deliver on that front. However, Eternal Fire Academy up to 5. Deficit down to 10. Still a long road to recovery. Still quite the mountain to climb.
Neo.
Not impossible, but improbable.
Do you know what that loss means, though? We get to listen in, I do believe, to one more round, the comms here for MOUZ NXT. So maybe we get to hear the streams of victory, or maybe we'll just have to wait another round.
It's all good.
Yeah, it's fine. Milo, it's better gun, Milo. You don't have to shoot one all the time. I'm Molly. I'm gonna flash Ruby.
That's good.
Nothing mid.
Nothing up. Nothing up.
I shot close, yeah. Let's take up, Ruby. Molly late. I have boiler.
Do we double need Hobbit?
Watch out, I'm safe from my right side. Yeah.
Give me, I'm gonna leave you banana, you play with your molly and smoke really late, okay?
Boiler, can you flash up a boiler, someone, please?
Milo?
Yes.
No flash, no flash.
Some.
I will
Oh,
flash
I
soon.
don't have.
Flash.
Sorry.
Yeah,
Flashing now?
Don't see bush shot. I'm gonna smoke long, guys.
Listen. No, don't. Okay.
I have short though.
I threw retake nades on
Yeah, it's good. After that, you will retake the...
Retake nades. He smoked mid. I'm playing at
shot.
flash shot. Pick after flash shot.
I can't pick.
Yeah.
One is close long.
Shot clear.
You walk out boiler, I'm walking out mid.
I can money shot, guys.
I will take guard.
Shot that one. One pit should be. On the roof.
On the roof.
I'm waiting on banana.
You see on the roof.
I'm waiting still on banana.
Okay, should be long and... Yeah, he's see on the roof.
He's going for the ace, right?
Yeah. No, he's gonna get one top it.
On top it.
35 average king.
Maybe I just save.
Yeah, why not? You will win next round.
Oh.
If you don't win next round, I will be very sad.
I will not make you sad.
Hey, ma'am. Where are you aiming,
Fucking
Jimmy? Where are you
preach.
aiming? For the shop or what?
Yeah, for the lamp.
Wow, not nice for MOUZ NXT. They got absolutely deleted by Zek. What a round this lad's had, by the way.
Yeah.
Really well played. Look, gets the first. Reese swings in. Zertion screaming at this point. Guys, they're out. MHL swings with an auto sniper, by the way. Just thought I'd add that there. They troll. They buy an auto. They lose. Now the timeout's called. I can only guess by MOUZ NXT here. Guys, we've trolled a little bit too much. Let's just finish the game.
Yeah, I think it's now they've had their fun. Let's close things out. Let's stop playing with our food and let's just gobble up, right? Because, I mean, so far it's been a dominant story. They've let this sort of wealth of a lead slip a little bit. Need to finish things off now. It still looks like a long road for Eternal Fire to get back into it. I've got to say, though, you can really see the synergy and cohesion in that MOUZ NXT side. When you listen to their comms, they have fun. They obviously know each other very, very well. And it's really like nice and refreshing to see that they obviously get on with each other really, really well. And it's not, they're not just teammates for the sake of it. They're obviously get on very well. It's just the unfortunate fact that they're slightly cursed. Whenever we listen to their comms, they lose.
Listen, Zertion said, Jim Fat, if you lose this round, I'm very sad. So I'm expecting an ace here for the young gun. The Finn needs all 5. That's what we're asking for here.
Well, let's take a look what he can find. It's actually going to be the Glocks to open up a bit of contact here. Yimbat swings in, Molotov to come through, or smoke, in fact.
M-Star drops it. Doesn't want to force MOUZ NXT into the site. Wasn't quite ready for it. Nades. Oh, brilliant. Zertion just caught completely off guard. Jim Fat's laughing, man. He laughed so hard the camera shook. That's how much fun the MOUZ NXT side are having right now. In all seriousness, though, I think they realise this round is just an eco. Jim Fat needs to save the AK if he can. Other than that, though, Eternal Fire Academy is a full buy. Any damage done here from the MOUZ NXT side would be very integral to the CT side economy.
So far for Yimfat, potentially, can he find anything? Swings in, damage dealt, but no frag found. That's info. They got one towards CT, one towards side. Did they expect the third, though?
Still having a good look here, Yimfat. Wants the AK to find the round for them, basically. Right now, nothing. Molly dropped out. MHL movement, not quite there. M-Star will have them taken down. Shane sitting in the flames, looking to try and find the 1D, looking at it like, dude, how's that done so much damage? And eventually they all get obliterated. All with one, M-Star, Cyber, Jota, and that comes the 7th on the board here for Eternal Fire Academy. Now it's a full buy, though, for MOUZ NXT, and I think this will quite quickly be the end here. MOUZ NXT should have their bases covered.
I think so. I mean, you look towards the investment they're going to have forward, the AWP coming out, the AKs. The only hiccup is that of YNFAT with a Mach 10, but he's quite, as we mentioned, unseen before, quite aggressive in his nature, tending to do kind of the openings, try and find an early bit of space, and of course, off the back of that, MOUZ NXT can try and find success.
MHL having a good look towards Banana. A lot of utility being expended by Eternal Fire Academy here in the early stages. Nade as well lobbed in. Very chill. But now the retake flash has come out. The utils dropped in. And they look to have Banana control.
Bringing in a bit of damage as well, but a healthy nade too.
Zershan left at 39 points of health. Not particularly the best of starts. Minute and 10 to go though. Plenty of time to recover. There's still an AWP in the mixer as well, which we know can be a round-changing gun. Eternal Fire don't quite have that privilege just yet.
Who's going to come forward from Eternal Fire in towards New Box. Second Origins for the other position. Sizzix is a free kill. Shane walks straight into the crosshair, and that's the numbers in favor of the CT side.
They still held the 3 players at A though, so it's actually quite smart that Shane dies here because it holds everyone at bay. Now they can go for the B push. Flash is dropped in. YNFAT knows that angle all too well. M-Star turns in, right back out for more. Only good for the 1. In fact, a second Desertion responds. A 2 versus 3. We talked about MHL Zorb going to need to come up in spades, and this is the exact reason as to why. Basically a 1v3 at this point. Lands the first shot. What a flick. Zershan's still here to help if he needs it. Second shot fires off, doesn't quite connect. Cyber and Zek, still a lot of work to do. Zershan goes for the wall bang. Huge damage as MHL finds the second. The beginning of the end. MOUZ NXT 16-7. They have themselves a win here in Group A.
Well, ask them to stop kind of toying with their food and, well, finish their plate, and they do exactly that. It's a one-sided performance, more or less from start to finish from MOUZ NXT, and dominant to say the least. YNFAT had a stellar, consistent showing for such a young gun as well. And we did see moments of brilliance from Eternal Fire, but I think it's very safe to say that on paper and in the server, it was just a mismatch in terms of ability.
Yeah, really nicely taken care of here. You look at the scoreline, right? Eternal Fire Academy, a 3-0 lead, but we ended the first half 11-4. That's the kind of potency that MOUZ NXT hold on this map. You look to their stats and maybe you start to understand, all right, this is why this team, sure, maybe not the best of stats, but definitely in terms of the rounds and the teams that they're playing against, right? We have losses to Fnatic, to Enterprise, to Blue Jays. Very respectable teams here in the in sort of the tier 2 circuit. But hey man, they put on a show today. Last win they had against Furia Academy here in the Academy Leads, it was a 16-6. This time, sure, victory wasn't as sweet, but damn was it served cold to Eternal Fire Academy from day one.
Of course, this is a genius round as well individually as well. Shuhi going for the fake drop, finding another kill on top of it and information. And that's where we start to say that the likes of MOUZ NXT are potentially just that cut above. Not even just Eternal Fire Academy, but the rest, generally speaking. They're such a dominant factor. They've got all these intricate plays that they can bring in and really cause a lot of problems and a lot of confusion towards an opposition. That's exactly what we saw today. It was a really good performance from them. And I guess on the other side, this is a completely brand new Eternal Fire Academy roster, aside from one man that are M-Star. So it still is early doors. I mean, it's very, very early days. So the moments of brilliance, the sort of silver linings we saw, they've got to really hone those in going in towards the rest of the season. But I still think, you know, we're not going to be too down on them only picking up 7 rounds because, as we mentioned, it is still very early doors.
It's MOUZ NXT, man. You know, you got to cut them some slack. We know that MOUZ NXT are the cut above, so
yeah, that's it.
Yeah, you got to give them some respect as well here, the Eternal Fire Academy lads. Sure, it wasn't a fun game in terms of a close scoreline, but it was a fun game to watch to learn how these guys play Counter-Strike. As you can see, 16-7, 24 kills on MHL, 22 on Zershan, 116 ADR on the Israeli with a 50% headshot rate. He had a killer game. On the flip side of things, Sizzix's not quite a flary game from him, but for Eternal Fire Academy, I mean, it's average results against a very, very good Academy side.
Yeah, exactly. It's M-Star, that one guy that stayed across from the previous iteration of Eternal Fire Academy, that actually has a fairly decent performance. Oh, in the grand scheme of things, it's a 16-7 loss, but he himself does okay. We take a look at the MVP, and it's no questions. Oh, Zershing, what a performance from him. 22-11, 115.6 ADR, 50% headshots, and 5 entries. It was a walk in the park for this man here. A stellar showing from one of the stoic gods of the earliest iteration of MOUZ NXT, one of the first guys on this roster, and he still continues to be ever dominant and ever present.
Yeah, he's had a killer performance today, and I think that extends to the rest of the MOUZ NXT side as well. They had a great day in the office. Sure, wasn't the hardest game to play, but it's your introduction to Season 5, and if it goes as smoothly as that, as if it's as easy as that, then, you know, what does the rest of the season hold? We don't have a tell into how this MOUZ NXT side's going to perform, but hey, man, as 4-time champions in the 4 seasons we've had, there's no denying these guys are the best, and yet again, they prove it today.
Yeah, it's nothing short of spectacular. As we've already mentioned, they were just brilliant. Simple, easy, in and out. We can move on towards the next conversation, because that's what MOUZ NXT do every time they come in towards the server here in the Academy League, and they're looking for number 5. They're looking to continue the flawless run in terms of trophies in their cabinet, and that is the dream start. It's a statement as well towards the rest of the teams, not only in their group, but the entire tournament, that MOUZ NXT aren't here to play. They haven't slipped up in any regards. They are still the most dominant side, and for damn good reason too. I mean, what a start from them. But that is only the first 3 games of the day. We still have 3 more on your screens as well. It will be Lucy and B-Dog taking over from us in the cast. Unfortunately, for myself and Retro, that is us done for the entirety of Season 5. Just a short stint from us, as of course we'll be taking our leave for the summer holidays. I'm sure we'll see you all very, very soon. But like I say, Retro, for just day 1, it's been a pleasure to be on the opening game.
Yeah, man.
And think about the first game as well, Double OT. I mean, love the stuff.
Yeah, I mean, we had everything today, right? We had a double
Exactly.
OT, we had a closed affair, we had a one-sided affair. We had a lot of fun here on the stream.
We did.
And you know, to leave you with a bit of a cool stat about this MOUZ NXT side, Neo didn't really get to share it all too much, but they have not lost a best of 3 in 332 days here in the Academy League. Set the bar high with Eternal Fire taking the L. We're going to throw it to a break. You're in safe hands. It's Brandon and Lucy up next for the last 3 of today. We'll see you then. Bye-bye.
judge. No allegiance, not from us. We came for blood. We are the break the system, never budge. Kill the lawyers, kill the judge. No allegiance, not from us. We came for blood.
And welcome back to the WePlay Academy League. We're here, Season 5, first day of groups. And no, your eyes and ears are not deceiving you. Had a little change up in the casting for the rest of this evening. It's going to be myself, Lucy Luce, and I'm joined by the wonderful B-Dog. Brandon, how are you doing this evening?
Yeah, look, really excited to be here, and we've already had some amazing games already. They've been very close. The level this season has elevated, and well, I hope that the final best of three, well, the three best of ones, I should actually say, will continue to deliver. First up, Lucy, well, we've got 0-0 Prospects versus Spirit Academy, and that's a very exciting one to kick things off. But before we get into that, let's take a look at the schedule. Let's see what's happened already today. Astralis Talent, NAVI Junior, it was a double overtime affair over on Vertigo. Close encounter with Young Ninjas and OG Academy on Inferno 16-12. We just saw MOUZ NXT. They went down early against Eternal Fire, but then they did manage to overcome 16-7 again on Inferno.
Those matches playing out how we expected. That NAVI Astralis one, a fantastic way to kick things off. But for the rest of the evening, we've got Prospects taking on Spirit Academy first, Apeks Rebels taking on Big OMEN Academy a little later, and then closing it off with Young Gods taking on the brand new ENCE Academy, our latest addition to the Academy League. That's an exciting couple of games ahead of us. But Brandon, looking at this map we've got coming up, this game between Prospects and Spirit Academy. Spirit Academy, we know pretty well. We've seen this roster previously in Season 4. But Prospects, bit of a change-up for this team.
Yeah, definitely. I think it was announced yesterday as well. So they've got this more Swedish core overall. We take a look at it. We actually have a look at their map pool, I think, first of all. And in the last 3 months, this kind of isn't really reflective of their roster because it's brand new. It's not really an international element anymore. It's more of this Swedish approach. They brought in the core from Lil Mix, who were competing in ESEA Advanced. They actually went 6-9 in that season, and they kind of play Nuke, Overpass, Mirage. They did actually play Ancient once, but I don't really expect to see that here. And it's exciting to see this Prospect team because they have brought in a wealth of experience and it should be just a lot better for them.
Yeah, and for the Spirit side, we know a little bit more about what to expect. The numbers here, they do reflect the reality. They had a run in Season 4. They came third in their group stages, but didn't make it through the playoffs, play-ins after they were eliminated by Furia. So they're looking to prove something here. They've made one change to their roster, I believe, since that time. And yeah, now they're bringing in Owner to replace Queel. So we'll see if that nets them any more success. But seeing those two different map pools there, is there anything you're expecting coming out of the veto?
Well, it's going to be an interesting one. Obviously, Prospects, they've got a new IGL. They've got Alexis, who actually played on Fnatic Academy in 2018. But you've got the core of Lil Mix. We've talked about the maps they like to play. I think for Alexis and just kind of integrating himself into this roster, into this Academy team, I think it'd be more of like a Puggy style map. I can see maybe a Mirage potentially. And I know Spirit Academy like that one as well. So I would lean maybe towards Mirage or Dust 2.
Yeah, it's most likely going to be a Sandy affair here, I think. Particularly also just when you're debuting a new roster, it's good to maybe just come out with something a bit more easy. So we're going to start to see the veto come through. Ancient Band coming out initially. No surprises there, I don't think. Probably going to see a few of those maps disappear. Inferno joining it. So that's more or less as expected from these two teams. Dust 2 and Mirage making it through so far.
Yeah, look, we've got the two maps that we kind of alluded to. So hopefully some more bands can come through in just a moment, get that graphic underway, and then we can see where we end up for this best of one. It's the fourth best of one of the day. We still got some more maps to bring you as well, and some new debutants as well. Debutants obviously in this roster, and also with that new ENCE Academy, new look that we get to see as well. Overpass ban now coming out for Spirit. That's the bans out of the way for them, and now we're going to move over to see what the Prospects have got up their sleeve for this veto.
Yeah, they've really got it. The ball's in their court now. They can really make that decision on where they want to go. Vertigo, that makes sense to ban that one out. So we've still got those two maps floating, which I think is about where we're expected. The question is, does Nuke make it through? So we'll see if that one's going to get banned or whether they decide to float it. Little Mix, I mean, one of the points to make for this Prospects is as Little Mix, like that 3-core played together for some time. And they also even played before that in Aura. So there's actually a fair bit of experience on that Prospects roster, despite it being quite new. And it is going to be Mirage, so yeah, about what we expected.
Yeah, of course, and this is a good kind of acid test for both of these teams. They can kind of match up against each other. Spirit Academy, we've seen them already in these seasons prior. Play Mirage, I like to favor it. They're very aggressive on this map. And for Prospects, it's going to be an interesting situation to see where they end up with it. Obviously, it's a brand new roster. Spooky, the only player that remains from the old roster on that Prospect side. He didn't do too badly, over a 1.1 rating overall for the season in Season 4. So looking to kind of maybe use his tenure and his experience. Another thing I want to mention as well, Lucy, is the coach that they've got, Rita from Nordavind. Obviously, when that 0-0 Nation merger happened with Nordavind, he was a person and a key figure that just translated over. He's been remaining in this core for quite a long time, coaching up the ranks, and he's got a lot of experience for these new kind of roster, just really evaluate and see how they get on.
Yeah, and Spirit Academy on the other side, their coach is Apeks, so he played with them previously. So there's a fair bit of experience there on both the player and coaching side. And for Spirit Academy, I mean, I think the player we're really looking to is ArtFrost, right, with that AWP, particularly on a map like Mirage. He's going to be the man to be watching, has the highest opening duel success in Season 4. So expect some aggressive orbing coming out from this Spirit squad.
But let's see it. We can see the graphic coming in underway. It's going to be Mirage, and we're going to get straight into this best of one. Very excited to kick things off immediately out the gate. It's a quick one from the Prospects. They're making their way towards B early.
Yes, on Dex, he's pushed through from underpass though with this USP and hasn't been spotted yet, but here comes that initial duel, just trying to find the head, and he does. Hype goes down, so that's the opening kill. That's going to force this acceleration now onto the B side, but there's two CTs here to defend still. Orna, he's trying to hold the line, going to fall off after that initial contact. Doc trying to find something in from short, smoke landing down. Donk does find that kill in the end. One trade does come through. In fact, both players go down, so now Zontex, he's traded all the way through from underpass, but he's forced back into short, trying to take this awkward duel in towards Apps.
Look at the rotations as well from Spirit. They want to group up as a unit. 3 players making their way down towards short. But look at Prospects. They're actually trying to take market. They can be caught off guard here. Immediately, Zontex trying to run his way in. But it's bob1x to combine with the double. And now it's all left onto ArtFrost.
Yeah, bob1x has done a huge amount of work here. Found that entry kill into the side as well. And off the back of that dink, you can see the HP is 7 points left of it for ArtFrost. He has to back out of that. At least he can hold on to, he's got a little bit of armor there. So he'll have something going into the next round. Can't buy that cheap head armor, unfortunately. But yeah, great opening from Prospects, considering they lost the 2 opening duels. It was a 3v5 that they were able to convert with those entries onto the B side.
It's really well played for them, especially, as you just said, they lost the engagement, so also the stack was more towards that side. You had Sophics as well, just underneath, just over, sorry, Zontex, just over towards underpass, just really trying to make it work. But bob1x getting it all done in the afterplan of Fawn in Spirit Academy side. It's really well held by the Prospects. It's a good start to kick off Mirage.
Yeah, bob1x making the Glock look like a USP though. That's some clean headshots from him. You'd love to see it. Now, going to this round is a force up. So we're going to see a couple of MP9s and a Scout at least come out for Spirit Academy alongside those Desert Eagles. So they'll try and make something to work here. Early boost up into short as well. So it's a heavy lean here to try and contest mid. Not going to dissuade anything immediately. Donk is looking for a dink, as it were, with this Desert Eagle, but not going to be rewarded anything just yet.
Look at Zontex. Just tucked in towards the starter position. The flashbang. Oh, it's perfect. MP9 spray. It's a bit messy. Spook will get the trade, but here comes that Deagle. Doubles up. In fact, Donk hits a hat-trick, and now Franson trying to recover, pick up the pieces for the Prospects. But Spirit Academy, they force right back into it, and it's looking good.
And there's that triple mid setup just coming into play there. They just weren't expecting the third player to swing out. They managed to clear out through ladder room, but just not ready for Donk to swing on through with those quick 3 kills. Bomb at least will be able to go down, and Alex, he has pushed forward so far with this Mac 10, but you can see the awareness. Sarnado's not quite ready though. The kill does come through, and now it's a 2-on-2. CT is pushing in from short. Fantastic flash as well. Ona and ArtFrost completely wiped off the back of that. Nade comes raining in. That's going to do even additional damage. Ransom does take a little bit in return. Ona trying to find something here with the Galil. Does find the first. Back to AK, sorry, I should say. He's trying to push forward now. 1 versus 2. That clock, though, it's ticking down so quickly. Tries to find a kill. He does get it. Is there going to be time? Should just have it, I think.
Could be a close one. Should be okay, I think. It's going to come right down to the wire, but he has got it just about. Spirit Academy with that retake with Ona. 1-1. The scoreline, Lucy, is completely tied up. And heading into round number 3, we're going to tune in. We're going to jump on board with the prospects and listen to their team comms.
I'm excited to hear the comms. One of the exciting parts about WePlay was that triple kill there. That's fantastic, setting it up. But here we go with the comms.
Sjukt. Han är tilt.
Bara får med waste nades alltså. Jag kommer springa fram B så man kastar.
Slå upp. Dinkad bil. Målhus.
Dinkar då?
Jag kommer runt A igen. De smakar av B och sen kanske reagerar.
Jag väntar med att springa på hus.
Flash med.
Det är ingenting eller?
Kan ni run boostet mitt så kan jag veta om vi får bomba på. Om typ, gör de 30 sek. Så för Alex visar inte av oss längre.
Jag femmar Bob.
Ja, jag tror på oss.
Hoppade lädermönten tror jag.
Japp.
Ja, bita det Alex, ha så kul.
Vänta.
Nej, dock dödar de kommer in.
Flyga.
Vi kommer run boosta snart.
Right ner då, vi kör nu.
Är det?
För kontakt. Se vad och window. Fire.
3.
Inkad. Lägg bombplattan kan. Vind.
Han måste vara ett upp sig alltså.
Let's go. Vi har fan decent pengar.
That was a bit interesting to hear. I appreciate all our Swedish listeners will probably enjoy it. I heard there was definitely a run boost that I caught in there. We knew that one was getting set up. You can see there was a few little giggles at the start as they were taking ground. You can see you could communicating that plant at the end, trying to get it down, but great stuff from Spirit Academy, just staying alive despite the Glock. I mean, Hassanator in particular, living through all of that barrage.
Yeah, I liked how happy they were and just enthusiastic they were in the comms, and they just want to try to get out the utility, maybe try and get a bomb plant, but not to be. Spirit Academy, they survive, and look at this from Ona and Art Frost combining off the back of the flashbangs in middle. Oh, it's absolutely disgusting. Spook's left all alone in towards underpass, and Prospects, no hope in round number 4.
Ooh, absolute spanking in mid. That double swing from both angles, just catching them off guard. The utility set up perfect as well. This is a very difficult 1v5 to piece together. A little bit of time to work with. No Bob. Oh, and he has been spotted, so they're going to be converging on his position soon enough. He's aware of it, trying to back up, try and throw a smoke here, but great round there from Spirit Academy. Just fantastic control of mid. Just doesn't let Prospects get anything done.
It's nice and simple. The guns come back out for the Prospects. Spirit Academy take the fight straight to them. And it's that flash from Hassanator that really just completely eliminates anything that they can get going. It blinds both the players coming out of top middle, the pinch in from connector and short. It's absolutely perfect. And Spirit, they're keeping their fundamentals tight and it's netting them the gun rounds.
Not much for Prospects going into this one now. Just going to be a bit of a deco. A few Desert Eagles coming out. See if we can hit some juicy one taps. I saw Donk do a bit of work with that on the CT side, so bit of a count out an upgraded pistol, but certainly going to be a difficult round for them to do anything. And Suntex seems aware of it. He's looking for ground to take, going to find it in towards lowers, where he's going to double up, and then Ronan's going to find one of his own. But there's no Deagle. WebXD finds 2 lovely headshots. Still a prayer advantage towards Spirit Academy and the weaponry advantage, but they've already got a lot out of this round.
Gosh. Clinical hand cannon shots coming in. Trying to relocate. Bomb is on the back of Spooky. Regrouping in. 2 versus 3, but Donk is here. He should have this round in the palm of his hand unless something goes catastrophically wrong with the timings. Creeping his way up. Oh, but the headshot, it delivers. That's the bomb site wide open, and now Spirit. Difficult task. Do you go for this, or do you try and hold on to what you've got? Money would suggest the latter. Try and get this one underway. Oh, and the nades are just perfect as well.
Now Spooky has to somehow piece this 1v2 together. He's got a good position here, can swing out, can't quite find the purse though. The bullet punch, a bit too much. Cannot connect to the head. So Spirit Academy, they do save it. They get the defuse coming through, but Prospects, considering that was just Desert Eagles and I think 1 P250 that was invested into that round, they get so much done. And it comes off the back of this double deagle. Look at this. Clinical shots. That second is absolutely disgusting.
Making it work with very minimal. I would say keeping the economy honest, but that's not the case at all. Spirit Academy, they've built up such a bank. Artfrost will be on the AWP as well. And Hype has got one of his own. So maybe we do see that sniper engagement in towards middle. But so far, so good for Spirit Academy. Alexis needs to try and call something here to get his team back in the game.
Ooh, Artfrost, that's going to be the opener. Flash doesn't quite catch him, and he's going to continue pushing down. Is that all the optimal we were talking about? And Hype's waiting for it. Has the read perfect. Spooky pushing down through underpass now to try and get some further information now that a player has gone down in mid. It's going to a 4-on-4. This sort of position advantage, it should give prospects a way into this round.
Look at this push, though. In towards the ramp. This is good space being gathered by Spirit. Prospects, looks like they might potentially be holding for this, but as Alexis rotates away, got to be so careful that they don't get caught out. All the meanwhile, this means that the B players can just anchor on in, and that's exactly where the prospects are heading. This is reinforced.
Yeah, it's all on Donk here at the moment. There is a close rotation nearby, but if they do decide to commit to B, he's going to be the sole defender at the moment. These 3 Ts in mid, so the decision could still go either way. But with the way they're pushing towards Catwalk now, it does look like B is the finish. Donk going to slow things down towards Apps a little bit with that smoke, but it's short that he has to watch out for as they're going to start to aggress out. The flash comes through. Donk, he's got spotted and he gets removed. Alexis with a fantastic headshot. Dante comes through with a spray though, able to find one and do damage onto the second. Swings past that AWP as well. 6 HP on Alexis, so he can still do a lot of damage here. 20 seconds left, that bomb has to go down, and they don't feel comfortable doing it, but with Hype finding that kill, that can now get them a way in.
That's such an important kill as well, because the rotations were so far removed, but in fact, 8 seconds left, Prospects got to plant this bomb. And here they come, bursting out towards the market window of Spirit Academy. Hype misses a shot. Now Spook, he retreats back towards the van. This is doable for Spirit Academy, but they need to get moving. Owner has completely destroyed Hype through the bench in the meanwhile, and Spook's only on 2 HP.
That was the kill they had to find, the 2 HP. It's going to be so difficult in this 1 versus 2, and that's exactly it. It's just the wall bang through the edge of the box that does it. Hasanator's going to find it in Spirit Academy. They get up to their 5th here. Clinical stuff on the retake, and that was with the opening kill being found towards B by Prospects. You could just see the way that Spirit Academy were denying that bomb plant. That one player just staying alive on the site, making it so uncomfortable. They do eventually find him, and then an incendiary comes through onto the default. They have to drop a smoke, and it's just so difficult for them to get to the bomb down. They never get comfortable in that post plant.
It's happened a few times now. Prospects have actually been able to find this weakness on towards the B bomb site for Spirit Academy, but the rotations and the retakes have just been absolutely prolific. There's an element of Prospects not really playing for time in the afterplants as well. Have a look at this one. No time to waste in towards middle. Alexis pushing already towards connector. That's a bit of a chunky nade, at least I thought it might have been. But in fact, no damage across the server so far.
Once again, it's going to be one of these B hits. He's already in, but he's going to get removed by Donk. Spooky now trying to find a kill of his own, pushing through onto the site. Smokes it down to give them a bit of cover, but there's 2 players on site. Has to try and deal with both of them. Good for 1. The kills are coming through for the Ts, but the trades come back. Donk, he's doubled up. Now it's put it into the 2-on-2, trying to save the day here, but the player coming through short. Alexis trying to find it. It's going to be Spook in the end. Now Artfrost has to do this one in the 1 versus 2. Only 12 HP though on one of these players. The opportunity is there, trying to find the opening. There it is, that's the kill. Puts it down to the 1-on-1, swings. Precision from Artfrost. Easy 1 versus 2, and gives Spirit another.
It's clinical from Artfrost, but at the same time, Prospects, they're just haven't really got the trade space. And yes, 1 player's in towards default and 1 in towards short, but you don't really need to face the issue, especially in that 1 versus 1. It's unfortunate, but Spirit, it just feels like they're on another level right now in comparison to the Prospects. Very excited coming into this game to see what they could do, especially with their new roster, but it just feels like they're being outplayed right now by the Spirit Academy, who have been together for quite a while. But then you can argue, as we said before pre-game, Lucy, this Lil Mix core have been together for quite a while as well. So Spirit Academy just playing incredibly well right now.
Yeah, and I feel like this is an important match for both these teams. If you look at Group A and the teams that are in that group, it gets pretty spooky. You've got, MOUZ NXT, obviously, Astralis, Talent, Fnatic, Rising, NAVI, Junior. It's a pretty stacked bracket, so got to feel a good start here, but there are plenty of games ahead. We're actually going to jump into this round now after the tack pause, and we have some more comms from Prospects coming up.
Jag kan gå in kitchen, kommer hålla flashar i BS.
Ja.
Början.
Jag kan spotta till Hype. Spänna flash också ifall de kommer upp.
Jag står inte.
En spammar på window.
M4. Men backa, det är 2 inne. Ja, akta den boostade då. Jag kan flasha det. Ja, lägg in över. Eller lägg in. Flasha där. Så igen. Pusha UG, låg.
Bygg ut med Hype, är det bra? Jag kan lägga ut en flash.
Han backar UG.
Han
backar UG nu. Han låg UG. Jag droppar på han.
Windowen också.
En flashade över UG. UG backat.
AP var sent.
UG där. Det var han.
Window. Var det window?
Ja, AP var.
Jag kan nu bara backa B här direkt.
Ja, jag ser rollspel.
Smaka en deep CV.
Finns det vapen här uppe?
Ligger en AK för UG. Ja. Akta han pikar typ yes. Den är i klass.
AP var innan, är det då?
Jag pikar.
Också close.
Jag målar bilar på rätt.
Hålla bänk.
Ingen under. Ingen jag. Ett var pelare. Pelare.
Backa. Borde vara halva.
I rundan. Nice try.
En halva.
Very unfortunate there for the prospects because they had the right read in the mid round. They went towards B, but Donk, he's the B anchor that Spirit Academy need, and he gets the multi-kill time and time again. It was a little bit clustered for the prospects trying to get out of that B apartments. It didn't really feel as if they were moving as more of a team. It was more individuals making these individual mistakes, and well, Donk, he fully capitalized upon it. 7-1 now for this CT side.
Yeah, loving what we're seeing out of Donk. This is exactly what you want out of your B anchor player. Just the repositioning as well. We've seen him play all sorts of positions on the B side, and that time around, Pillar just gets it done with the double. It's going to be Eco Rush now out onto the A side. Kills coming through for Hasanator. One does come back in response. PT50 chimes in for one. Zontex, he's here to clean up, and it's going to be too easy. Eco round not getting too much done. Feels like they've been really favouring the B side on the full buys, and then they sort of go for these eco plays, half buys towards mid and A, and they're not finding a lot of success. So perhaps a little change up needs to come through.
Yeah, it's an interesting battle in between middle as well. Spirit Academy really tending to push underpass and just take the fight straight to the prospects, and by and large, that is working out for them. Maybe a change of pace needed for the prospects. They're actually holding now for this peak, but for Spirit Academy, nobody's home. They're tucking their tail, they're waiting. Artfrost peeking in down towards this ramp position. Look at Donk, he's so aggressive up towards short.
Yeah, they dropped a smoke in towards underpass, which allowed Owner to sort of take some aggressive peeks there, and that completely slowed down this double pincer from prospects. See 2 people in towards lowers trying to push out, but they can't. They're completely smoked off. And that means that BobXD and Hype, they can't really peek off to support. But now the flash comes through. Oh no, he's set up and it's a perfect flashbang. Alexis, he's able to get the kill. They will do a little bit of damage. In fact, finds the kill onto Alexis. So Donk does get one in response, putting it back into the 4-on-4. This boost up in towards short too. I love that Spirit just keep changing up their defense in mid.
Yes, dynamic. And it's catching the prospects off guard. Spook just trying to peek on in towards short, but he can't win out the gunfight. And Zontic hasn't even had to reveal himself. And now prospects, they're funneled into a position where they feel like they have to go A. The only map control they have is towards this ramp area, but look at the rotations for Spirit Academy. Full control in towards mid. Rotations are here to try and deal with this execute coming in late.
Yeah, you can leave Donk on the outside of the map. He's got it all unlocking key. Artfrost now, the AWP, ready for this swing. Holding for it, spots the gun barrel. That's a bit of a hint of what's to come. And oh, Hype still gets the opener. That's a huge kill to find. As they are trying to swing for the tray, but not able to find it. Utility is light here, so there is an opportunity for Spirit Academy to find the kills as they go for this bomb plant. Covering it in from CT, it is going to go down. That puts us now into the 3-on-3, and prospects in a pretty good position here, particularly because BobXD has the read on the flank. That's a huge kill to find. Donk, though, he's able to find Hype in response. Which puts us back into even Stevens here, but no damage done, but not enough to find the kill.
Trying to work their way in. Prospects don't need to peek. Just play the time. You don't need to take the fights. For BobXD, he'll try anyway, and Franson reveals himself at the last moment. Prospects, they will convert the round. They go to the A bomb site with only 30 seconds left. Changing up their tactic from going more towards B. And they get it done as well. This kill in towards Connector allows them to kind of extend on over. With felt like Spirit Academy had them really penned in, but the gunfights do fall favour to this Prospect side, and finally, it's another round on the board.
Yeah, great reads from bo1 there in terms of his position, just ready for that flank when it came through at the right timing. That's a huge kill to find. And Artfrost, he even read that that boost was coming through, but somehow the shot's just not there. Hype on the peak is able to get it done. Now, looks like it's going to be a bit of an A play here. Artfrost, he's rotated over, gets a whiff of something, Hasanated with the M4, trying to swing out and find a kill. He's good for one, even dropping a smoke, but going to be hunted down by bo1. Owner in towards Connector, finds the return onto Hype. Now the rotations come through. With Owner finding that kill, this retake, it is on. That flash is perfect. bo1 is good for one, but not ready for the second player tucked in towards spawn.
Numbers advantage favouring the CTs. Spook trying to take more map control. Look at how aggressive he's been in towards CT. Alexis can take the first shot and then potentially swing on in. In fact, Spook's a little bit confused. Both of these players from Spirit Academy are in towards this CT position. Scoped up on Tetris. It's another bait and switch. AWP will ring out and Spook, he doesn't move a muscle until he really needs to, but Owner hits the trade. But it will be cleaned up in the end. Prospects consecutive rounds in the row for the first time this game.
Yeah, looked a little dicey there with Alexis misses that initial shot, but the time had already been worn so low. The fact that all three CTs were coming in from CT made that so difficult for Spirit Academy to find a way in. Spook could just tuck in. He could just tuck in and hide behind triple there, and it wasn't even really needed. The time had already ticked low, but he's able to swing out and find a kill. Alexis closes it out, so another couple of consecutive rounds here from Prospects, and starting to find a bit more of that momentum that they've been missing so far.
It's one of these consistent things that we have touched upon on this T side. Prospects, when they plant the bomb, they're not really keen to really play the time. They want to just take the fights and just swing out onto these Spirit Academy players. And I feel like these rounds could have maybe swung the other way if they used their utility on the after plant and just played for the clock. But in actual fact, Spirit Academy, they have still won this half out. The next question is by how many? Still a number of rounds to play in this first half, and Prospects, they found success on A before. It looks like they want to give it another crack.
Slightly lighter buy from Spirit. They've had to force into this one with a FAMAS and MP9 on the defense. It's not the ideal weapons for the job. That FAMAS might be the first one to be tested here. Drops the smoke onto that Molotov though, so that's going to get a bit of time here. Even getting the spray through the smoke to find the kill. Artfrost finds one towards ramp as well. The opening kills coming through initially, but two more in response. There's a huge kill to find, even to back out now, and that's a critical duel. bo1 finding the player lurking on site. Owner though, he's trying to be a nuisance, and that's exactly what he is. Evens it up. It's frags back and forth here on the A site. And the rotations to come through. Donk, he's very close to this MP9. Spooky just on the other side. That's going to be maybe a bit of a warning that this player is close by. Oh, playing the smoke, the MP9, Spooky, he just hits it. That's a critical kill, and now Owner has to piece together a 1v2 to do it.
He's got the information that one player is towards CT. Here's the bomb plant as well. Now, Owner, will Prospects reveal themselves? Or will he elect to go for the save? It's a good choice to potentially run away, hold on to this rifle, because the economy is finally worn a little bit thin for Spirit. You touched on it, Lucy. It was a lighter buy from them. It wasn't the, well, all the tricks and the trinkets, not quite the full rifle upgrades that they would have hoped for. And as a result, an A1S, carry that forward. It gives them slightly more of an opportunity to do some damage in round number 13. If he can even get away with it. Hype thinking about going through the murder hole. In fact, just maybe... Oh, okay. AWP eliminated. That's recovered, but it's still not great.
It gets a little dicey there. You can see these entries were insane back and forth. It looked like Spirit Academy had done enough finding those opening two kills, but bo1 swinging in, playing around the smoke, playing around the utility, finds two and he evens it out, and then it's all she wrote as all the kills come through. And off the back of that, as mentioned, the money, it's not great, so it's going to be that hero rifle for Owner, and then just Eagles on the rest. So a lot to do here. The flash, it's fully blinded Owner. He cannot get anything done, and that's the rifle spotted as well. So they know where that's in play, and they can look to avoid it. The utility being thrown in towards mid. Donk thinking about a boost, but doesn't come through.
Donk has armor, so potentially he could have the A1S. Instead, it remains in Owner's hands. Prospects, they've taken mid for the large part uncontested in this round, which is a nice change of pace for them. Trying to build more onto the 4 rounds they've already gathered. And there we go, Hype will eliminate Artfrost, and that's the early man advantage for this T side.
Should be a matter of just going through the protocols here for prospects. They found the opening kill. Look at those CTs. They're on the right side of the map here. 3 on the side itself, 1 close by in towards windows. So the stack is set up. And that's exactly where prospects are looking to make their way through. Hassanetter, he's fully blinded and he gets cleared. That's a critical kill, but Donk, he's able to get 1 in response. Branson clears out Zontix, but this M4, it's still tucked into Owner. They might not be ready for this, but he has to pull off the 1v4 if he wants to do it. With such little HP, and he gets spotted even. Cleared out. Prospects, they take no chances.
Yeah, unfortunately, you can see what Owner was trying to do. Reposition not behind the boxes, but instead just slightly to the right. So when the player comes out of Palace, it's a much more difficult angle to clear, but CSGO timing at its finest. Prospects, it's been a wonderful road to recovery. 5 rounds on this T side now when it was looking so dominant from the Spirit Academy boys. However, it is now this full investment. AWP back out on Artfrost, and Owner, he's getting aggressive at under.
Yeah, look at the lean from the T's towards the B side. It's the A side they've been having all the success, but now they're changing things up. Putting a bit of pressure over towards B. 4 players there in 1 top mid, the utility. It's going to be raiding through now. All eyes on Donk here in the setup. bo1, he's going to come through. Zontex finds the opener. Hassanetter also rotated through. The rotations are fantastic from Spirit. They've got it on lockdown. 1 kill does come through, but Hassanetter is destroying everybody. Owner clears up the lurk in mid, and the B hit falls to pieces.
Yeah, it really does. Prospects, they try the old reliable. They had success even when they lost the man advantage trying to get out onto this B bomb site because they threw pace at it. But Spirit, they just had the reinforcements here. And they just completely cleaned up. There wasn't too much pressure in towards middle. And the fact that Owner was already in underpass, he had all the information. So Spirit, they were able just to weather the storm. They collect their 9th after a period of prospects doing the damage. And speaking of, Owner doubles up early. And bo1, lucky enough, can retrieve an AK.
Yeah, this player's already creeping out towards the A side, but Hassanetter, he's ready for it. Right now with the AWP. Oh, it's a close combat shot, and he can't quite get it done. Hassanetter finds 2, even going to aggressive in front of the Molotov. bo1 is going to punish that one, maybe getting a little bit overeager there on that one, but Artfrost going to close it out, 5-10. A good half for Spirit Academy.
Yeah, very good, but I'll tell you what, Prospects does not count them out. 5 rounds, they were on a 4-round win streak as well. When they looked down and out, right? I think it was 8-1. Something ridiculous. Spirit Academy, it felt like they had the entirety of the bomb sites on lock. But Prospects, they amounted a little bit of resurgence. Now swapping over to the favoured CT side. Grab the pistol and they can be right back in the game here, especially with some of these clean shots. The aim, it's starting to warm up.
Saw very briefly on the scoreboard just how close some of these Spirit players are. It's a real team effort from all of them. Obviously some individual heroics, particularly from Owner towards the end. But Donk early on obviously was doing a huge amount of work. So those 2 players, they've really led them to success here. On the other side, bo1 has been quite strong, and now we're going to go into this pistol round.
And we're going to hear the comms of the Prospects.
Jag pushar djungel.
Pusha djungel.
Sandwich 2. En platta 3.
Jag också från hus.
Planta kanten på 3.
In i djungel.
Jag går ut CT.
Jag pikar spök. Många djungel, duggen. Går en web slide. En till djungel.
Djungel. Vad är det? Ligger shadow.
Nice. Window, fyller väl solo. Nice try.
Try indeed. I like the aggressive push in towards jungle there. They were able to actually find a couple of kills, and it looked like Prospects were going to maybe bring that one away, but Donk doubling up. He has been an absolute menace. It seems like he's the pistol god for this roster, and he really helps them across the line in the pistol round.
Yeah, what's interesting as well is Spirit, in Season 4, they weren't actually very good at pistol rounds, especially on the T side. They only won 4 out of 15 in WePlay Academy Season 4, and they convert that one, elevate themselves to 11, and well, Alexis, he's been dinked all the way down to 1. Stack on this B-bomb site. MAC-10 doing the damage, $600 a kill for this MAC-10 owner, doing the damage, and well, unless there's heroics from Hype, pretty sure it's going to be a 12th round on the board for Spirit.
Gonna be Donk on cleanup duty here with that AK-47. It'd be easy enough for him to find both. And I love that MAC-10 spray transfer, all 3. Obviously, it's just against the USPs, but really makes it work.
Yeah, he does. And tell you what, I want to hear more of these prospect comms, Lucy. I want to see what's going on. We can get into that in just a second. Take a look at this spray again. $1,800, quick as you like. But look, let's jump back in on board with the prospects.
Pushar mid där.
Och top mid. En är top mid lägger ut.
Rekryt. Jag smakade ramp.
En är
B.
B close, jag tror B-pop. Jag kommer rota B, du ser själv Alex.
Bra, B-pop ner. Sen ute. Ute balkong låg. Framme B. Ja, du. Nice pop. Du, akta midlurk. Istället. Jag borde vara midlurk, akta window. Jag ser inget CV, kan gå till window snabbt innan. Ingen AK nere B-site. Har ingen. Ligger AK M4 här. Jag tar ju mob. Nej, jag borde inte kunna ta mob window. Nej. Inget säte. Upp på CV. Jag är död. Jag håller från BS. Kan pika med du. Ja. Han är långtidskort. Backar upp. Nice. Nice runda på. Där är vi.
Well, that's one way to hold down the B-bomb site. What is that? That's absolutely outrageous from Bob-XD. Just tucking himself in behind the smoke that he's put down initially and then using it as a one-way on the van. Spirit Academy, they get absolutely cut down to size. There's 6 rounds on the board, finally. Prospects, the guns come out to play and they convert a round on the board. Spirit scraping the bottom of the barrel. Just these upgraded pistols. A fast one out towards A.
Yeah, call him BXD, not Bob-XD. That was quite the whole putting Donk. Oh, Hasanator, that's a deagle. All right. Feisty one to open things up. No response either, so that's an early man advantage. Oh, Branson's going to find the response in the end. A little creeper out through the smoke. Going to be denied anything from that. This should be a matter of cleanup. But I am not counting out Donk's deagle until he's removed. And Artfrost, another one dig. They're keeping it even here.
Oh no. Not like this, prospects. You've done all the hard work. Book, gotta be careful. Franson's here in support though. It's all on to Hasanator, but he gets eliminated. Prospects, they're closing the gap. It's slow and steady. But the round deficit, it's been reduced now down towards 5. But that was just against the Deagles. And they took 2 casualties in the process. So Spirit, they'll be incentivized by that. AWP immediately coming out for Artfrost as well.
The stats, 2.11 KD, 116 ADR from Owner. He is, well, owning out here on Mirage. And on the other side, 62% headshot to Bob-XD. And he's got 16 kills. So certainly clicking the heads, which is what you want.
Well, Owner's that roster change coming in for Spirit Academy. Been floating around domestically for quite a while, played on teams such as Boomshake and Hellraisers, as well as B8. And in fact, he also played with Wonderful, who's now in this main Academy roster. Artfrost, however, he wields the big green for the Spirit Academy side, and well, just misses the pixel gap. Nades will come down in response from the prospects, but they haven't actually had to move a muscle.
Not a lot of ground gained here for the Tears. Smoke going to be deployed towards window to at least get the mid control here. It's just Spooky in towards ladder room that's nearby. Couple of players in towards jungle though that can come and support. Counter utility deployed by prospects in the boost. It's going to come through Zontex. He's going to be getting up into the corner. Try and hold that one. Have a bit of an angle into both ladder room and into short. You can see he's holding for it, waiting for that smoke to fade. Has a very narrow angle here, but it's enough to find the kill. That's the reveal from Spooky, but he's good for it. Finds the head of Zontex. That's opening now for Prospects, but Artfrost, he's going to just swing out with the flashbang and find the kill onto the enemy AWPer. And Donk, he's now activated in towards jungle as well. Finds 2, Donk! You cannot bonk the Donk! He finds 3, and that's now put the 1 player left in Franson, and he is removed.
Donk on this T side has been absolutely unbelievable. Multi-kill after multi-kill. I really like the way he took the space as soon as the AWP shot connected towards that ticket position. Distraction created, space alleviated. Donk extends into jungle and hits a hat-trick of kills on the back of Spook, just completely shutting down Zonic in the window as well. Lovely stuff from Spirit Academy despite having the man deficit. Look at this once again, Lucy. It's absolutely fantastic.
Look at that age, 15 years old and hitting headshots like that. Unbelievable stuff from Donk. A real talent to be keeping an eye on. Ona's going to find the opening kill of this round though, so a bit of a response back. Nexus, he's removed. There's a full buy, although Hype has been relegated to a deagle, so maybe it's not quite a full buy. Still rifles on the rest, but with the player advantage now from Spirit Academy, they're in a great position to potentially get the 14.
Yeah, they are. Utility being dropped. It's all a little bit of a fake. But the Prospects haven't actually moved a muscle. M4's relocating, tucking themselves in. Franson, a little bit worried about middle. In fact, Palace is where he sets his sights. Hazinator will fall. And now Spook, he's baited in under Palace.
Yeah, he can still play this. They haven't cleared it, but he has no support. Has to find these kills. He's good for the first. Trying to drop a smoke to survive, but Donk's good for the trade. bo1 though, coming in for one of his own. Doesn't have quite enough bullets, though, to finish off Artfrost, and that's the kill coming through with the AWP. Oh, Zontex gets a little bit weird in towards mid, and suddenly we're into this one-on-one. Zontex versus Franson, but Franson's been brought low, 25 HP, trying to use this smoke to his advantage. It fades, and Zontex finds the kill.
So unfortunate. I love the reposition, especially on the elevated box underneath the Palace. That's one unexpected angle, but unfortunately, just as smoke dissipates, so does his life. 14 rounds for Spirit Academy. This is a lot more of what we expected given the first half as well, and given the economical situation of the Prospects, it could be conceding this map point. So they're only operating with a couple of deagles here and there.
Yeah, very difficult comeback now for Prospects. Gonna be trying to do something in mid here. 5-player lead, maybe trying to overwhelm Ona here. He is alone, and he does get overwhelmed. The USP gets the better of him. That's a gun that can be retrieved. There is no armor, so gonna be not the best weapon, even with anything to back it up. Donk is going to just tap away at their heads, as we see them do so well, but it's gonna get a call from that AK gap in the smoke, allowing bo1 to find that one. That bomb, it will go down, potentially. There it is. Artfrost now can provide Sentinel cover here against just USPs, but done so much damage so far.
Look at the rotation as well. Spirit, they're taking space all the way over towards CT. They've even planted for themselves, with no real utility to contend with. And this flank from Zontix, it feels like the beginning of the end for the Prospects. There goes that AK. Doubling up as well. The flashbangs in support. The utility is picture perfect. And Alexis needs to retreat. We'll scurry away with an AK at the very least. But Spirit, they're now just 5 kills away from converting this best of 1.
I mean, look, that's not the worst round for Prospects, considering what went into that. That was the USP stack in towards mid, just trying to overwhelm. They find that kill, and then they're able to find another one in response in towards connector, and it gets a little bit dicey there, but you're exactly right. That post-plant setup was just perfect from Spirit Academy. They take ground into CT, that flank comes through, and it's all over. There's just no opportunity without the utility, without the armor to get it done.
Yeah, nice heads-up play as soon as they spot the pushing towards mid as well. Knew exactly what they needed to do. And they put themselves in a very good position. It might even be a quicker one here. 4 players already heading towards this A bomb site. There are 2 defenders here. In fact, they're focusing their attention on middle. So Donk could creep out here. Feeling a little bit confident of his multi-kills time and time again.
Yeah, he's happy to take ground. He's going to do that exactly this now. Franson managed to get himself into Ninja, even doing a little self-boost up into the box, and that's going to eliminate Donk. Fantastic kill. Even gets the dink onto Hasinator. But the trades come through. Hive able to get at least 1 in response, evening it back into this 3-on-3. And Ona's taking ground towards B. He's identified a weakness now in the defense. And he's moved all the way forward onto site. bo1 has an inkling that something is up. But is he ready for Ona to move this close? It looks like he's aware of it. And he's going to find the kill as well. The T's, they are deep back in towards the B apartments. and the rotations have come through for the CTs.
Such an important kill coming in. Over towards this B side. Spook on the off angle, holding in towards short. This should just be an easy one. Oh, he's whiffed the spray, and that allows Zontics to get a kill. Hang on a second. Spirit Academy, they could do it here and now. Playing around this smoke, though. Here's Spook. Tucking in, reveals himself. Oh, and Artfrost will connect the shot. Hype. He's all that remains, but Artfrost will do it. 16-7, Spirit Academy. They convert Mirage.
Yeah, they come out hot here on Mirage. We expected them to maybe be the favorites going into this one, just because they are an established roster, only making the one change during the season break, whereas Prospects, 4 new teammates coming into this team. So, you know, they were going to be a little bit of a question mark for us, but Spirit Academy, no questions about what they want to show us in Season 5. Fantastic performances from both Owner and Donk, I think, want to highlight, and also Artfrost. It felt like whenever he needed to hit a shot with that AWP, he was doing it.
Yeah, Owner's just really slotted himself into this roster perfectly. Really just taking the space. We can see it on all the highlights here. It felt like whilst individually some of the Prospect players were really on point, fundamentally they weren't really playing as a cohesive unit. And that is kind of what you expect. Obviously, the roster was only revealed yesterday. Although the core's been playing together quite a while, they're now going to implement a new style with the IGL of Alexis. So it's going to take them a transition period to really come out swinging and see what they can really accomplish here in the Academy League. But 16-7, it's not the worst of starts, and it's something they can build a foundation off as well.
Yeah, I think we saw plenty of good signs from them. Some of the individuals really were able to step up. We saw a few highlight moments, particularly from bo1. Saw a lot of great plays out of him. The positionings, was really impressed by what he had to show us. There's definitely, prospects for this Prospects lineup. I expect we'll see them slowly improve deeper into this season. I think you highlighted a good point there, right? Like, we talked about the core, this core that played through Little Mix, they played with Aura, they've been together for a long time, but the IGL wasn't part of that equation, and so it's a completely different story when you got a new IGL with a different core.
Yeah, and look, we're talking about Donk, we're talking about Owner, 23 and 20 kills respectfully as well. 110 ADR on Owner, that's absolutely absurd. And Artfrost, he's one of the players, he's the AWP for the Spirit Academy roster that is actually just incredibly good. He was one of the highest rated performers for them in the last season, and in fact, he wasn't even really needed. All the individuals stepping up for Spirit, and it was just too much for Prospects to handle.
Yeah, I think part of that was just the way that Prospects are playing that T side. We commented on it during the game as well. It was very B heavy in a lot of consecutive rounds, and it felt like they were not getting any headway there. Donk was just shutting it down every time. And then when they changed it up, it's the man on the screen, Owner. He was finding all of the kills in towards mid, just not allowing them to get any space elsewhere on the map.
Yeah, really good performance from this Spirit side, and it's exciting to see that they can bring forward some of the consistency that they had, maybe not in Season 4, but in Season 3 as well, when they made that deep run. So hopefully we can see more of it, but that brings us to the end of our first Best of 1, DC.
Yeah, we'll take a bit of a break, and then we'll be back to continue the action with our second game of the day, which is going to be Apeks Rebels taking on Big Academy, so stay tuned.
Welcome back in to the WePlay Academy Season 5. We're now on to our 5th best of 1 of the day. Apeks Rebels versus Big Omen Academy. And Lucy, this one's supposed to be a quite exciting game. I'm excited to see what the Apeks Rebels have got to bring, because on Twitter, well, their organisation said, "We're excited that we've got a lot to prove and show you what we can do." And while those words are really motivated, I'm excited to see what they can do against Big, who are, well, a really formidable force in this Academy League.
Yeah, we'll take a very quick brief look at what we've seen today. It started off with that double OT, Astralis Talent versus NAVI Junior, where they closed that out. Young Ninjas defeated OG Academy in 16-12 fashion. And MOUZ NXT surprised nobody with an opening win against Eternal Fire. And just before this game, we had Prospects taking on Spirit Academy. That was a fairly dominant affair from Spirit Academy. It looked very solid with the new addition of Ono. Now we've got Apeks Rebels taking on Big Omen Academy, as mentioned, Brandon. And then later on, Young Gods versus that new ENCE Academy lineup. Yeah, as you were highlighting, Apeks Rebels, it's an interesting story, right? Because they didn't have the best run at Season 4. Let's be honest. It wasn't great, and it's kind of reflected here in those win percentages. Doesn't look fantastic on a lot of those maps, but they'd only just signed that team at the very start of Season 4, and as mentioned, they've had time now to grow and to train and to really improve what they can show us.
100%, and the Academy League as well, it's such a good platform for them to build off of. It would have given them such a wealth of experience coming into the last season, and they can reflect and learn based off the demos. The tail of the tape can really expose some mistakes, and hopefully they have improved on them. But look at this map pool from Big. 100% win rate on Overpass, 8 times played as well. That's one heck of a sample size. Mirage and Dust 2 to boot, they're all up there, and it's scary for the Rebels, but it's going to be a very good test to see exactly where they're at.
Yeah, Big Academy is probably one of the scariest teams you could be going against in your opening, right? They, every single Academy League, since Season 1, they've made it to the LAN finals. Came 4th in the first 2 and 2nd in the last 2, going down against MOUZ NXT. So certainly one of the teams to beat here, and a win early on against them from Apeks Rebels would be huge. But looking at this Veto, Inferno and Nuke, those bans come out. I think that's fairly expected alongside Ancient from Big. They want to keep those high percentage ones in the pool.
Yeah, so obviously Overpass, that'd be a massive punish pick for Big. So Apeks, they do like playing it though, so it could be interesting to see where this one ends up. I'm predicting again maybe another Mirage, an Overpass. I think Vertigo would be interesting, but I can't really see it going that way. I'm excited to see what Apeks have really done to their side. They said that they've got a lot that they've been working on, or when they banned the Mirage, or it could maybe go down this Overpass route, Lucy. And that's a bit scary if it does end up there, because Big Omen Academy, they are very good on it.
I'm excited. Vertigo, that's a bit unexpected. I was thinking Overpass if they wanted to play risky, and Mirage if they wanted to play safe, but no, they throw it all out the window. It's straight into Vertigo. That's a real bold pick from Apeks, and I love it.
All right, yeah, I'm excited to see it. Let's take a look at this. So there's a nice little storyline here. Obviously, we touched upon it. Apeks Rebels got a lot to work on. The previous showing, it was not the best form. I believe they actually went 1-9 in Season 4. The Big Academy, they've now got to just push. They've got to try and dethrone MOUZ NXT, because currently they are the best Academy League team. No questions asked. They've won every single time. And whilst Big Academy Omen, they've been incredibly consistent, just making it to the top 4. They now need to really try and fight for this spot. 2nd place twice in a row. Will they get this first spot?
Yeah, and I think just looking at this matchup on Vertigo, it was those T-side stats, we saw the comparison there, that I think are going to be the big difference maker. Big OMEN Academy, they are out there with 54% win rate on the T side. For Apeks, that was 33%. That's a huge discrepancy between the two teams. And whichever team starts on T, if it ends up being Apeks, they're not going to be in a good position. They really have to get off to a good start.
And in fact, if you take a look at the stats overall from the last season, Vertigo has a 52.1% win rate on that T side overall for all teams across the board. So just makes matters that little bit worse for the Rebels. I want to talk about Big OMEN Academy's roster as well, because they have brought in a new player. They have brought in Sky from Alternate Attacks. I think it was in July. So he hasn't had too much time to settle in with the roster, but they've got a very good core. Players I'm looking out for would definitely be Aqua, because he is absolutely unbelievable. I still remember all the way back in Season 1 against Astralis Talent on Nuke. He had a 2.04 rating in a 16-11 game, and he got 39 kills. That man is absolutely incredible at this video game.
It's a couple of kills. So if you can get a performance like that here, that would be something incredible. I think the player I'm looking to is maybe Height or the AWP. Last season, he had the highest AWP kills per round. And that was at 0.56, so we know he can do a lot with it. Although Vertigo, maybe not the map you see it so much on, probably more so on the CT side. On the T side, it can be a little bit of a difficult one to wield. It's very spawn-based if you can go for those openings towards B, but generally you'll see it pressed up down towards ramp. But I think with this veto, Brandon, it'd be, and just the general history of these two teams, it's probably fair to say it's leaning towards Big.
Yeah, I'd completely agree with you if I'm being honest. I think it kind of has set the stage for it to be that Big are a overwhelming beast in the Academy League. So I can't really see it going any other way. One thing I'm actually interested in, and just kind of a discussion mentioned, like you've got these teams such as the Astralis Talents, the MOUZ NXT rosters, even Big OMEN, where they integrate their players into the roster and they have a successful academy team. I think it's also important to really commend and praise the infrastructure behind it. At the start of 2022, Big OMEN Academy, they brought in a coach and also an analyst. They're really taking their Academy League seriously, and also it's providing so much experience and also just learning opportunities for these players. So when they get promoted, when they move on to these rosters, kind of in like the upper echelons of Counter-Strike, they're ready and they're prepared, and it's really setting them up for the future.
Dynamic, right? Being able to even just sub players in and out of your main roster to kind of give them that sort of trial on the big stage as well. We've seen that multiple times with all these sort of big teams that have both Academy and I guess main rosters. But yeah, jumping into Vertigo now. Apeks Rebels, Big OMEN Academy, Big. They want to get off to a good start here. They know they have what it takes to get to the finals, but will Apeks provide the upset? They let Vertigo go through. That's the map we landed on. It was one we didn't expect, so perhaps they have something up their sleeves.
Yeah, potential a trick or two here and there. We get to see the parachute. 51 floors. As we do find ourselves immediately in this pistol. Rebels on this T side, Big OMEN. 3-player stack, and they're going to take the fight straight in towards short, but the Glocks at close range, they will do the damage, and Hyped, he's kind of left alone a little bit, isolated out. Oh my goodness me, we'll eventually find one. Here comes Process up the top, and suddenly the kills are falling the CT's way.
This huge stack towards the A site. Hyped goes completely unchecked. They don't expect him to be there after they found 2 in towards short, and then 1 also over towards headshot. They're able to punish. It's still a player advantage for Apeks Rebels. They have everything they need. Hyped, he's going to get a little bit of a spot there for the corner, and that's where Sense, he's going to activate, pushes his way up and finds the trade. Now it's just Process in this 1 versus 3. What's the back of the barrel? He can maybe get the damage here, but can't quite find the kill. The USP not able to do it against the leg. Quick flick shot across. He's able to find the kill. Even the second on the Brave, that's a huge one to find. This 1v3, it's become possible now. Just has to find this last kill in the Sense. Spots on the jiggle and the headshot. Process all 3.
And I was going to praise the mid-round of Apeks Rebels as well, because they backed all the way in towards short and they waited for Big to make the mistake. They went back in to find the map control, see where the Rebels had relocated, and they were punished for it. But at the end of the day, the individual gunfights fall the favour of Process, and he's the hero for Big Academy. 1 versus 3. It's unfortunate for the Rebels, but at least they got the bomb down.
Doesn't even go for the reload here. Look at this. 3 bullets, only needs 2 of them. A perfectly executed pistol. They're finding all 3 great isolations of those duels. And it's going to put Apeks into the force here. They decide to full buy into this one off the back of it. They're going to be swinging out here. Oh, the M4, it's going to double up. That's a huge couple of kills to find. Sky's here for support, but he's not even needed.
A little bit of a reshuffling of the weapons. And a flashback into short. Big one. All of this control. Meanwhile, Rebels sitting back, waiting potentially for a mistake. VHW will drop the Molotov in, and that's going to make Big move away temporarily. But the majority of the forces are still here on this A-bomb site, and it's really heavily reinforced.
So many CT players here. The T's are split up. One's in towards mid. Sense trying to find the opening here, playing out towards ramp. Not quite able to do it. He's forced off. Now he doesn't have that smoke that he can play around either. He has to go for the dry peaks. Prost is able to find one in mid too. That's the lurk removed. And this should be an easy one for Big to clean up, particularly with Sin finding Sense. It's now VHW with a Mac 10 and 5 sculpts to find.
And a dream, right? Feels improbable, but never impossible. But with Sin on this angle, it's only a matter of time. Big, they keep it flawless. They start to build up their bank balance early on this CT side, which is so important. The longevity of their money going forward. Yeah, look at this replay as well. Hyped, doubles up, and then just gets out of dodge. Nicely done.
Great stuff. And now we get to actually hear from Big Academy.
Was? Okay. Sound. Mal dran. Viele A. Viele Brücke rum. Hatte Gas. Ja, auch nicht. Bombe. Ja. Gott. Pilot. Letzter. Kicker tot. Warte. Nice.
Okay. Also, schöne Runde. Sehr gut. Eli, denk dran, wenn du viele hörst, direkt da Richtung A gehen, okay?
Well, nice indeed. Very clean response there to the eco, able to find those kills without any issues. Hype tripling up to start it off, and then it's just a cleanup for Big OMEN Academy.
Yeah, nice and straightforward, quick mid flank coming in as well, and that's all they needed. The guns are here to play for this T side.
The bomb fell down.
That's alright, it'll just appear back on. It means that this noise doesn't get dropped on towards the ramp either, so it's all intentional, it's all as planned, we hope at least. Look at this mid-aggression coming out from both of these sides, actually. Molotov trying to enable Brave to peek on in towards Elevator, and Hype gets his head taken clean off. Early blood, first drawn by this T side.
Great opener there in towards mid. It's not normally a position you find the openers, it's normally where the lurk player comes through. So it's a good one to find early, and wow, that nade, that's going to bring Berserk down very low off the back of it. But no kill is found. Guy trying to play around sandbags here. Doesn't have a lot of support, but Sin has made his way over. It's actually no smoke. Smoke, there is one for Sin, but you have to throw it over to support Sky if that Molotov comes through.
Even more damage by the utility. Here comes that Molotov flying on in. Oh, and it will be extinguished, but that's put the Rebels on high alert. Sky with an incendiary of his own. And that gets deployed. Berserk, low HP, trying to work his way in. And in fact, he'll catch out Sin on the box, but Sky has yet to reveal himself just yet. Berserk with the spray. Oh, the bullets are missing. It's all a little bit of a cluster. But it will fall favour towards Big. And now, as Apeks try and extend up towards short, they're all being mown down one by one.
The flashes are so perfect, but it's now the 3-on-3. 15 seconds left, though. That's a critical kill onto that flank player. Sky fighting 2. Huge frags to find. Now VHW, no time, no bomb, and no life.
So unfortunate. It's all off the back as Sky just staying alive at the sandbags. The team cohesion just to extinguish that Molotov to make sure he doesn't perish in the fire and the flames. And because he's been such a nuisance there, Apeks Rebels can really never get too much ground up towards A. The Big OMEN Academy. Flawless start on this CT side.
And that's what we highlighted in the pregame, right? These tier sides from Apeks Rebels, they're a little bit lacking on Vertigo, and Big OMEN Academy, they are punishing 4 consecutive now. With the buy that Apeks Rebels have into this one, this half buy with just upgraded pistols, bit of armor, and oh, bit of damage done. Sense does find a response, but it is 2 going down towards ramp.
On paper, this is as expected. Just a couple of Tech 9s here and there. Hyped. Oh, he spotted the shoes. That's a rifle that can be given over. Aqua peering on in down towards middle. Got to be careful not to be deleted. Instead, Brave. His head will hit the deck. And now Sky is on this off angle, but he is in the open. Oh, but he will be bailed out by Sin. Big Omen Academy, they're doing everything in pairs right now. They're making sure their trade spacing is tight. And the Rebels, they just can't get anything going. There's no real opportunities for them to strike an advantage early.
Yeah, you can see some of that experience as a team coming through. 4 of these players played together for quite a bit now. Obviously, Sky, a new one coming through, but it seems to fit in perfectly with this roster. We saw the team support a couple of rounds before when he was kind of out on that island and just staying alive, being supported by flashes and smokes. It feels like Big Omen Academy definitely have all of the pieces, really, to continue a dominant run here in Season 5. It's not right, Apeks Rebels out of it yet. They're going to take a tag timeout, get Mithra on the call, get some insight, and try and find some of these T-side rounds.
Yeah, it's good that Sky is slotted in, has got a lot of experience, played for Alternate Attacks for the first half of this year, also played for Penta, kind of in the middle in stages of 2021. So domestically, he's got a lot of experience and now he's looking to prove himself on this WePlay Academy stage. And from first glances, he's slotting in and he fits right like a glove for this Omen Academy side. Tape where aggressive flashbang comes in, process. In fact, he's going to walk down the stairs. This one's a little bit weird. What's going on here?
Oh, neither has spotted each other. And in fact, Process, he's still standing here.
Oh.
Still staying alive. He's jumped up there directly above each other. No one is clearing. They just don't expect it. This is ridiculous. Who's going to break first? He's just staring into the wall.
Tape where, turn around. Process. Oh, look at this burst of view. Oh, he's going to walk straight into it. Oh, that is so unfortunate. And now Aqua's extending on towards middle as well. They just get round the corner in time and duck down the ladder. VHW trying to find the space, but look at Sky. Pushed all the way up to short.
Yeah, he can punish this as they do start to make their way out. Just jiggling around these angles. Trying to find something, and here's Sky. Ready to potentially swing, but thinks better of it. The utility that gets deployed, that's going to keep him questioning an Aqua. Here comes that flank. Oh, it's going to be perfect. The bomb carrier at the back. Take your time. Easy kill. The second, not even a chance for Berserk to respond with that AWP. Even aware of this flank coming through. Aqua, he cleans them up. VHW, he's got no say in this round.
Yeah, utility being communicated in, being thrown at the bottom of B means that Aqua can just turn around and hold for his third of the round as well. Big Omen Academy not letting Apeks Rebels breathe at all. So unfortunate for them. But they're just going to be on the upgraded pistols. Need a bomb plant to really supplement this economy. We've only got one in the pistol.
Really feels like that round hinged on the shenanigans going at the B side. That could have gone either way there. If Tapeware gets the right timing, then Process goes down. That's the B side potentially a bit open there. He was the only defender because he had such an advanced position. The rotation had come through. But it doesn't go that way, unfortunately. CSGO, a game of timings, as we know. Sometimes the timings are not in your favor. Mid the play here, Sin does get the info. Aqua come to support now as well. Utility raining through, going to push Sin off the angle, but Aqua's gotten up very close now. Can deploy some utility. Right, coming through to CT. A little bit freaky here, but they're just going to push straight into Sin, and he is going to clean them up. A nade and M4 is all he needs. Sky here to support as well, and it's a cleanup in mid.
Clean up on aisle mid, you're completely right. Shut down. Nothing really doing for Apeks, and well, I wonder what they've got to say. Let's try and jump on board here. Let's listen to their comms. We've got the full gun round here. What have they got up their sleeve?
This is my.
Ja.
Jag smakar också sida.
Flash mig en till Jodda.
Ja, de har
Du fortsätter ha TSS, de lägger big, Victor.
Ja, bara lägg testen då, fuck it.
Flash där.
Vi flashar mitt till.
Akta fronten.
Kan vara pop.
Jag ser.
Jag tror han hoppar ned, jag tror han hoppar ned.
Okej.
Faktiskt.
Droppa en flash, Victor. Droppa en flash.
Lägg på flash. Jag hoppar igenom big. Någon måste poppar.
Du sa lägg.
Ja, akta pop, Victor.
Ja.
Eller
Flash
Tobias.
3, 2, 1, pop.
Jag åker upp i smoken.
Akta poppen, Tobias. Ett hopp gul. Ett hopp gul.
Vi dubbelsöker det.
Ja, kom då.
Så han ikke
Jag söker hela vägen då.
Ja, la sprang han. Håller
Hopp på default.
Sedan.
Cancel.
Jag tar timing min tror jag.
Jag har en enter flash.
Han svingar bara en drive. Dubbel.
Okej, han har kod nå.
Jag tar nästa,
Nice.
jag tar nästa,
Jag
jag tar
drar
nästa, jag tar nästa mid.
Ja,
Jag kommer
men
Kanske en default på fake.
Fortsätt med press här.
On low
Okay.
och en B.
Kom i group
Eller
mot A igen.
Jag går dere da.
Jeg ringer en util. Jeg ringer en util.
OB.
Rampen her. Prøv å walk up ramp.
Jag ringer mute till.
Nei, jeg vet.
Jag kommer till att söka gap.
Ingen explosiv.
Prøv gap.
Nice.
Jeg tar fart opp.
Ja.
Prøv å låse av her. Jeg vet Apeks. Det er en til gap her.
Ingen in i gap.
Jeg sitter kun all link.
Gör det. Jag går till, bara chill. Jag ringer någon S.
Ikke en link.
Ja.
Jeg ringer en.
Okej, håll den. Håll.
Jeg vant
Är det? Det går en link. Akta flank till. Jag är inne i link. Akta heaven och akta flank.
Heaven. En heaven.
Rätt in.
Kanskje.
What a great clear from Sin there, finding both of those kills at the end. But that was such an intense comm round. I was on the edge of my seat listening to the way those comps were going. You could see the way that they were trying to execute onto the B side. The openings were there, and then they cancel. The rotation comes through. It moves down to that 2-on-2 clutch position. The way they're clearing onto the A side. It's a really fascinating insight.
Yes, it's interesting. You can kind of listen in. I know we're at a privilege to do that here with the WePlay Academy League, and what I've noticed is that right at the start of the round there, the comms were so chaotic. There was a lot of players just trying to input their individual opinions, and well, it was completely overwhelming, and it led to 2 players falling early to the big Academy CT side. It was only when his real overarching voice was like, cancel the B play. We're going to reset under towards A. And then the clear comms in these 2 versus 3 to try and just make it back in. If they clean up the comms a little bit, not everyone's talking, having one voice of reason, just communicating and calling the round, I feel like they'd be favoured a lot better in. Because it looked like in the latter stages, where there was less opinion and input, they were doing their best work.
Yeah, I can't blame them for getting a bit chaotic early on. There's a lot that goes on in the opening rounds of Vertigo, right? So much action on both sides of the map, and it was nice to hear them sort of setting up the flashbang. You hear the pop when it's about to blow. It's a classic call. Throwing out there. Sky trying to find something through the edge here, but Process has once again found the opening over towards the B side. He's been fantastic on this B side, going for these aggressive peaks and finding them more often than not. That's now funneled these T's over towards the A site, where Sin is easily able to set them down. Just as I'm praising Process, he does go down, but with Brave on 16 HP, well, it'd be heroics to pull this one together.
Yeah, all the information given over as well. First task is to retrieve the C4. Next objective is to try and isolate some of these gunfights. But Big, they've really been throwing caution to the wind and taking some of these peaks early, taking the fight straight to the Rebels, making them uncomfortable instantly. And, well, it's netted them 8 rounds and potentially, not even potentially, about to be a 9th on the board. It's flawless and it's perfect on Vertigo from Big.
Yeah, this CT side's looking so dominant, and Brave, even though he's found the gap in towards mid here, Sin in this elevated position, it's in the perfect place to shut it down. Potentially could get the bomb plant. That's an opening, so that's a kill for free. But I know exactly where he is, and with 30 or 25 seconds now left, very, very tricky. Doubling up in mid are 2 of these big players. Sky, the sole defender, over towards the A side, which is where Brave is heading towards. But he'll be lucky even to get the bomb plant here. Sky should respect it. Given the... Yeah, okay. Given it's a 1v3, he feels confident swinging.
Yeah, it's just that last audio cue given up with the time running down so low. Look at Sin on this bomb site, though. Can draw comparisons to Donk on B side of Mirage Spirit Academy. Sin, he's locking it in. Multi-kill after multi-kill. That's just perfect. You can't really criticize Big Omen Academy right now. They're doing everything in their power to make the lives of Apeks Rebels so difficult. Just upgraded pistols, a MAC-10. Trying to get something done on the SMG, but there's already defensive utility being put down. Ooh. Pipes, careful, will escape.
Sky though with the AK, it's going to be an easy cleanup for him. 2 down. Potential for the ace here. That's a good position for it with so many teammates nearby. Oh, he does get the 4th, but can't quite convert the ace. Tape away with the deagle, able to, at the very least, get 1 kill back. A couple of teammates low, but still not enough to do it. And it's a 10-0 start from Big Omen Academy, looking dominant on Vertigo.
Well, it looks like we've got the answer to one of our storylines. Big Omen come out swinging in Season 5, and they look like they want to dethrone MOUZ NXT. Of course, it's only one best of 1, so I can't get too ahead of myself, Lucy, but considering they became second in the previous 2 seasons of WePlay, have always been in these playoff contention spots, and now looking so absolutely ruthless against this Apeks Rebels side, who have had time together now as an org, and we're looking confident as a team. It's just men against boys right now.
Sin with 130 ADR is having an incredible game here, but the opener does go the way of Apeks this time. Sense is able to find the opening kill. That's hyped removed, and Sky's gonna get swung out off the flashbang. It's perfect. Sin providing the utility to get the job done. Man can do no wrong. Sin's gonna swing out and find the kill though. Aqua ready for the trades. Puts it now into the 3-on-3. Keeping it even here. The trades, fantastic for Big Omen Academy, even when they lose those kills to Apeks.
There's the gap in middle, though. It looks like Big Omen, they are accounting for it. Brave has been able to find a couple of kills here and there. But in fact, he's going to get swung on, but he will deliver the headshot. And in fact, that's the bomb site completely opened up. Apeks Rebels, they got a path in.
This is the best position they've been in this entire game. 3 versus 2, an open bomb site. Both of these Big Academies players are sticking towards the A site. They're staying stacked there. Now, given they've had so many consecutive rounds, with this bomb going down, they might give it a little bit of a look in. But it should, I say should, Brandon, be Apex's first.
That's the hope. If you're an Apeks Rebels fan, grouping up over towards Elevator, there's an opportunity they can climb over this without Brave even checking them. In fact, it's going to get swung on. Oh, okay. Yeah, but he's low HP. It's now on to Aqua. Haven't really had to say his name too much. Bomb ticking down, probably too far gone at this point. So looking for damage, potentially trying to take some weapons away. Even putting down the smoke to try and bait out the fact that there's a defuse. Nothing doing. It takes them 11 rounds on the board, but finally, Apeks Rebels, they post their first in the game.
Is it too little too late? That's the question. Depends how many consecutive they can get here. If they can get up to, maybe 4 rounds, they could maybe string something together. We talk about 4-11 being that deceptive scoreline, but maybe I'm just trying to, you know, paint the underdog story. We want to give Apeks Rebels a way into this. Yeah,
they need 5. Yeah,
they need 5. They could do it.
But I like it. I like the optimism. Everyone likes an underdog story. Aqua thought was maybe going to be a little bit more aggressive. Instead, it's the same old setup for Big, and if it isn't broke, why would they even try and fix it? Aggression, though, from the Rebels, trying to just scurry their way up towards the ramp, hyped. About to be tested potentially in towards short. Thinks better of it and runs away.
You look like you got a little bit caught there trying to do the little strafe jump around to that handy position, but thinks better of it, backs off, doesn't want to get caught out in the smoke. And so at the very least, that's going to give Apeks Rebels a bit of control here towards ramp that they've not really had the opportunity to get a lot of these rounds. Even throwing the Molotov in to get further control in towards short. That smoke going down, giving them short access now. Guy lining up.
Oh no.
Yeah, for potentially the wallbang, but no one's on the other side. They managed to get a bit too far past to be able to do anything.
Looks scary on the X-ray there for a second. Good Molotov. It's a nice combination, trying to flush out a player into the spam position. All of them, though, are here. And with Berserk finding that opener, oh, and a second as well, this potentially could be a Rebels round, but look at Sky in the back line's got to be so careful now. They need to clear him out of short.
Yeah, Sky staying alive here, that's all he has to do. He just has to keep being a thorn in their side. That incendiary delays the bomb plant as well. That's allowed the rotations to now make their way over. All Sky does go down though. Sense finds the kill in the end. A flank is coming. Post is on his way, but it's a 2v4. Has to find this opening. They're even clearing for it. He gets spotted. And that flank, it's now completely red. Aqua, he's going to reveal himself as well. Throws out that smoke. Sense going for the jiggle, and it's the exact right timing. Playing with his nades, and he's going to fall. Berserk almost given the opportunity here. Process will be able to finish him off with the nade at least, so doing a bit of damage here in the end. If he can find one more, that's at least going to force a fair bit of a rebuy here. Fantastic swing out, doubles up, hold the phone here. Maybe there's something that could be done since he just has to stay alive, avoid the kill, and that's exactly what he's done. There's no time, but geez, Process, he's made this round so expensive.
At least the AWP can be retrieved. Oh, and he just about stays alive. But that's heavy economic damage. Rebuys can come in at the very least, so not the end of the world, but it's still scary, and it also is a little bit of a confidence knock. One player can do that much damage to you, and it's basically just exit kills, and suddenly it's thrown into contention of a retake. That was a 1 versus 4 on the cards for Process, and that is going to put Apeks Rebels on a high alert.
And look at Process now, top of the scoreboard. Not top of the kill count, top of the scoreboard. We know score is the most important metric in CSGO. Got to be looking at that number. You want to have your name up there. Make sure you're planning the bomb for those extra points, getting the defusers in. So you can always say that you're top, even when you're not fragging. But Process is fragging, as we just saw. And Berserk, he's starting to warm up a bit as well with that AWP. We saw 2 huge impact kills to open up that round. Finds the opening onto Hyped, the enemy AWP. So that's a huge kill to find, and then converts for a second. That sets Apeks up to take that round.
That's fundamental for their success, because if they can start to build some T rounds, it gives them a buffer for CT as well. And if he's feeling it, and it could be good for that CT AWP. And speaking of Hyped, opens up the account in round number 13. Aqua, oh, he's getting aggressive. The utility is perfect, but look at Brave. On his usual creepy crawling towards middle. Process thinks better of it. It's looking a lot more locked in now for Big.
That's a huge kill for Process to find. If he goes down there, that's the B site. A little bit weird, because we have Aqua all the way in under the map, and well, right, he's gonna get mollied off, but now Berserk with an EWP has lost all his friends. And Aqua, oh, the no-scope comes through. Okay, keeping it interesting. But still a very difficult one to piece together, particularly when he wide swings into the crosshairs of Hyped.
Just as we praise one AWP, the CT AWP of Big Omen Academy strikes in. Important multi-kill gets the entry, and then will alleviate and eliminate Berserk's sniper of his own. We're only 2 rounds away from the end of this first half, and look at what the Rebels are working with. A couple of deagles here and there, only a smoke. 1 armor purchased on Tupperware. And Hyped will miss the shot, but it's ground given up.
5 rounds out of the question, even 4 looking unlikely at this stage, given the buy, as you mentioned. Still something could be done here, but not if Sky has anything to say about it. He's going to find the opening on a VHW, peering through that smoke. Gives them the advantage early on. It is a heavy B lean here from the T's. The bomb is over this side of the map, and they're taking a little bit of control. Looking like they're getting ready for a boost here. Process, oh, maybe gets caught reloading. Looks like he spotted something, trying to get the headshot angle in, but not quite able to connect, and that's going to be that boost called off.
10 pack in. At the very least, that anchors in Big towards this site. Sky's spamming, which allows Berserk to make up some room at short. Oh, but in fact, the flashbang was even a decoy, but it didn't really defer him. But he still loses his life. Rebels reset, make their way up towards B. It's the only piece of map control that they have, and Aqua hasn't revealed himself yet. Shadow spotted. Good for the first, but runs out of bullets. And here comes Process, swinging on in. Simple as you like. It's a cleanup. And Big take 12. 12 rounds, Lucy.
Yeah, it's a pretty dominant CT side, and still the potential to get a 13th here. So in a very commanding lead on Vertigo. And interesting decision from Apeks Rebels to use that 1 smoke they had to set up a one-way on the B side. It doesn't quite net them a kill. But an interesting idea at the very least, knowing that they didn't have a lot going into that one. Try and do something cheeky, but not even able to get the bomb plant down. Berserk has the AWP going out into this round, but can't quite hit the shot. There's a millisecond there where he has the opportunity. Now Hyped, he's pushed out all the way. The flashbangs are good though, but the kills are better for Big Omen Academy. Process and Sky taking one of the pieces. Process continuing to take ground, punishing towards B, even dropping the bomb, smoking it off, and keeping Apeks Rebels scrambled.
Yeah, Rebels can't really do anything in this one. It's only a matter of time before they are soon to fall. Berserk, AWP in hand, 1 versus 5. It feels impossible, and it is. Guy delivers the headshot, 13-2. It's absolutely dominant. We see the highlights come on in. And one thing I want to talk about as well is we see on the webcams, Big Omen Academy, they're all together. They're all in one setup. And that's got to be an amazing experience for them just in itself.
Yeah, that's definitely a factor, right? When you're all next to each other, that creates this camaraderie, this entire dynamic, just being able to practice together and all be on the same wavelength. But Process, he's the man to be talking about. What an incredible path from him. We saw just the amount of space he was getting towards the B side. He opened it up with that pistol, 3K as well. It's a 4K in the end, but the 1 versus 3. And that kind of set the tone for the rest of the half.
Yeah, it really did. Consolidation rounds given here or there, but as we get into this pistol in round number 16, let's jump on board with Big.
Dann peakt auf jeden Fall. Noch einer auf jeden Fall. Flashen. Einer hat peakt für mich. Ich molly Sandbags, einer hat noch geflasht für sie. Perfekt, down.
Nice, wir botten. Lass nicht durchflashen, nicht durch.
Alter, ist der Sandbags-Tilt, Nico.
Ja, der wirklich, gegen mich kannst du sowas nicht machen.
Aber das war genau die Pistol, die wir gesehen haben in der Dip.
Well, that was easy. That was pretty straightforward. I like how so decisive it was. They said exactly where they were peeking. They called the Molotov and the flash, and they knew exactly where all the rebels were. And blink and you miss it, Lucy. That pistol round done and dusted. Big Omen Academy 2 rounds away from taking Vertigo, 16-2 potentially.
I love that they found 3 opening kills towards A, and they still threw the Molotov towards Sandbags. They still cleared it out. Not taking any chances, but Berserk, he's at least going to find the opener here. They have forced into this one. Obviously, going up against map point here. The right decision. You kind of have to play for it, but the amount of consecutive rounds that you get here is a little bit ludicrous, a little bit silly. And, well, Sky, he is going to remove Sense. Sin even ready for this kill. The VHW does catch 1 on the fade, so it is a 3-on-3. That flank, it gets shut down. Process, he's ready for it, and, well, it's all falling apart for Apeks Rebels.
Yeah, Big have really got Apeks Rebels' number. It feels like no matter where they go, Big Omen Academy are ready for them. Juggling about the utility, trying to make a safe passage, even despite the man advantage. Trying to get caught out by the Beagles. It's leaving nothing to chance. Flashbang comes in. They're both playing in this smoke, though. This could be a little bit scary, but the spam is perfect. Here comes the last player, already being held by Process. Match point now being gathered by Big Omen Academy.
Sin making a deal with the devil, can see through the smokes. Fantastic stuff from him. He's just been such a standout performer, and I'm sure we'll get to talk a bit about it in the post-game. But we're going to get there first. 13 rounds consecutive is what Apeks Rebels need if they want to take us to OT. We've had some OTs today, but I think this one is a absolute long shot. It's not a good sign when the Mag 7 comes out against that point.
Guys, 21-6, and Process doesn't give a damn about the B aggression. He will lose his life, so that's an AK that can be recovered if Brave wants to venture down there. But Aqua, he's found the space in towards middle. And this almost feels done. This gunfight is vitally important. And Big win it out. So much damage being caused, but Rebels haven't rotated. They're going to walk straight into Hyped, and all that remains is VHW with the Deeg.
Even going to be poking in to see if he's still about. I think that was all the info they needed. VHW. We've seen a 1v3 already today, but well, in this series was map. But VHW, this would be something incredible, particularly because they know exactly where he is coming from. Creeping up with the Desert Eagle. There's even a smoke deployed to make it even more difficult. No kit in play. Has to hit every single one dig. And Sin is going to have none of it. 16-2 dominance on Vertigo.
Yeah, I mean, there's not really too much more you can say, to be completely honest. That was an onslaught. Big Omen Academy, they come into that, having played Vertigo 8 times in the past 3 months, 5 wins, 3 losses. Their biggest triumph was 16-3 against Furia Academy, and well, this all but basically matches it. It was incredibly dominant, and the Rebels, it just felt like they never really got themselves into the game. It was never a foothold. Completely suffocating, so uncomfortable by the defense. It's really taking the fights to the Rebels. Just a little bit unfortunate. But that's the way the best of ones can go sometimes.
I mean, Apeks Rebels, they were maybe trying something a little bit tricky here. They had the option to go for maybe a more comfortable map like Mirage. You know, we've seen them play that quite a bit. We floated that as a logical step. And they surprised us with Vertigo. We thought maybe they were going to pull something tricky out of the bag, but no, the answer was no. There was no tricks coming out here. They looked a little flat, to say the nicest thing, against Big Omen Academy. You mentioned they just felt completely suffocated on that T side. The pushes from Big Omen Academy and process towards B was just not letting them have any way in, and then he would just continue the push, continue to abuse it, and they just had no answers.
Yeah, but look, commiserations to Apeks Rebels for unfortunately losing in that manner, but Big, on paper, they are expected to be the Academy team that really pushes MOUZ NXT and tries to dethrone them here in the Academy League. So it's no wonder there is such a gulf between them, and all throughout this Academy League, the teams, they are constantly elevating themselves, and let's not paint that as a fair representation of what Apeks Rebels can provide. It's just one best of one. It's the opening matchup. There's still plenty more to play for, and I hope to see more from them in the future.
Yeah, and also within Group B, Big Academy, they are the #1 team, right? They're the team to beat. MOUZ is in Group A, so Big Academy, having come second in the last two LAN finals, they're definitely the favourite to be making it all the way through this group stage. So for Apeks Rebels, it's a difficult opening match. So you can't expect maybe the win to come out for them. Maybe we expected a little bit more than 2 rounds, though.
It's a hard group. You look at Group B, you've got Young Ninjas, you've got ENCE Academy, who are a bit of an unknown entity that we're going to move on to in probably a few moments just later on tonight, and Fury Academy, who are a little bit hit or miss, but they are up there with some of the bright stars of this Academy League. So it was always going to be difficult for Apeks Rebels coming into this, especially based off the previous performances on the last season. But again, it's another really good building and learning curve for them, and I'm excited to see what they can provide for the remainder of the best of ones in the group. And well, Lucy, we are 5 best of ones down. We've got 1 more for you. We're not done. There's plenty more Counter-Strike still here, and we can have a little touch upon it. It's going to be Young Gods versus ENCE Academy.
I think that's going to be a really exciting one to come up next, right? This is, we had an expansion of WePlay Academy League. Well, we seem to do that every season, but this time it's just the one extra team, and that's ENCE Academy unveiling their new roster. So I'm really excited to see that. But just hearing now, Brandon, just something on the comms there, some internal, potentially, maybe we won't get the opportunity to see this roster immediately.
Okay. No, that's all right. Just whilst we get this resolved, we can just kind of just talk about everything that's happened today. We can take a look at the schedule for tomorrow. So actually, coming up first will be Apeks Rebels. We saw them go down on Vertigo, and they're going to go up against Young Ninjas, who looked electric on Inferno. Then Astralis Talent versus MOUZ NXT. Then moving on over to the evening games, NAVI Junior versus Prospects, Eternal Fire Academy versus Astralis Talent, and then to round off the evening, OG Academy versus Young Gods.
Yeah, some exciting games to come up. I'm excited to see that OG Academy Young Gods play matchup as well as Eternal Fire. I feel like that's another brand new roster, right, that we're seeing. So there's a few new teams coming into the mix here, which I think makes the Academy League so exciting. So many change-ups happen every single time, keeping it exciting and refreshing, except at the top, where MOUZ NXT seem to always find themselves. But for us, that's actually going to be it for the evening. Thank you all so much for tuning in for the best of ones for our opening day. We'll be back tomorrow and for plenty of days ahead with all of the action at WePlay Academy Season 5.